Hello everyone, I am Tacit and welcome to the Brighter Shores livestream, day 72, and specifically day 2 of the 200 Alchemy grind. That should take about 5 days, today and the next 3 days. So, as far as our current plans, oh yeah, that reminds me, I didn't check these earlier. Oh no, I just realized, one of these accounts probably has to go do their thingy. Oh no! Oh no, wait, I need to go reset these. Oh no. Let's see, does he gain anything here? No. He's fine, but I do need to get him more material. Wait. We're gonna play Alt Escape real quick. Because I forgot, we still gotta go do these two little guys. Let's go do them real quick. How much further do you have to go? Let's see, I think buying one more set should be fine. Double check if he has any banked. I don't believe he does. But yeah, I forgot. I didn't do this last night, so I'm gonna have to do it now. Forgot about it. No. Oh, good. I already have some banked. Okay, that's good. That's probably enough, actually. Already pre-banked, I believe, enough that he needed. So we're one step ahead the game. That should hopefully be enough for him to reach his next threshold for when he needs his next material. Not sure if I did the exact math because I was extremely guesstimating it late at night. So hopefully that's enough. We'll find out. But I just have to go sell these and bring them back then. And we should be good to go. Actually, I should have taken the Mine Deep teleport so I could walk through there. You're at 168 guard? Nice. It's kind of funny because almost every account I have right now is on the smithing AFK. I think the only one that isn't is the other one who's doing combat. But I just realized, I hope it's not all the way there yet. Because I might have to go get a knowledge point before we go do all of our potions. We're going to be starting without the potions. Oh no! I meant to do this last night, but kind of crashed last night. The reason I was slightly late today was just grabbing breakfast. Good old breakfast. Since I did want to actually eat something for once. Let's see. Because a lot of times I just don't. I just have like a super late dinner. I was kind of hungry this morning, so I was like, oh, I'll make something. Ended up just having pancakes with blueberries, though. Or, you know, blueberries in the pancakes. Alright, he should be good to go now. Now, the problem is the other account is the issue. Because he's good to go. That's not the problem. The problem is this one is in a kind of awkward state. It hasn't hit it yet. But it would if I get the knowledge point. We're gonna have to get this thing a knowledge real quick. Am I gonna have to do merchant to go get it knowledge real quick? That might actually be the play. The reason I have to do this is it's about to hit the 56 AFK activity. Alright. Okay, stop. Alright. We're gonna be having to play this alt real quick. Oh no. I meant to do this last night, but we're gonna have to do it now, otherwise it loses out on so much XP today. And then we get into potion making. The small potion detour before we get rolling. I also got this Warhammer earlier, the big yellow Warhammer. Doesn't help too much with this, but we can do walk under because it's a slower hitting enemy. Or sorry, this is a slower hitting weapon. He's a fast hitting enemy. So if we're ever at disadvantage, we just walk under him and we're good to go. So we have to kill him until we're level 56, and then I gotta go do merchant or literally anything that's super quick to go get a knowledge point as quickly as possible. We gotta like speed run a knowledge point by any means necessary. Alright, should only have to kill one more. And then we could do the knowledge point speed run. Anyways, how have you guys been doing? Hope you guys been having a wonderful morning. We will be making potions all day, even though it doesn't look like it. After this detour, we're doing nothing but potion making and a little few chef runs in between. But I meant to do this last night, but completely crashed. So all of them had like a 12-hour timer on them. Alright, good. We got our level. Okay. Now, let's go speed run a level. Go. I can't think of anything quicker than merchant. Go. We don't have any shortcuts whatsoever, pretty much. But let's go speed run a merchant real quick. You been able to play your game on the game on the side while doing class? Nice. Let's see, what do we have here? Honestly, just give me everything. I'm not even sure what our route is. Just give me everything. Just give me everything and we'll figure it out. Alright, what does merchant even look like at this level range? Brain. It sees an angle. Alright, go. I don't have a good way to get to soap, though. Should I ditch soap? Boom. Yeah, I think we ditch soap. Abandon. Give me clockwork. I think that works. We have to go a little bit out of our way, but it still kind of works. Alright. No. Abandon. Give me rib. Okay, I got a plan. Okay, go. I got a plan. I see a plan. I see the motion. We gotta go speed run this thing a knowledge point. And then we can go do alchemy. Because I need this guy AFKing the 56 AFK, and he needs a knowledge point for it. I meant to do this last night, but I'm just gonna speed run real quick. Unfortunately, I don't have like any of the good shortcuts though, so we're gonna have to take the scenic routes. Oh yeah, I never used the new map system here. I know people are saying that the new map system wasn't that good for Chronopolis, or someone did. I don't know, it seems fine for me right now. Obviously, we haven't done it too much yet. There's probably some areas that's like awful with it now. Also, I just realized, why did I walk all the way here instead of teleporting? I keep forgetting that we could do that on the alts. I'm not sure why. I do that every time on the alts, thinking that they can't use the teleport for some reason. But yeah, duh. Obviously, they can use the teleport. We're going to be taking the scenic route since we don't have the zombie road skip pathing. And because we have to turn in rib. Yeah, this merchant run the next one, and that should be a knowledge point, I believe? I sure hope so. I can't think of any other way to get knowledge quicker than this. Because it is the quickest thing in the game. Even without the shortcuts, I'm pretty sure it's still quicker than the next alternative. And then we double buy Dole, and then double turn in Dole. And then grab whatever the next bounty board is, and hope it's not awful. Hey, Mad Hatter's over here, too. Nice. Oh, so we should get about 20 merchant from this as well, I would assume. Should get pretty high on it. But yeah, what are you guys currently grinding in the game? Because we're working on Alchemy, as you can currently see. Or whatever this is called. I know, I forgot to get this knowledge point last night. This is what I normally do off-stream. If you're ever wondering what our alts are doing off-stream, like, this is basically exactly what I've been doing off-stream on this account. But I forgot to do it. Or not forgot. I literally crashed last night. Because I was going to step for a few extra hours, but then my body was like, nope. And it never got done. Alright, let's see. We'll do this. Oh, so do you guys even play on the other two profiles, by the way? I know some people don't. We did a poll on it a while back, but do you guys actually play the two other profiles? I figured why not, because we're paying for it anyways. They get a lot of passive free stuff, and if you're going to be enabling trading, it gives quite a bit of a benefit in that regard too. Since you could have them just AFKing potions, or AFKing production, or AFKing like anything that's useful. Potentially something that your main account isn't going to do. Like, let's say you don't want to do Armor Maker in Chapter 5. You get them to the point where they have trading unlocked and have everything up to that point, and then literally just have them AFK Armor Maker forever. That way you only have to get it like to 200 on your main account, and you can get to 500 on your alt. So you can use your alt to always make armor for you. Like, stuff like that's pretty useful for them. The current plan for them right now is they're trying to do Lost and Found, which is why we're AFKing the Mind Fighter. And then after they do Lost and Found, this one is going to do, because it's a Hammer Mage, this one is going to do 500 Stonemason, as you can see with our really high Stonemason level of 0, that we're going to be going for 500. Very easy to tell. At our current level of literally 0 XP, we will be going for 500. But the other one's going to go for 500 Bone Right. That way my main account can stay at 200 for a long while. Unless something really forces us to, like some kind of raids or however they handle dungeons or something else. But for now, that is the current game plan. They should have it by about September, give or take a little bit. Lost and Found should be completed by early next month, and 500 on them should be completed by... and it should be good enough. You know what? I don't even need the other thing. Just go do these 4 and hope it's enough. You know, I will take Doll just in case, though. But these other ones should be good enough. What do I think of Shore Central last video? Which one? The one he posted yesterday, or did he post another one today? Because if he posted one today, I didn't see it. If you just talk about the Moneymaker one, I don't know what specifically about it. He definitely suggested some things that I definitely highly advise not doing. Like, do not buy a bunch of 20% HP pots. They're basically useless. It's like the equivalence of stocking up on 10% HP pots. Even 25% are almost bad, but they're the best you could buy. If you're going to stock up on an HP pot, definitely do 25%. I would say the safest thing to do that he did mention was 5% XP pots. Because it doesn't matter what happens to them, they will be viable. Also, why do I keep doing it like this? I keep walking all the way over here. I even just mentioned how bad that was earlier, and I'm still doing it. But, yeah, I would highly advise not buying bread. Do not mass buy bread. There's 2 reasons why you shouldn't mass buy bread. For one is, it might not even be tradable. But the bigger reason is, even if it's worthwhile, no one's going to be buying it for enough that it would be that profitable. You're probably getting like 1 or 2 gold per hour. You're better off just being a runner when trading comes out. If you want money like that. Because the amount you're going to get from bread is very, very minimal. Like, the most it's going to sell for is 1 silver each, which is 5 times profit. Which sounds like a lot, but I'm pretty sure you can't bank that many per hour. Does anyone actually know how much bread you could bank per hour? Because I'm willing to make a bet it's pretty bad. Like, it's probably less than 3 gold an hour. Just mass buying bread and then selling it. Which, if you need like a no requirement kind of thing, I guess it could be okay. But there will be so many better ways to make money when trading comes out. I don't know, does anyone know how much bread you can bank in 1 hour? Because the absolute most you could ever get for it's like 1 silver each. And it buys for 200 bronze. But I'm pretty sure it's not worth it. The 5% potions is good, though. We even mentioned that quite a few times as far as what we're doing. Because when the price hike comes out... Because he was mentioning the price hike as if it's like some kind of rumor or something. But it's already confirmed that a price hike is happening. He was mentioning it like it was like speculation or something, but we already know price hike is occurring. We just don't know what it's hitting, is the thing that's speculation. But the safest thing you could buy is 5% XP pots. There's not a single thing that is safer than that. Because worst comes to worst, you just use them. Though keep in mind, if you are buying 5% XP pots, you should be prioritizing ones that aren't Chapter 1. Chapter 1, 7, and 10% are the easiest to make. Like 7, 8s, and 10s. They actually have the most accessible in that regard, especially because of free-to-play. The main ones that are really good are actually the Chapter 3, 4, and if you can make 5s. 5s because you currently can't buy them. And 3s and 4s because they're the member areas, so it won't be flooded with free-to-play stuff. But buying the 5% for any chapter is really good. Have we hit our knowledge point yet? No, this isn't going to be enough? I thought it would be. Okay, I might just have to head back and just manually go do something right next to it then. Because I'm just going to turn this in, turn the other one in, and whatever we get to, I'm just going to kill the things, and that should be enough then. But I don't know, there's a lot of things that you could be putting money into if you really want to before trading. I feel like the safest thing, or you know, what I'm personally doing, is probably like the easiest way to go about it. What I'm personally doing for preemptive trading is one of the reasons we're doing Alchemy to 200. Not on this account, you know, on our main. But the whole reason why we're doing the 200 Alchemy grind over the next 5 days, including today, is I want to try to use up all the skills that are going to get price hiked, most likely. Alchemy is going to get price hiked. Doing carpentry, which is our next grind, our woodcutting carpentry to 200, that's going to end up getting price hiked. So I'm trying to get all of those done so that when the price hike does happen, we don't need to really worry about it as much for any of those kind of skills. But the main thing I'm investing money in afterwards is just alchemy and alchemy supplies. Either 5% pots or potions I already know I'm going to be making that I have the level requirement for. Like the 200 passive potion is going to be really, really huge. We already know this thing's going to go for like 100, 200 silver each. And it currently costs 37 silver to make. It is very, very cheap for how much it makes. And you can just have alt accounts literally just sitting and mass making them once you get them to 200 alchemy. And have 2 accounts just generating them every single day. Creating like, what, 40 total? Or however many? Actually, I guess they make 1 an hour. So if you keep up with them, yeah, they make about like 23, 24 a day. So over like 46 a day overall. 46 to 48. It's not too bad. Alright, let's go and finish this already. So we can go back to the main account. But yeah, sorry about this. I meant to do this last night. This is normally the dirty work on the alt accounts that we normally do off stream. Whenever I say I normally play the accounts for anywhere from like a minute to several minutes a day, this is generally what I'm referring to. This is one of the longer times because we need the entire knowledge point. But this is generally what we're doing on the alts a couple days a week. Just to get them their knowledge point, get them to the next AFK activity. Also, I've literally just been dropping this on the ground. It's only tier 1 brimstone, but I need the mining XP. So whenever I do this venture, I literally just click it and then drop it onto the ground. I don't even bother banking it or doing the animation. It just takes too long, so I'm like, I just care about the XP. Just drop them all to the ground, I don't care. I've been doing that on the alts. Obviously on the main account, I keep them, especially since we're on tier 5 instead of tier 1. But yeah, I literally just drop them to the ground. We're just here for the XP. What's really nice is they cycle to a lot of AFKs. The smithing AFK and some of the combat AFKs route straight through that daily. So whenever it does, they just get it turned in for free, which is so nice. It's actually the only daily I have active on them. Alright, let me go get our other point. I need rest of my knowledge point right now. So thank you for the 5 gifted, Lambach. Greatly, greatly appreciated. We just had a flash. The only things that are worth it to buy is the stuff located in premium. The only problem with that is any shop that you have to buy 24 at a time is very slow to buy from. Like, really, really, really slow. So things like ores could be a good angle. But the problem with stuff like ores or stones or bones, well, actually bones are free to play. But the biggest issue with the other two is even though they are in member areas, you have to buy them very slowly 24 at a time. Which is a lot more annoying. That's one of those things that's really good about the 5% potions, is for one, you're going to need them anyways. So regardless what the market price is for them, you're either going to use them or sell them. If they're really expensive, you sell them. If they're not, then you just use them. It doesn't matter, because they have the same value. It doesn't matter how much they go down in price or up in price. A 5% XP pot is still a 5% XP pot. The problem, or the big benefit with them, is you could buy them like instantly. You can buy like over 1,000 pots per minute. Whereas if you try doing ores, you're going to be able to buy like 24 a minute. Like, it is very, very slow. Alright, we got it. Alright, back to the main account. Sorry about that little 15-minute detour. It's normally something I do off-stream, but, forgot last night. Well, I shouldn't say the word forgot. I kind of crashed. I was just laying in bed, getting cozy, and then accidentally completely fell asleep. Anyways, it's all set up now. We're good to go. Alright, we're out of here. Anyways, in other news, hello everyone, and welcome to the Brighter Shores live stream, day 72, day 2 of our 200 alchemy grind. So, we last left off getting a ton of smithing XP. Also, that's currently our poll for today too, by the way. Our current poll for today is, what is your main focus for your passive activities in Brighter Shores? So the options we have are combat or / using wealth potions, aka basically doing the best moneymaker passive in the game, or as well as getting your combat up if it's not already max. The next one is weapon or production skills. That's what we're doing right now. Actually, on our main account, we're doing smithing because we're a cryo knight, so we gain the most benefit from getting smithing, so that's what we're doing. The next one is alchemy / non-weapon slow skills. This mostly includes things like the very slow gathering skills, but also things like carpentry, leatherworker, the ones that just absolutely take forever to go train. Basically anything that isn't bonewright, smithing, or stonemason, as I put them in a different category for the poll. And then the final one is whatever currently is being leveled. I should have said whatever currently is actively being leveled, or worded it slightly differently. But what I basically mean by that is, let's say you're currently training, I don't know, let's say we're training leatherworker. We would then be training leatherworker passive whenever we log off. Or if we then switch over to miner, we would then just go start training our passive for miner, and so on and so forth. Basically power leveling whatever you're currently actively doing. So if you're currently actively doing something, you're also synergizing your passive to get XP towards whatever that active thing is. We did that some in the past, and it's actually the one that's currently winning. But that's basically what I mean by that. If you generally do your passive based on what you're also actively training. So if you just really want, let's say, 200 Gatherer, you are also doing it synergized with that. Or if you were doing post 200, or, you know, any level like that. Though generally you do want to do it on post 200s, but pre 200 doesn't really matter what you do it on, because they're all the same value. But once you do get a 200, you do generally want to be targeting the post 200 levels. But anyways, thanks again, Lambach, for the 5 get this subs. Greatly, greatly appreciated. Let's see. But yeah, as far as things to buy, as far as on that conversation earlier, I would say the safest thing to buy in the entire game is 5% XP pots. You might not make a huge amount from them, but if you can get them cheaper now than later, you're going to need them anyways. So you might as well. Because as you can see, we always are using 5% XP pots. There's pretty much never a time or not. I said, hello, Isabel. Welcome, welcome. Oh, so I didn't even say any hellos yet. Let me go through all the hellos. Hello, ACS. Hello, Pelican. Hello, Lambach. Hello, Virtuality, Alt. Hello, let's see. Oh, sorry, I didn't see your other thing, Lambach. Assuming about 40 trips an hour, you can bank 1k bread an hour? Okay, so yeah, that's probably not worth it then. Because if you can bank 1k bread an hour, the best you're ever going to make is 1 gold from that. Like a little less than 1 gold. That's not particularly high. So yeah, I definitely wouldn't advise mass banking bread. As best case scenario, it's like 1 gold an hour. And there are so many things you could be doing while also gaining XP that's better than 1 gold an hour. Alright, where are we going? We are going to Hopeport. And basically living there for the rest of the stream. Oh wait, 4 minutes. Oh, come on! Really? Why are my dailies ready in 3 and 4 minutes? Fine, we'll go over to Chronopolis. Actually, let me go check my message board so I don't have to go back there. Let me go to Hopeport, check the message board, get our XP pot, throw in an Alchemy. Go from there. Alright, let me go get our other XP pots. Actually, I do need to keep one of these, though. Because I need this for the daily. But, for this 4-minute daily. But yeah, I just gotta wait for these at this point. Did you see the reveal trailer for the Switch 2? Oh, there's a reveal trailer for the Switch 2? Oh, I have not. Should I go watch it? Ooh. Ooh. That sounds spicy. I have not seen it yet. Though it's probably so copywritten that I can't even show it on stream, though. But, ooh. Anyways, what are we doing? I am buying all of these. We're not buying. Taking these out. Grabbing one of these, because I need that for the daily. Okay, let's go check all of our cooking contracts. Take anything that seems useful. Go grab some bread while we're there. Let's see. Trade. I need 11 bread, 11 bacon. Though I do have to say, one thing that's going to be really worthwhile, because of Brighter Shore's video saying for everyone to go buy bread, is it's not worth buying bread, as in running 24 at a time and buying it. The one thing that's kind of ironic, since he's a pretty big person in regard to the game and telling people to go mass buy bread, which I highly advise not doing. But what I do advise doing is buying bread from all the people who are buying bread. If you buy bread from the people buying bread, like when trading comes out and you try buying like 1,000 bread, 5,000 bread, 10,000 bread, that would be good value. Buy bread from all the people buying bread. Because that will be worth it. You damned me to think? Thank you, Isabel. Yeah, I'll probably check it after the stream. But the best thing to do, since Brighter Shore Central said for everyone to buy bread, is to buy bread from all the people buying bread when trading comes out. It's way better strategy than actually buying bread now. Which honestly, I might actually do. Just like a few thousand. Not like a huge amount. I'm not going to get like tens of thousands. But I might buy a few thousand bread when trading comes out, because you can instant trade bank to bank. So you can trade like 1,000 bread in like a few seconds. Whereas right now it takes like literally like an hour to go get 1,000 bread, or somewhere around there, based on what Lembak said earlier. But you can get that in like 1 minute when trading comes out instead of 1 hour. Oh, it costs you a little bit more, but it's definitely worth the time save. Oh, oops, I forgot. We're over encumbering knowledge right now, aren't we? I kind of forgot. I need to put this on Alchemy. Let's see. Put down Alchemy, put down Alchemy. There we go. You need them to reveal the specs on it, though? Oh, one of my friends actually leaked me some specs. We don't know if they're accurate, though. But he did actually leak them to me earlier. I don't understand most of the words, but he did say it's actually slightly more powerful than a Steam Deck, which is kind of cool. Also, speaking of which, I'm getting a Steam Deck today coming in, by the way. SoonTM. But yeah, it seems like its specs are slightly better than a Steam Deck. You'd still use them for different things, though. But it's roughly the specs of a Steam Deck, like slightly higher. Not sure how much memory it has, though. Because it might be similar that it has almost like no memory on it. I actually don't need any of these now that I'm looking at them. I'm just going to skip all of these. That's the only problem with this one dish. It is really bad. It takes so long to process. Anyways, let me just sell these. I don't need these. Alright, get rid of all that. Alright, let's go run our dailies. But yeah, supposedly it is slightly better than a Steam Deck. But likely has slightly less memory than the best model of Steam Deck. If not a lot less memory. Like, it probably only has, like, 100, 200. Instead of, like, a whole terabyte. Which is annoying, because that means you're going to probably have to use an SD card again. Which means you're going to have to spend, like, 50, 100 bucks on a separate SD card. Just to run everything. So I'm still going to be using my Steam Deck for most things because there's way more memory. It is probably going to be the biggest issue with the Switch 2 again. Is the base model, and pretty much the only model they have, is going to have almost no memory on it. Because it's cheaper for them to mass produce it that way. Alright, these we do not drop on the ground. These are actually pretty precious. Even though you get them at 231, you don't need them until like 300 something mining. It's used for tier 5 Deathstone. Only reason I dropped the other ones on the ground is they're only used for tier 1. But these are actually important. We can actually see if we go to the shop the price difference between them. Like the tier 1's like 1 silver each, and the tier 5s that we're doing right now, I think are like 4 or 5 each. Actually, I can't even check them there actually, because you need the mining level to check them. So I actually don't even know what these are worth. And of course, this is pre-price hike, assuming these even are getting price hiked. But, yeah, they're not even 1 silver each, the tier 1s. And the tier 5s are about 3 silver each, based on this price discrimination. Or disparity between them, I mean, discrimination, wrong term. But between the price disparity between them, it should be a little over 3 silver per. And this is pre-price hike. So it could be even more later. But the other ones were like half a silver. So we just dropped them on the ground. Anyways, let's go do our other daily real quick, and then we can actually start doing alchemy after an hour. No, actually after half an hour. Actually, didn't the same thing happen yesterday? Where it took like us like a half an hour before we even started doing any alchemy. Oh, I just realized I still have to go buy a bunch of supplies though. That's gonna be one only annoying thing about the fear pots. Because I gotta even out what I have in my bank and then go and start running the 11-11 thing. Alright, let's go take our last daily, and then we can actually do some alchemy finally. Not sure how all these alchemy streams keep having a half an hour delay at the beginning, but here we are again. Half an hour before we actually start doing alchemy. I promise you, we will be doing alchemy all stream. Even though we've done everything but so far. Alright, now let's go lock ourselves to Hopeport. There we go. Alright, there's nothing else that could possibly distract us now, I don't think. The wealth gap on mining explosives? Yeah, they go, they're never worth like a huge amount, but the Deathstone you get from them starts skyrocketing in price. I'm pretty sure tier 5 Deathstone is something like 30, 40 silver each. It's something absurd. Whatever the number is. Alright, let's go do some math real quick. I need to go even out all the numbers that are in here. So let's go get a calculator out and get ready to do some math. It's math time. Oh, that's easy. 130. I don't even need a calculator. Never mind. Wait. Hold. No calculator needed. That is definitely the number 130. Now, how many times does 130 go into, let's see, 24 times, 5. Alright, so I need to do it 5 times, then by 10. Alright, what am I doing? Not the eye. I need the, wait, was it the eye? Yeah, I need the eye. That is the right one. Because the other ones were the tentacle. Right? Let me double check before I buy the wrong one. Yeah, I gotta do 5 inventories of this, and then, buy 10. And then after that, we can start doing the 11-11 thing again. Just gotta even them out based on what's in here. Yeah, this is the right one. Alright. Alright, 4 more inventories, and then buy 10. And we should be good to go. And then we'll go process all those, and then we'll start buying the 11-11s. And then start doing them normally. Oh, so these things are so cheap. These things are under a half a silver each. That is basically free. This whole potion is under 1 silver to make, and is worth like 3 point something. You shouldn't sell them, though. They're actually worth keeping. They actually have the best cost to duration value of any potion. I don't just mean fear potions, I mean like any potion, period. It has the best duration to cost ratio. Not just of fear potions, but just every potion, period. But also for fear potion, of course. I already forgot how many inventories I've done. Yeah, 1 more than 10. Sorry, 2 more than 10. Don't use fears, we're saving money. They cost 1 silver each! What money are you saving? Like, the only reason I wasn't using fears earlier is I didn't have the level for it. And because they take up an inventory. But once wieldable potions are out, you know how good fears become? Like, they're absurdly good. A 9-minute fear taking up 0 inventory space is so absurdly good. The biggest issue with it now is it takes up 1 inventory space, making it not worth using a lot of times. But a fear potion that takes up 0 inventory space that lasts for 9 minutes is absurdly strong. The only reason it's not right now is it's 1 dead space, which eats up a lot of XP. Alright, let me just double check that this is right. Yeah, 10 more. Alright. But the other reason I don't use fears a lot is because aggro skipping is a thing. Where you can just walk under and safely get away from an enemy. It's not 100% consistent, but depending on your pathing in a given area, there's a lot of activities where it's pretty free to do. It takes almost no time to go do. Alright, well, let's start these now. Grab 1 of these. Grab 11 of these. And let's go get our potion. I'll count the 1 from yesterday as technically today. We did do 1 set yesterday. I'm just going to count in today's number, though. It doesn't really matter that much. It doesn't take that long to do 22 of them. Just so it has a nice placeholder. They did it at the end of yesterday just to kind of get things rolling. Just to get a nice tease of what they're going to be like. But now we get to do them for real. Okay, let me go get the timer for the message board as well. Oh, the next message board is actually pretty soon. It's probably after this set. Alright, let me move this over here. Let me move this over here. Over here. Over here. I was just auto-centered. Over here. Looks good enough to me. Alright, what timer do I need right now? I guess put like a 11-minute on it. I did not just click 0. What did it just do? There we go. That's our, don't forget to go do cooking bounty number. Because this is the closest activity you could ever be to the cooking location. Other than cooking itself. But this is the closest you're ever going to be when doing a non-cooking activity. I guess the other one is technically whenever you're selling your gear from combat. But eventually they said they're going to be able to do a spell that will just be able to contact it directly. Perhaps someone just messaged us as well. Let's see. Grab 11 of these. Grab 11 of these. Gosh, these are so free to do too with how easy they is to click. Then we click on this. Grab everything. Be good to go. So, hello, MK Jets. Yeah, happy Switch 2 reveal. Oh no, should I go check it now? I don't know. How copywritten do you think it is? How copywritten do you think the Switch 2 reveal is? Probably very. Let's see. Good morning. Hello, Mad Hatter. You'll be there soon. Just getting a little more money and getting leatherworker. Nice. We'll be here all day. But we're here for like 10 or 11 hours. Not sure how long it's going to take. Though this should be the easiest day out of any of our days. Out of any of the 5 days, it should be the freest. Just because we have a lot of it banked. But no, should we go peek at the Switch 2 reveal? Do a separate video? This is Brighter Shores. Why don't do videos for stuff like that? Oh, no, I'm just going to look at it now. But mute it. Oh, oops, I forgot. It has to go in this other machine. Oh, yeah, I forgot. This isn't AFK. Wait, I forgot. We got to do all of them on this machine. Alright, let me go peek at it. What's the easiest way to do this? Where's Isabel's thing? I'm just going to mute it and look at it. I won't hear any audio. I'm just going to have my eyes look at it physically. Let's see. Actually, let me just get the link from Isabel, and I can technically show it on screen while we're doing the alchemy. It might be easier that way. Just so your guys' eyes can also look at what my eyes are looking at. Let me go get the link real quick, though. Isabel said she posted it to me, but I need to go open Discord, and now I need to figure out how to open Discord while doing these potions, because there's a lot of multitasking. Let's see. Where even is Discord? It's weird when my entire desktop is blocked because normally I just click on the desktop to open it. There it is. I'm in. It will ever load. Let's see. Isabella sent me a link. I have clicked on the link. I have meted the link. Let's see. You know what? I'm just gonna look at it with my eyes. Let's see. I muted it. There's the Nintendo logo. Alright, they're showing something that looks like a Switch 1. Oh, yeah, I should probably click on the potion. You actually get less HP rate if you don't take that immediately, so definitely make sure to always take that immediately and don't let it sit like that. Let's see. Alright, they're showing something that looks like a normal Switch. Maybe it's not, though. Let me move this side. Let's see. I'm trying to look at this while looking at game. But I have too many windows open. I have windows on top of windows on top of windows. The chat and the other game running and everything else. Alright, let me keep looking at my eyes. Or with my eyes, keep looking at it. Oh, it kept going. No, go back, go back. I'm trying to look at things. Alright, currently it looks pretty much just like a normal Switch. They're probably showing some of the extra features right now. Some things are getting longer, some icons are being added to it. All the little ins and outs, all the little gadgets, all the little charging station thing. Oh, it has a better backboard, though. Ooh. Ooh, it goes all the way down. It looks like it's doing yoga. The Switch literally looks like it's doing yoga. They're showing how interchangeable it is, because obviously it's a Switch. It's kind of this whole gimmick. Interesting. A lot of cosmetic changes. Hopefully these Joy-Cons don't have drift. They look like they tried to make it a lot more anti-drifty so they don't get a billion lawsuits about Joy-Con drift. Like every 5 days. Oh, that looks pretty sleek though. Oh, it like clips right in as well. This would be a lot easier than their old system. Ooh, that looks clean. Yeah, all they're doing is just showing off how it visually looks, though. Oh, are they showing Mario Kart 10? Is that Mario Kart 10? Are they teasing Mario Kart 10? Oh, did they just tease Mario Kart 10? We're gonna have to play Mario Kart 10. They finally did it. I hope it's not bad. Mario Kart 10 better be good. It only took them like 15 years to make it. It took longer than Brighter Shore's entire development. Interesting. But I'm pretty sure they just teased Mario Kart 10. They haven't made a new real Mario Kart game. The mobile version doesn't count. They haven't made a new Mario Kart game in like 13 years? 14 years? Or is that Mario Kart 9? Not 10. Whatever one is one after the current one. What are we at right now? 8? It's hard to tell because they haven't made one in like 15 years. Like a good like 13 years they haven't made a new Mario Kart. Not counting the mobile version. Like it's probably been in development for over a decade at this point. The Switch 2 looks promising, but you also said that about the Wii U. I never tried the Wii U. I actually completely skipped that console because it just didn't seem worth it. And pretty much any good game that game ever had was ported to Switch anyways. Or any good game that console had. Something I never realized, though, is the GameCube did almost as bad as the Wii U. Which is kind of surprising, because almost every good franchise Nintendo has, like 80% of them, all started on the GameCube. Like Animal Crossing did. Pikmin did. Smash technically did, as the N64 one could be considered more of a demo compared to what the series became. Whereas the first real Smash was on the GameCube. And it's still played competitively to this day, oddly enough. It was actually that good. Whereas the N64 one was more like a demo of the concept. Yeah, that's interesting. But yeah, I'm definitely getting a Switch 2 this year. Apparently, we're just spending a lot on tech this year. That means within a 1-year time frame, I would have bought in a new computer, a Steam Deck, and a Switch 2. Luckily, we won't need to buy technology for a while after this year. But I went from a budget of like a few hundred to like over 3,000. Not sure how that happened, but yeah, pretty much all of it happened within the 1-year time frame. I feel like on new tech per year, I probably spent on average like a few hundred. But in the last year, by the time I get a Switch 2, it would have been probably over 3,500 between the three. Did they ever reveal the price for it? Yeah, I'm pretty sure they didn't. It's probably like $400 or $500. Unless they do multiple different models, like what PlayStation did. Actually, technically Xbox did as well. I wonder if they are just going to have one uniform model. I feel like they will. Just because it's easier to sell that way. It's less confusing for, like, parents who are buying it for their kids or something. They don't want to have the confusion of, like, having, like, 5 different models. Plus, then they can resell better ones later. The Switch 2.01. Or the Switch 2.1. Because I love doing that. They did that like crazy with the DS. Where it's like, oh, they'll just release with one model. Then by the end of its life cycle, we got like 10 different kinds. Just slowly released over time. So, hello, Grumpkin88. Welcome, welcome. Oh, excuse me. Let's go do our chef run real quick. I'm probably not actually doing the whole run. I just want to see what our task is. I will turn in any bacon sandwiches we have, though. And then back to the Alchemy for an hour. Do you think it would be funny to buy out all the top tier ore? The problem with that is they're really expensive. The best ores to buy, oddly enough, would actually not be the top tier ones. It'd be like a middle ground one, like tier 4. Because tier 6 ore would be the worst one to buy. Tier 5 would also be kind of sketchy to buy. But something like tier 4 would be a nice in-between. Where people at a really high mining level aren't going to mine a lot of it, but still going to be in demand. But if you are mass buying a material, I would say tier 4 is the most useful material in the game. Not in the entire game, but relative to its cost, relative to the fact that you can get it at the same speed as tier 5 and 6. Tier 4 is a nice in-between. Where there's not going to be that much of it in the economy, but it's still going to be in high demand. Don't buy tier 4 of any first tier resource, though. Which means don't buy tier 4 for iron, flint, or whatever the first bone is called. But tier 4 for every other material is actually really good. As they can make 199s and go dip a little bit into the 200s. And 199 is where the rarity cutoff is right now. So if you were to mass buy any ore or anything, it should be tier 4s other than the first tier 4. Which means don't buy tier 4 goat horn, I believe it is. Actually, which one is it? Don't buy tier 4 goat horn. Don't buy tier 4 iron, and don't buy tier 4 flint. But every other tier 4 is really, really good. Oh wait, I forgot. I came here to check the message board, not just sell to him. What do we have? Nothing. These are all awful. I might still take this one, though. Oh, we got Sentry, though. Ooh. Oh, Lil Lucy with the double cod. Why'd you give me that? I think we have to go to Lil Lucy anyways, right? No. Sneaky Brine, Sneaky Brine. You know what? I'm gonna take New Tap just because it's over there. Oh, no. We have to go there anyways for Sentry. So I could do this run, then that run later. Alright, that's fine. Can I afford all these fish in one go? No. Oh, yes. Yeah, we can. Math. 7, 7, 14, 6, 20, 23. Did I do math right? Yeah, we have enough. Oh, I'd have to drop one of my potions, but I can grab it on cycle. It's not too big a deal. Anyways. Yeah, we could do that on our next cook run. We'll do that later, though. Anyways, back to Alchemy. Back to Alchemy. The Alch grind is so slow, it took you hours to hit 35 for potent potions. It gets a lot better after 35. Alchemy is one of those few skills where it actually starts at 35 rather than 20. Unlike many other skill. By level 20 in pretty much every skill, you get introduced to every mechanic. But when it comes to Alchemy, you don't get you didn't get introduced to the new mechanic until 35. But it's a really profitable skill, though. There are some things you'd lose money on. But when trading comes out, there's almost no potion that is negative money. Especially if you gather half and buy the other half. Second account you made, you got to 20 fishing and left at Ave King since the release of Brighter Shores. And now it's somewhere around rank 250. Nice. So it is what's going to happen to all of the merchants now when we get trading. What do you mean by merchants? Oh, they said that they're leaving them. So far what we've heard officially from them is all the merchants are staying in the game, but the prices are going to be increased. Is what they mentioned. That's what we currently know. Every merchant will stay in the game exactly as is, with the caveat of their price will be increased. And even if you don't enable trading, their price would still be increased. So even if you're playing Iron Man mode, you still have to deal with the price hike. So when it comes to pre-buying stuff, you would still need to pre-buy some stuff like 5% XP pots and such. Just to bypass the price hike if those do go up. We don't know when it's going to happen, but trading is likely very soon. It's one of the whole reasons we're doing the Alchemy grind. It's in preparation for the price hike. Because this requires buying more from shop than any other skill in the game. And the next one we're doing is woodcutting and carpentry, because carpentry also requires it to some degree. As those are the last two skills we need to do that requires a lot of buying. To some degree, you could technically say cooking, but cooking is kind of its own category. It's not really too big deal if the price goes up, because the activity itself would likely get rescaled for the price hike. So even if you have to pay more, you're likely also being paid out more from bounties and the dishes and everything. So cooking getting a price hike doesn't matter as much compared to something like Alchemy getting a price hike, which matters a lot. It's one of the whole reasons we're rushing it so hard. In case we find out next week they're doing a trading release. Because it could be any week now. Could be a week from now, could be tomorrow, could be a month from now. We don't really know. But it could be tomorrow. We don't know. We could literally get an update tomorrow that's price hike and trading release. It's realistically probably in about 2 to 3 weeks from now. But no official date has been given. Other than that, it's probably pretty soon. Hello, Azin! Welcome, welcome. It looks exactly like RuneScape? Yep. It is made by the same original creator as RuneScape. This game is very RuneScape-like. It still has its own identity and everything, though. Still really early access at the moment, though. As it's being worked on pretty much the same dev team that did RuneScape Classic back in the day. It's the 3 Gower brothers, just with a few other people hired. I think their team is still in like a single-digit number. It's just the 3 Gower brothers with a few other people to help them out with some things. Like a community manager or a full-time animator, a few other things. But it's basically just the 3 Gower brothers doing an MMO again. Oh, so this grind today should take us about 9 to 10 hours, by the way. We got a lot of alchemy ahead of us. It should be slightly shorter than yesterday, though. Just because we have a lot of the in-between pots already banked. Whereas before we had to stick with the slightly worse one for quite a bit longer. Even though we will be primarily making fears, we'll be able to make a higher ratio of non-fears compared to cryo yesterday. But by the end of it, we should still have over 500 fear potions. Because I think by the end of yesterday, we had like 600 something cryo. So we're going to have to do like an hour less of fear compared to cryo yesterday, but it'll be replaced by higher XP pots. Though not too many, though. The Hope Port at 110, I'm not sure if I have any banked. The 116, I have 69 banked. Nice. The 122, I think I have like 85 banked. I might need to make a shop run or two to go get them. The 7%, I have... Oh, never mind. That's the one for tomorrow. Oh, yeah, the one for tomorrow is kind of crazy. The one for tomorrow, I think I have infinite banked. And by infinite banked, I mean the one component, not both components. But one of the components, I have more than what we need to get to 158, which is our goal for tomorrow. Which is actually kind of crazy how much we have banked. I think we have the entire grind banked, other than one material. 1 of the 2 material for it. Actually, I almost want to go double check that after this set, just to see. Because we have a crazy high amount of that one banked. I think the main thing we're missing is the cockroach mandibles, which I think we have a couple hundred of. But when we were doing the slime grind, remember when we were killing slimes that one day for a bunch of Christmas hats? On like day 1 of Christmas hat release? As well as a little bit afterwards. Every single one of those slimes is for this potion. And we banked a lot of them. I think it's over 1,000. And I already need several hundred, I believe, to get to... I don't know, would I need that many? Maybe I would need the full amount. You know what? Maybe we will need every last one of them. Because I don't think I'm making any potion in between. So tomorrow's actually going to be slower than today. But yeah, we were mentioning it earlier. Today should be the easiest day. Tomorrow is easy in the sense that most of it's banked, but not easy in the sense that we have to keep the slow XP rate the entire time. But it's worth it because it's 7% mining pot. That is so good. We're making this literally from 131 to 158 with no distractions in between. It'll probably be the only day this week where we only make 1 potion the entire stream. The only other exception to that, I guess, is technically the 4th day as well. Potentially. But we might be able to reach the other one. But yeah, tomorrow might be the only day this entire week, on the 3rd day out of 5, where the only potion we make is only 1 total. But it's because it's such a good potion. The 7% Minds Matubin potion. Which is really useful for anything. Like literally anything, other than combat. Pick literally any of the 4. There's no wrong choice other than combat. Like, literally anything in Mines of Matubin is such a good one to use the XP boost on. Minus combat. Bone Wright's good to use it on, Mining's good to use it on, Smithing's good to use it on, Stonemason's good to use it on. They're all very slow skills. Mining's slightly less so, but still pretty slow compared to an average skill. But those other 3 are so glacially slow just because of how much material you need. And what's great about a 7% is you get more value from any material you do have. As well as your knowledge points, of course. I'm curious how much the 7% Mines of Matubin pots will go for when trading comes out. Because if they're any number under 10 silver, I'd probably buy them. There's a good chance there's more than that, though. But depending on their market price, I'm probably going to buy 1 billion of them. Just to alleviate the eventual 500 mining smithing grind a bit. Because the 1,000 something that we're going to be making is not going to be enough to cover it. Like, let's say we make like about 1,200 potions when we do that. I think it's going to be a little bit less than that. But let's say we make 1,000, mining 7%. That is not enough to even get 1 skill to 500. So we're definitely going to need to buy more from other players then. That would just go down to 5% instead of 7s. Which would kind of hurt to do, but it might be required at some ranges. I just realized Forager is actually my lowest skill right now. Not counting combat. Combat doesn't count until combat rework. I'm just ignoring they even exist. But our lowest skill right now is actually Forager. I don't even think I finished Monument on our current tier right now. Because I was waiting for Fear Potion. And guess what we're making? Oops, the misclick. Oh no. Oh no, before it explodes. Gosh, that gives you so much leniency. Maybe stockpile the ingredients for health potions? The problem with that is the most useful health potion costs a lot. Is the only slight problem with doing that. Because the 2 health potions that are relevant are these 2 over here, which I will be skipping in our alchemy grind. But the 164 and 170, these 2 are the really, really relevant ones. The problem is the material to make them is very expensive and not worth stockpiling. I also feel like health in general won't be that needed. Until Boston comes out, health potions aren't needed for about another half a year to a year from now. They're actually pretty bad to stock up on in that regard. As we're a good half a year to a year before we even need a health potion again after the combat rework. Oh, we have 1,000. Oh, that's funny. How many cockroach manicle do I have? Where's the cockroach thing? 240. Wow, we already have 240 banked. And if I buy more material, we have 1,007 banked. Oh, that's going to be nice. So we're going to be making 1,007 Mines of Matubin pots. And see how far that gets us. Oh, that's going to be nice. We're going to have everything banked for tomorrow. I might even pre-bank them today. Just so we have a nice clean stream where we just use them all from our bank. And never need to go anywhere. Yeah, we're making 1,007 Mines of Matubin pots tomorrow at 131. That's our goal for today, by the way. Hit 131 Alchemy. But, oh, that's going to be a lot. I say that. We're making about that many pots today as well. But that's going to be nice, though. For later down the line. Anyways. I think I'll use this point as well. Oh, put that in there, put that in there, put that in there. Don't put that in gather. I'm not sure why. I keep wanting to click gather. I think it's because it's green. My brain is like, oh yeah, I gotta go click on the green icon. So it sees the gather icon. It's like, ooh, must click. Doesn't help that we just did the gather grind last week. But after 200 alchemy, we're switching over to woodcutting carpentry, I believe. Carpentry is the last skill that costs money. AKA like buying stuff from the shop. And if we finish both of these before trading comes out, we do the cooking pivot. One thing rather ironic about cooking though, is cooking is actually easier to do after trading rather than harder. Even if there's a price hike, there's so many things you can just buy from other people. You can just buy 1,000 bread from people. You could buy all the fish and foraging things from people. In particular, I feel like a lot of people have a lot of spare potatoes they don't need. Even I have a lot of spare tier 2 potato. But I feel like there's a lot of people with a lot of spares. So I'll be able to get it way, way, way cheaper than the shop. It's one of the few things that likely will be cheaper than the shop rather than more expensive. Even in bulk. Though you don't really ever need that much bulk, like maybe a few hundred. But cooking should actually be easier after trading. Regardless how much it gets price hiked. You could double the cost of chef right now and it would still be better to do when trading comes out rather than now. Just because of how much less running to the bank you'd have to do. It actually saves so much time. Even if every single thing costs 2 times more, it would be better to do chef after trading than before trading. I don't know, there's a decent number of items in Brighter Shores. If anything, that's going to be almost the issue when it comes to trading. It's just the variety of resources that aren't interchangeable. Like, if you need tier 4 iron, tier 3 iron, or tier 5 iron won't suffice. It has to be specifically tier 4 for a lot of cases. The same as, like, the potatoes I mentioned. You can't just use a higher tier potato to do a lower tier action. If you need a tier 2 potato, you have to use a tier 2 potato. You can't just use a tier 3 potato. This gives all these lower tier stuff more value. But also makes the amount of things that you need to trade a lot higher. Or not need to trade, but you know. Like the trade volume is higher as far as total number of items. Like the quantity of items in the pool. Because nearly every one item is split into 6 items. Not all of them, but a lot of them. Some of them aren't interchangeable though. Like a 6-minute fear compared to a 9-minute fear compared to a 12-minute fear. Like, they're all pretty interchangeable as far as their use case. But something like a tier 3 iron, a tier 4 iron, and a tier 5 iron are not interchangeable. When trading gets enabled, are the higher tier going to be more demand or the lower tier items? Tier 1, 4, and 6 are probably the biggest 3. Well, technically tier 1, 4, 5, and 6. Tier 2 and 3 are basically dead for the most part. Tier 1 main benefit right now is the lowest level players would need it, and you can make really easy level 0 to 19 items. If you ever need to craft out of something in the middle range. Tier 4, because it's the first area that starts at 199s. Except for every material except the first material in each set. But otherwise, everything else in Tier 4 can make a 199, which is the other rarity curve. And then everything beyond that is where all the people who are playing constantly are. Like, you know, the 200 plus people. Or like the 500 people, you know, anywhere's in that like super high level range. Pretty much anything post 200 is Tier 4, 5, 6. Particularly 5 and 6. But those are the only 4 materials that really exist. 2 and 3 are kind of dead content. They're still somewhat used, but use them for a short enough duration that they don't matter as much. But yeah, Tier 1 is good because it makes the best rarity stuff. Or the quickest rarity stuff if you just need just anything. Tier 4 is good because for every material except 1, it does 199, which is the other rarity curve. You can also dip a bit into 200s, low 200s, which is where a lot of people are. Like, for example, where we are in Chronopolis is still Tier 4 for a lot of things. Tier 5 is when you get to, like, the meat of the game. When you're, like, post 200, like, mid 300 kind of area. And obviously Tier 6 is the endgame material. The thing is, though, is Tier 6 material is going to be really flooded in the game. Because obviously anyone at a high level range will only be getting a ton of Tier 6. Like, someone who can mine tier 6 isn't going to mine tier 5 normally. They're only going to be mining tier 6. So while there's not a lot of tier 6 in the economy now, it'll be absurdly flooded in the future. Like, there'll be more tier 6 material than tier 4, or tier 1, or tier anything. Immediately when trading comes out, that won't be the case, but over time it will be. Like, there will be a time in the economy where tier 5 will be worth more than tier 6. Not when trading comes out, but in like a year from now. Unless a lot of new player base comes into the game. But with the changes that they're making to be able to wield like higher tier weapons and everything else like that, tier 6 will eventually be more cheaper than tier 5. Not the final product of it, but specifically the ore itself, or the stone itself, or the bones themselves. The entire game is component driven. I don't mind that too much. I actually prefer that as far as like a crafting system kind of thing. But he will eventually be adding bosses and stuff like that that will have other more dynamic stuff as far as drop table. As well as raids and things like that. There's none in the game yet. Yeah, this game is pretty component heavy at the moment. But I feel like what RuneScape 3 and Old School RuneScape has done with components is pretty good overall. It seems like he's kind of going down that direction likely. It just right now it's just super component heavy just because there is no bossing or anything at the moment. Okay, so far he's been taking a lot of inspiration, obviously, from RuneScape. Not just in the sense of what he did back in the day, but also from modern RuneScape. Like, he literally added blast mining from old school RuneScape. He literally added the map system circle from what he originally implemented for the game. The circle map. Like, they literally added that yesterday to Brighter Shores. Obviously not in the same shape, but effectively does the same thing, where you have the movement radius now. Before it was based on number of rooms, now it's based on a circle radius. Which of course is how he originally implemented it for RuneScape 2, when he changed it from Classic. So we went back to that feature from 21 years ago. If it isn't broken, no need to fix it. It worked 21 years ago, it still works for Old School RuneScape today, and they added it to this game. It is what they originally did, and might as well just do it again. And I feel like a lot of people from Old School RuneScape tried Brighter Shores, but then stopped. I feel like I'm one of the last few dozen that actually stayed around. Or last few hundred. But I never really made like a lot of content for Old School RuneScape though. I made a couple here and there. Which I think my most viewed, or maybe second most viewed video, I think was Old School RuneScape related. It was a money-making guide I made back when I got back into the game in like 2017. When I realized that RuneScape exists. Or, you know, Old School RuneScape existed. But no, the main people that stuck around to Brighter Shores at the moment are definitely like the skiller kind of oriented people. Which is something that Old School RuneScape and RuneScape 3 is pretty much pushed out of the game. Even just like the concept of being a skiller in a sense. Or, you know, just training like non-combat skills. Because you gotta really like number go up to like Brighter Shores right now. Like skilling's the only thing to do in the game at the moment. But that's fine because that's what I've done for RuneScape for like 20 years. I didn't start bossing in RuneScape. I've been playing it since 2004. I didn't start properly bossing in RuneScape until 2023. 19 years later. That's how long we went all the way into number go up skilling. That's like all I did in RuneScape was number go up skilling and minigames. The only reason I even had to do bossing is because we made a hardcore. And that hardcore has to be self-sufficient, so it actually had to, you know, kill bosses and everything. Which we need to go do designated stream for it at some point. I still want to go mess around with all the run energy changes. They made a bunch of run energy changes last week, and I haven't gotten to mess with any update they've done in the last 3 months. Because 3 months ago I was sick for about a month, and then 2 months ago obviously we've been playing Brighter Shores every single day since. For 72 days straight. But yeah, we're going to be doing a stream for it at some point soonish. I was waiting until League ends in about a week. So sometime later next week we'll probably do an old school RuneScape stream. I'll probably run a few raids just to try to do run energy changes. I'll probably run a little bit of Nex to check the run energy change there. As well as also do Saradomin so we can use Nex Bank. And maybe like one other boss. I'm trying to think of something else that uses a lot of run energy. That would be so much easier to do. Oh yeah, I could do the agility training thing. Yeah, I'm just going to do like a bunch of things that use the new agility thing. Because I want to mess with the agility rework. I tried it during the beta, but I'm not sure what they decided with for the final version. It's the only thing I've done since then is hit a tree with an axe. As we have been, as you guys probably know. Any of you guys have been around a while. This has been our guy's life. We did finally get the Fox Whistle yesterday, though. So now we're back to the Ultra AFK Redwoods. We are currently at, what is it? We are currently at, can you guys even see that number? I'm not sure, but, wait, can you even see that number now that I'm thinking about it? Oh yeah, you can. But yeah, we're currently at 71.5 million XP with no pet. You normally get it by about, like, 75 million. But, yeah, we're going really dry. It's kind of unfortunate. Oh, I forgot I gotta drop these. But that has been our guy's life for the last 3 months. Still hasn't gotten it. Soon he'll get freedom and be allowed to do bossing and everything soon. But that's been his life the last 3 months. Still doesn't have the drop. Someday he will be free from woodcutting. At this point, it looks like I'm trying to get 200 mil woodcutting XP. But we're literally just trying to get the cosmetic pet. It just refuses to drop. You bought gold when RuneScape first came out for $15 for 10k GP? Oh gosh. That must be like ancient history. I've never bought in gold illegally. Though I did in the early days of, well, not early days, but when I first tried it. I did buy some bonds and traded them in for gold. But they were worth so little then. Bonds were cheaper then, but the amount that you got per bond was less than now. By like a lot. I think bonds were only like 2 or 3 million back then. Now they're like 15 million each. Though they are like $2 more each now. It's definitely not worth it though. There's so many good in-game money makers. It's one of the main reasons I ended up making the hardcore when I ended up coming back to the game. Because I didn't want to be tempted by ever using money or anything else to progress quicker. I will be enabling trading on this account for Brighter Shores, though. But we're going to be playing it still pretty Iron Man-like. Almost like Bronze Man-like. We will still be utilizing trading when it is beneficial, but I'm not going to be, like, overly doing it, I don't think. There's still a lot I want to do self-sufficiently and everything. But I want to have the option to be able to if we wanted to. Plus, it makes it easier to just do stuff in the game. Because it makes group content easier. It makes splitting drops easier from bosses or raids and stuff like that. What do I think 1 gold would be worth in Brighter Shores? Not enough for people to bother botting it. It's going to be pretty low these days. If trading came out next month, like right at the beginning of next month, 1 gold is probably like 10 cents. Which means the best moneymaker in the game is like 70 cents an hour. If someone was running a leatherworker bot, which there actually was one earlier. The Haktua girl bot. I don't think she ever got to 500 though. But I'm pretty sure 1 gold would go for like 10 cents. I'm pretty sure there's gonna be almost no gold sellers though. Even if there are, I'm not gonna be buying any. If anyone wants to give us any, that's fine. Or if we trade for it or stuff like that. But I'm not spending real money on it. Plus it's against game rules as well. But no, I believe if people were to gold sell for this game, it's about 10 cents for a gold. It's not popular enough for it to be more than that. At least currently. If it really popped off again in the future, it probably would. I don't know, 1 gold's not that hard to get in Brighter Shores. 1 platinum's a different story. But like 110, 100 gold isn't too hard to do. As gold rates in this game at the moment get to up to about like 7, 8 an hour. You think this game will have better trading in Grand Exchange and Ultimate RuneScape? As far as player-to-player trading, there would be more, but as far as other things, there's not going to be anything else. There's not going to be a Grand Exchange or auction house system initially. They are planning on eventually doing an auction house-like system, but it likely won't make it for release. Upon release, you're only going to be able to do player-to-player, aka whatever in your 24 inventory slots. As well as around Chronopolis Square, you'll be able to trade from bank to bank. So if you want to trade like 1,000 ore, 2,000 logs, or anything like that. But everywhere else is just the 24 that's in your inventory. There's gonna be a lot of runners though. That's one thing I do want to kind of mess around with when trading comes out a little bit after. See what the runner economy is like. See if there's like a runner Discord. Because there are some activities in the game that would be wonderful to have a runner for. The main one that comes to mind right now is Carbonese ore. If I want to do mining right now, I basically have to mine Carbonese. And if you want to bank Carbonese, that is a nightmare. It would be way better just to have a runner who I could just sell the ore for. Or ore to. So we could basically just drop it onto the ground, but turn it into money as we drop into the ground. Or instead of dropping onto the ground, we trade it to a player and they just give us some money for it. Yeah, it's definitely going to feel like RuneScape before Grand Exchange. That's basically the system that's going to be implemented. As everything's player-to-player trading. Like 100% of trading when trading comes out is player-to-player. There won't be an auction house, there won't be a Grand Exchange. An auction house is planned, but it's likely not making it for a release of trading. The main things that are going to be sold initially, though, is mostly going to be potions and gear. I don't feel like too many people will be trading mats for various things. Like, it will occur, but it won't be the main things that get traded. Like, I'm pretty sure 80% of trading is literally just gear and potion. Oh, PvP is coming probably in about a few months. We don't really have a time frame for it. We don't really know how it's going to work, though. There's very little we know about the PvP system. Like, we do know that it's not going to scrap gear, and it's going to be more of a money-based system of, like, staking or betting or whatever you end up doing for it. But we don't know exactly how it's going to work. Like, every single specific detail of it we know very little of, to absolutely nothing on. Yeah, it's going to be pretty dual arena-esque. But we don't know how the PvP leagues or anything like that works, is the main thing. You set up quite a bit differently than how dual arena is. It's set up a lot more like how modern old school RuneScape's dual arena will likely be. Which is somewhat bad because that's like completely dead content in that game. Mostly because it made itself really anti-staking. Because they got too many gambling lawsuits. But I would assume the dual arena that he's going to be implementing is going to be very similar to modern old school RuneScape's dual arena. Where it does technically still have staking, but it's at such a low cap that that you can't really use it for gambling. I don't know, I'll have to wait and see. We really just have to see how the PvP leaks part of it works. We also don't know if you're going to get any kind of unique cosmetics or rewards or anything for it other than a leaderboard spot. Because if the only reward you get is a leaderboard spot, I am doing very, very little PvP. I need some kind of cosmetic or weapons, PvP specific gear or something. Some kind of unlock from it. If it's purely just a staking system, I will very, very minimally do it. I'll still try it though. But I don't plan to do it much if it's just simply staking for money. Which is the current plan for it. Because they haven't mentioned any cosmetics, they haven't mentioned any PvP unique gear, they haven't mentioned any drops from it. There'll likely be a leaderboard for it because of PvP leagues, but beyond that, it's not enough to really go for. Old school RuneScape's trying to lose their player base. Honestly, I was mentioning that before. Is that the main thing that's going to make Brighter Shores pop off in the future? It's not going to be any one update. It's not going to be trading. It's not going to be PvP. It's not going to be the combat rework. It's not going to be adding bosses. It's not going to be adding raids. It's going to be doing all of that over the course of multiple years while adding quests, while adding more depth to the game, while adding a bunch of endgame content. And old school RuneScape and or RuneScape 3, mostly old school RuneScape, is going to do something really, 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 really dumb that will make their player base want to leave, and then they'll come to Brighter Shores. Because it'll be like the next closest game because they don't want to go to RuneScape 3 because it has the same dev team. But that's the main thing that will make Brighter Shores grow. It's not going to be any one update. It's going to be all the updates together over multiple years, and then old school RuneScape just doing something really dumb to lose all their player base. Not all, obviously, but like a good portion, like 10, 20, 30% all at once or something. It's only a matter of time before their greed sets in. It's already been slowly creeping. But eventually they will get greedy enough to kill a very large portion of the player base. Or Project Xanaris will go wrong, which is basically private servers that they're going to be running. Like official private servers or some other weird update that they're going to do. That'll just like alienate a lot of people. And when they do, Brighter Shores will be ready. And probably a year or two further developed than it is now. But that's like the main event that will make Brighter Shores actually big. If it ever was to be. It's from old school RuneScape doing something bad. That makes them just bleed player base. And then people will look for like a similar MMO and they're not going to go to RuneScape 3 because it's the same dev team. So it's going to be like, oh yeah, Brighter Shores, I heard of that before, let's see if it's any better. And then by then it would be better. But yeah, that's the update that will actually fix Brighter Shores. It's not any one update Brighter Shores itself will do. But an update old school RuneScape will do that will kill their player base. We're still staying around for the whole ride of Brighter Shores, though. Been here since day one. We'll be here on day 3,000 something. Imagine when the title says day 1,000 something something. Could you imagine when the title gets to a 4-digit number? We'll be in a few years from now. If we keep the naming convention for the titles. Ooh, nice. Kale's almost at 400. Oh, Chino's over with you. Nice. Yeah, I think he's doing the woodcutting grinds. I saw his woodcutting and carpentry was low. But yeah, it's one of the few skills he still needs to go do. Oh, I was hoping he would wait on it. I wasn't sure if he was going to go for that or something else. But he's probably going to be done with the woodcutting carpentry grind by the time I get there. But maybe we'll meet him at the tail end of it. Because we're starting that probably on like Tuesday or Wednesday, the woodcutting carpentry grind. There's a good chance he's not going to be done with it by then. But yeah, it's both of our last few skills we still need to go max. I think he has like 5 left he needs to go max. Not counting combat, I only have 6 left. If you ignore that combat exists. We got cooking, fishing, forager, alchemy, woodcutting, and carpentry. We're doing alchemy over the course of this week. And then we're starting woodcutting carpentry by like Tuesday or Wednesday of next week. Unless some kind of update makes us pivot by then. I just realized we got a mega chef run we gotta go do soon. That 15-minute timer is the timer for when we have to do like 8 of them. After our next set, I should go head over there. Just so we don't get bombarded with a billion at once. So we're gonna have to do chef for like 10-20 minutes to go clear out all of our objectives. Though in doing so, we're gonna gain like a level. Or, you know, half a level, which gives us a level. Even a little more than that. I'm getting a lot of XP for it. It's definitely worth it. That's why I've been doing them. It's gonna take a little while because we got at least like 7 to turn in, if not 8. Actually, I might just go ahead there now, just so we don't forget. Because we only have a double run to go do. An east sweep into a double bottom left. And then we can buy all the fish at once. I'll even go put my fear potion away just so we don't accidentally delete it. Because we need 23 inventory to buy all the fish. Let me just recount. 13, 16, 21. Oh, wait, no, we don't. Wait. Oh, no, I forgot the other one. 23. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. So, yeah, I need to put the fear potion away. So, finish these, and then we'll go do our double cook run. And by then, the next bounty board should be ready. And then we go back to Alchemy. Oh. I just realized the Switch reveal, it was posted 5 hours ago and already has 7 million views. That is crazy. It's actually #1 on trending. I just noticed that on the thing. That's kind of funny. Nintendo finally did the thing. I need to look into it more later. Yeah, when can we make our next potion? 110. Let me go bring up the wiki thing. What do you need for the potion here? Oh, that's one I have banked. I think I have 23 of those banked. Nice. I just realized it's kind of awkward doing 23s. I should have been banking 22s earlier. Because 23s are a really awkward number that doesn't fit. Unless I put away the potion completely, I guess. I believe I banked either 23 or 46 of them. Good thing we did. Free XP now. Alright, I'll go buy all the fish we need. It is fish time. So, what do we need? What is the breakdown here? I think it's 20 oyster, 3, sorry, 2. Oh, it's 21 oyster, or not oyster, what is that thing? Ray. It's 21 mana ray, and 2 cod. I just realized I'm not going to be able to turn all this in one go. Alright, we got to think of how we do this real quick. How do we want to go about this? Obviously, we don't need to do Little Lucy and Rocky Road. 9, 15... 22. Oh no, there's enough room. Never mind. I just have to drop 5 of these, and that's it. And I guess technically to 2 cod. That's not what I wanted. I guess that works out. Alright, now I need 2 potato and everything for the leeks. Hello, Sonny! Welcome, welcome, Husband Wall. And thank you for the like, greatly appreciated. Alright, so the only thing we shouldn't need are these mana rays right there and the 2 things we're doing right now. So we go over here, drop that, pick up all this. Let's go do our run. It should be good to go. So, what do we need? What do we need? I think we go to Sneaky Brian first at the Thieves' Den. And then we go and turn in James' new tap and hairdresser. And then we just walk back to do the other 2 then. Hey, Unby's fishing. Post 200 fishing on Unby? Ooh. Or does he just fish every time he walks by the room? Maybe he's doing cooking. Because I saw him cooking the other day, but he could have just been doing his hourly contract. Yeah, let me double check. What do we need here? Hey, Jester, he's the 500 mining guy. Which apparently is almost all he did, because he's only level 800 with 500 mining. It's kind of crazy. We've seen him a lot during our mining grind as well. We finished 500 a week or two ago. Apparently hasn't done much else since, though. He's of his 800 total, 500 is mining. Which means not counting mining is 300 total level. We went grocery shopping and paid $12 for 18 eggs. Oh gosh. I remember when I used to get free eggs. I miss those days. I used to have 3 chickens and a rooster. Well, obviously the rooster didn't help with the eggs, but the 3 chickens did. Yeah, we had more eggs than we knew what to do with. We would literally just give it to our neighbors. We had so much excess eggs. Oh, so I should grab like 2 monument pieces every time I come by. We'd have the monument done in no time. If we grab 2 monument pieces every time we go by Sentry Turn-In. That should be a level. There we go, 106. I don't think that does anything for us, but 107 does. Oh no! 1 more cooking level and we never got to do the leeks again. I gotta start taking every leek option. As long as it's not a horrible turn-in, I gotta take every leek we see. As long as it's a good turn-in. But regardless what number it says, it could say 10 and I still have to do it. Because in 1 more level, I never need to make the leek again. Or at least that particular tier of leek. And until trading comes out, I can't offload them. Let me go check. Yep, tab expired. Of course, we get none. Wow, a lot of great tasks, though. Great, great, great. Probably skipping that one. Did I already get a Cohen, though? No. Alright, we'll take these 3. Alright, the other one I'll leave. You know what, I'll still take it. I'll probably cancel it, though. Oh, there we go. Anyways, back to Alchemy for next hour. Our cooking run has completed. And we got a level from it. Alright, back to the grind. Why is there a deposit all but not a withdrawal? Getting scammed here. Oh, so speaking of getting scammed, I got the empty room. The other room must be full again. Better, no one's doing alchemy today, but I assume we just got the empty server. Happened quite a few times yesterday. Where the over one over encumbers and it shoves you into like the server that has no one in it. Because everyone's in the busy one. Or in the overflow server. There's one thing I like about Brighter Shores. Even when it's player based at like 1,000-ish right now. Let me go check. Let me go check Steam right now. Even with the player base exactly at the number of what is it? 1,313. That's funny, 1313. You still see like crowded rooms always. Because it groups you automatically with your friends. It tries to auto-group you with other people that are already in an area. The only time it feels a little bit dead is when a room is completely full. Because it's like the main server that has everyone in it. And then it dumps you into the overflow room. It's like, where is everyone? And it's not that the room's empty. It's just that they're all in the bigger room. Because every room has a number cap. I think this room's 20. It's either 20 or 25 for the player cap in this room. So whenever the other one's full, it brings you to another one. Terra's here, though. But we were making the joke the other day, but Brighter Shores right now is basically just an old school RuneScape private server. Because of the way that it servers everyone pretty much into the same rooms. It's basically just one very, very active server on old school RuneScape. Except it's just Brighter Shores. And it's decently active if you look at it like that. Because let me go check. I'm gonna check every most active world on old school right now. There are only 3 worlds that have a higher population. The member trading world, the member house party world where all the bots are, and the forestry world, which is what we were doing the other day when we got the fox whistle. Because the grind is so absurdly long that everyone gets stuck there forever like we did. But those are the only 3 worlds that are higher population than Brighter Shores private server right now. Or the current state of Brighter Shores. And when you look at it like that, the player base isn't that small. That's why it always seems so crowded everywhere. There are only 3 worlds in the entirety of old school RuneScape right now with a bigger player base than Brighter Shores. Obviously, the totality of the game has absurdly higher player base. But world-wise, it's only 3 bigger. And the way that Brighter Shore servers everyone, you're kind of playing in the same world without playing in the same world. Like, it's adjusted to work with a couple hundred people, but also adjusted to work for a couple 100,000 people. With the way that it does the servers. So even if you're down to, like, under 500, it still seems busy. And even if the game is, like, 10, 20, 30,000 people, it doesn't seem overcrowded. It uses like a room cap as far as the servers and everything that auto does. But also auto adjusts to whatever the player base number is. So you're always going to be seeing populated rooms normally. But when there's a high player base, they're not going to be so overpopulated they can't do anything. Because there's a player cap per server. And this room in particular, I believe it's 20 or 25. So regardless how active it is, you're never going to see more than like 20-ish people. Yeah, Hopeport definitely feels like Varrock. You know what really made it felt like Varrock? When everyone was trading party hats there. I mean, not party hats, I mean Christmas hats. Like the first day of the event, as well as the first day that the event ended. That place was so crowded with people just trading hats. And we're probably going to see the same again for Easter. You were speculating on it earlier, and they said the exact 3 that you would already think. But they said they're going to probably have an event for Easter, Christmas, and Halloween. Which we kind of already knew, because that's what they did last time around in their other game. But they actually confirmed in the Q&A. Not that they're 100% going to be doing it, but they likely are. Which would mean Easter would be the next one in, like, what, 2 months from now? 2.5? So get ready for those bunny ears and tri-colored shell hats, or whatever they're going to do for it. Alright, we're going to be getting a lot more cosmetics in the future. I do really hope we get boss and cosmetics, though. I really hope every boss in the entire game gets a cosmetic. Like a reskin of the weapon that they drop, or whatever they drop. Like a reskin of whatever their main drop is. Or even all their drops, but at least what their main one is. Like whatever like the main reason of why you kill them is as a drop. I wish that would get a reskin. Ideally all of them, but ideally at least the main big ticket item drop that they have. Whatever that might be. Because I do like that concept for a boss. Where you get like the actual drop you need within like a few hundred or whatever number you set it to. And if you do it like 10 times more than that, you get like a cosmetic for it. For that exact drop. Another set down. Many, many more to go. Every single day this week, we're gonna have to make like 800 potions, if not more. Actually, I think closer to 1,000. We're almost at 200 today. Wish we could bank cabbages. They don't really have much of a purpose at the moment. There's one shop that buys them in chapter 4 for like half a silver or whatever they are. I think it's like half a silver. It's almost a full silver. It's definitely not worth doing though. I'll probably add a quest eventually where you're going to need a cabbage again. Black Knight's Fortress 2.0. We're gonna ruin another stew with a potion with a cabbage. I'll definitely have at least one comedic quest where you're gonna need that cabbage for something. Yeah, we're almost done with what we have banked. This is actually the last full set we're gonna be able to do from our banked material. I just realized we're still in the dead server. I should probably go walk out and walk back in. Got like one other guy doing alchemy with us. Got our own little private server. But no, there's like 18 people in the other room. Oh, he's making healing potions. But I do feel like healing potions are a really bad investment if you do want to dump money into something. Because after the combat rework, you're almost never going to need a heal. And if any of the special attacks have lifesteal, you're really, really not going to need a heal. Like if a Necromay weapon gets lifesteal on it. Which is somewhat likely because you can't use Necromay weapons on undead. Because they have no life to steal. So if they're going to put lifesteal on anything, every class will probably have at least one lifesteal weapon on a Necromay. I don't think all Necromay weapons will be lifesteal, but at least one of them per class likely will be. This is why all undead creatures are immune to Necromay. They ever get into Habbo Hotel? No. Turn off Entity Hider? Oh yeah, oops, I accidentally left my Entity Hider on. Let me go turn it off real quick. Actually, if we ever get Beaver Pet and I go AFK Wintertod, I definitely got to turn Entity Hider off. It's one of the only few areas in the game I actually use Entity Hider in Old School RuneScape. Normally I always keep it on in case I accidentally forgot to get to, like if I go to the wilderness or something else. Or prep to go in the wilderness, because you gotta make sure no one sees you go in the wilderness. But, so you need to actually be able to see them. But, Wintertod's like one of the only few things in Old School RuneScape where I actually use Entity Hider. Just because the population density there on a proper server is like 300-400 people. Like, it's so many, the game sometimes doesn't even render everyone. It almost Entity Hiders for you. Because there's too many characters to even load everyone. Because Old School RuneScape, with how the servers work, it can't really load more than like 250 people in one area. Like, around that number. It starts going and bugging out after that point. Especially if all of them have a pet following them. There's just too many entities on screen for it to handle. Yeah, I don't tend to play that many popular games. I think the biggest game I've ever played that isn't a Nintendo game, because Nintendo games are kind of hard to see what their player base are. But the biggest game I've ever played that has a documented player base, as far as what number it is probably Dota 2. Mostly because I was into Dota 1, and I still prefer Dota 1 over Dota 2. But, yeah, tried Dota 2 for a couple thousand hours. Also made a couple $1,000s while doing so by trading stuff. But, oh no, I eventually just kind of burnt out on the game. Because I probably have about 20-ish thousand hours in Dota 1. Only like 2,000 or 3,000 in Dota 2. The Dota 1 has been out for twice as long. Came out around 2004-ish. Whereas Dota 2, I believe, came out in 2013, and I didn't bother playing it till 2014. I've actually never owned a Mac computer yet. Or actually, I don't think I've owned any Mac device. Because I never get their phones, I never get their laptops, I never get their computers. Always just use Windows. I have used them before, particularly in high school. Because I went to, for my last 2 years of high school, I went to like an Academy for Arts and Science and things, and every single computer they pretty much had in the whole school were Macs. Same as my elementary school. So for my last 2 years of high school, I was pretty much almost exclusively using Macs for everything. But I've never actually owned one before. Yeah, it's like technology keeps moving so quickly. Like every few years, it feels like everything just shifts so much. Like how much better the computer I got last year is compared to the one I was using a decade ago is like night and day. And they were both around the same price. But technology has gotten that much better. New NVIDIA GPUs can turn 20 FPS into 200 with AI. Oh gosh. They're using AI for that now too. I haven't really messed with too many AI tools that much. But yeah, that's also advancing like absurdly quick as well. Oh, we are actually going to be able to make our new potion. I guess we'll go make them real quick. I think we have 23 or 26 banked. We're still gonna have to come back to Fear Potion, though. There's something I don't generally do, though. I feel like the highest I ever play anything is at 60 FPS. I honestly don't really mind slower frame rate, as long as refresh rate is quick. Because normally I play games that don't need that high of a reaction time. Because I play a lot of turn-based strategy games and stuff like that. And Old School RuneScape and Brighter Shores are both turn-based strategy. You're just taking 3 turns per second in this game. But you're still on a turn delay. It's just you're taking 3 turns every second. In Old School RuneScape, you take 0.6 turns. Or, you know, every turn is 0.6 seconds. This game, I believe, is 0.375 or something? Some kind of weird number. I should probably memorize what that number is, because I keep forgetting what it is. It's about 3 a minute. I mean, 3 a second, I mean. So having higher frame rate doesn't really do too much. Because clicking something doesn't immediately do something. You can see this really well when you end up walking somewheres. You can see like every tick go by. You pretty much see like the entire delay between your click and the actual movement to the tile. You can even get an arrow literally going back into itself. It just is from the tick delay that's in the game. So frame rate almost barely matters at all. Because you're still restricted to the tick delay. Anyways, what am I looking for? I do still need those. I was about to go make the other thing. Oh, there's the apple. Alright, so that confirms what I was wondering. I did bank 46. Where's the blueberry, though? There's like another blueberry somewhere here. There it is, the hellberry. That should be the right one. We'll find out when it's not, but it should be the one for the potion we just got access to. Perfect. But yeah, these make 6% Hope Forest, which we're using exclusively on carpentry. Oh yeah, that's gonna be nice. When I do the 200 woodcutting carpentry grind, I'll be able to use 6 and 7% XP pots. I didn't even think about that just now. Oh, it's gonna be really nice. But yeah, we get to do the entire Hope Forest grind for woodcutter carpentry with 6 and 7s. Not the entire grind. Like if we're boosting for a tree, we're doing a 5%, but every knowledge point will be on a 6 or 7 boost. When I'm dumping all my knowledge into carpentry and stuff like that, I'll get an extra 2%. It's not a lot, but you know, it adds up. 2% less carpentry we gotta do sounds amazing. This saves like half an hour of carpentry. Plus you get more value out of the logs that you process. So you also need to do less wood cutting in that regard. Still not sure how 2 blue objects makes a green potion though. You don't think I've ever actually played a single game where frame rate would matter? Because they're like pseudo real-time games, like Brighter Shores or Old School, where it's basically turn-based. Like it's pretending to be real-time, but it has tick delay. Or it's literally like actual turn-based games, where frame rate basically doesn't matter at all. Like this year, that'll be something like Slay the Spire. Slay the Spire 2, I should say, when the sequel comes out. That, or it's a game that have like a forced restrictive frame rate. Like if we ever stream a Nintendo game. Like obviously it's going to be stuck at whatever the new Switch 2 can do that got announced today. Which I'm not sure if they confirmed what the frame rate is. It better be at least 60 though. But it definitely will be. It's really a question of, does it go higher than 60? I'm fine if it only goes to 60 though. Pretty sure some other people would care, but if they cap it at 60, I'm fine with that. As long as it doesn't cap at 30. $100 FPS is the new 60. Actually, are we streaming at 60 or 30 right now? Does anyone know? Can anyone check? I actually have no clue. Because my connection before was bad enough where I was doing at 30. But the last year or so I've been doing it at 60, I believe. Can anyone actually check on YouTube what our frame rate is? Which I can kind of check too. Let me see. Or can I? Can I even see it here? It's on that little like cog button over there. Let's see. If I open this and then open this and leave a like on our stream, might as well, we're already here. Let's see. Yeah, we're streaming at 60. There's no way I could ever stream higher than that though. My connection in this area just isn't good enough to do that. But yeah, we're streaming at 1080 60. 1080p at 60 frames per second. So even if I was playing it higher, you would only see it at 60 for the stream. So there's really no point even having higher than 60 then. There's just no way my connection could handle anything higher than 1080 60. There's definitely no way I could do like 4K 60. Or like 1080 100 or something. It's funny, we're getting a whole group going in the dead server. We got the first 500 woodcutter over here, Taro and Mad Hatter. Hey, Mad Hatter joined us. Guess he's done with his leatherworker grind. Yeah, we have a bunch of people we have added, and the first guy who got 500 woodcutting in the dead server with us. Everyone else is in the busy server. We're slowly starting our own private server because everyone who I have added gets forced to this dead server. That's really funny. We initially got forced to the dead server, but now it's forcing everyone on our friends list to the dead server with us. We're getting our own little mini private server built up out of just everyone on our friends list. That's kind of funny. Because most of the new people are just being put into the bigger room rather than the overflow room. But anyone on our friends list is being forced to this overflow room with us. They just tries to prioritize putting you in the same group with friends or the same server with your friends. Which is a really cool mechanic. So even if there's like 10, 100,000 people playing, you'd still get servered with your friends. Kind of like what's happening now. Where literally this whole room is people we have added. I just realized we've got one of each class in here as well. We're a Cryo Knight, we got a Guardian and a Hammer Mage. All of this was only enough for like one level. But hey, one level's one level. And it's also be 46 6% for later. 1%'s not that much better, but you know, it adds up. These 44 potions will save us like, what, 10 minutes compared to not having them? Like 5-10 minutes? Compared to using like a 5% instead. Like, they save almost more time than how much time it takes to even make them. And we still get all the alchemy XP along the way. So there's like a witch's cauldron when you put a green thing in there. I never really looked at it like that before, but when you see like green like that, it definitely looks like a witch's cauldron. There's a bubbling green cauldron. Yeah, look at that. Never really noticed that until I saw a green substance in there. So after this potion expires, we're going to drink another one to do whatever's left in our bank. Because I think we only have 4 left. Is there any problem with grabbing 2323? Because I didn't have the hindsight to realize that that's actually going to put us at a weird number. Because we're doing them 22 at a time. Which means afterwards we're going to have like a weird number of leftover every time. Because I technically should have grabbed 22, or you know, in intervals of 22. But I kind of forgot that this would be the setup we'd be doing later down the line. This potion was probably a little overkill, but oh well. Still get our bonus. But that's the end of the 6% pots. Now we gotta go back to fears all the way until 116. And I believe I have 69 of these banked. These were from that really annoying one all the way in the middle of nowhere. It also requires the completion of forgotten things. As one of the 2 material is the furthest away from a bank of any material in the entire game. And the other one, excuse me, requires the completion of a 5-star quest. What's the highest HP pot in the game? 10%. Which is twice the effect of a 5%. It's like double chugging a 5% pretty much. Like the difference between it and a 5% is the difference between no pot at all and a 5%, which is huge. It's basically the equivalence of not potting for how much stronger it is compared to a 5%. Alright, what am I doing now? Fear. Yeah, we're still doing fears. Oh, I only have 9 left. Oh no. Let's go do the 9 we have. And then we need to go start doing the 11-11 method again. Which we're going to be doing for most things. Though tomorrow we won't need to at all. Tomorrow we're actually going to have everything banked. I might even pre-buy them just so we never need to bank a single time. And by bank I mean like go to the shop. We'll still have to do shops for cooking runs, but I won't have to go to the alchemy shop a single time tomorrow. Because I have 1,000 gels in the bank already. And like 240 mandibles. I just got to make that 240 mandibles go up to 1,000. I'm just going to pre-buy like 1,000. Because I already have 1,000 in the other one. And if we need excess, then we'll do it. But 1,000 is probably enough. I don't think we're going to need more than 1,000. But no, we'll find out later. Yes, I know, pop-up. We're trying to get our level. But yeah, I'm not sure if, because I really need a lot of 7% pots for the mining thing. So I'm not sure if 1,000 even is enough for tomorrow, but we'll figure it out. To some degree, I almost don't even want to put knowledge into it. Because those 7% pots are so precious. I likely will still, just so we don't have to do it forever. But that's one of the most useful potions we could ever make. 7% for Mines and Matubin. At least until we do the 500 Mind Flater grind, it can make the 8 and 10% later. But prior to then, we gotta make those 7% last for all of them. When we keep knowledging up smithing or bone right or anything else. Or mining. I just realized something. Our fear potion number is going to look really weird now. I didn't put that into consideration. Because we were doing them 22 at a time, but now we're doing just like 9 of them or so. So now our fear number is going to look really weird. He's not perfectly divisible by 22. Guess I sell these. I kind of want to keep them. These are actually useful. We do make a profit of like 3 point something silver each. Or, you know, a profit of like 2.5, I think. They're worth like 3.5 and cost like 1 silver to make. But I do want to keep them all. Only reason I sold the 6-minute ones yesterday is because the other 3 already cover everything you need. The 9-minute ones are the cheapest ones. The 12-minute ones give you the most amount of fear protection per hour of making them. And the 15-minute ones are the highest duration. So all 3 of them cover the other categories that you need. Making basically 3 and 6-minute fear potions useless. Because they don't really cover any category that's useful. They're overpriced and way too short a duration. But this is basically the weakest fear potion that's realistic to use. 9-minute fear. Alright, let me go and get the rest out of the bank. It's gonna ruin our number. Actually, technically it won't. Wait. There we go. Aha, it's divisible by 22 now. I fixed it. I just banked the other 9. There we go. Alright, anyways, I think I need to start doing 11-11 method now, right? Yeah, we're out. Okay, 11-11 method, begin. Let's start 11-11ing. Oh no, we're gonna break our server! Oh, Kale's going in there. He's probably in the populated one. Oh no! We're gonna go possibly get back to the main server now. That's not what I wanted. Wait, where's the other T? Oh, that's annoying to get to. What if I do S and T? No, it definitely has to be T and just do that and then go up. That's gonna be somewhat annoying to buy. They're way better when they're banked. Wish those were closer in the shop. Nope, we still got the server. Yeah, I believe the XP pots do stack fully with the tools. I'm actually not sure what order they go in. But I'm pretty sure that 10% applies over top of the other percent, double stacking them. I'm not 100% certain on that, though. If you actually double stack an XP pot on top of your tool. Because I believe you do. But I never really paid too much attention to it. And what I mean by that is I believe the extra percent from the potion stacks on top of the extra percent of your tool. As in, it takes the total amount that you get from the resource and the tool, but then also puts the percent on top of the total, rather than just on the base number. I'm not 100% certain on that, though, because I never paid too much attention to it. But if so, XP pots are even stronger. It was putting on the totality of it rather than just part of it. Either way, it's still really good. Oh, Kiel's doing an AFK for Alchemy. Nice. Oh, he's doing the Hope Port 219. Oh, no, he can't be. He's doing the Hope Port 10%. Or 8%. Or whatever the high one is. Let's see. Because I forgot he's a way higher level. Normally, you see someone doing that, they're doing this one. But that means he's doing the 10%. Ooh. He's making Hope Port 10% right now. Yeah, he's making the 10% Hope Port potion. That's pretty hefty. I wonder what he's using it on. He's either using it on Alchemy itself or saving it for some other activity. I didn't see him chug a potion beforehand, though. I also wasn't in the room at the time. Because you can technically keep chugging your product whenever you do that, I'm pretty sure. Where you chug one of the potions, but then you're making the potion that you keep chugging. Leading to an infinite loop where you're just drinking your own supply. He might be saving them to trade, though. Thinking of using it at the end. Oh, yeah, he's watching the stream so he can hear me. I wasn't sure. Oh, he wants to use it at the end. Skip some of the time. That makes sense. Yeah, better use on the higher ones. Or on any potion that you don't want more of. Like the forensic potion if you haven't gotten into it yet. Oh no, is there any bad potion that high of a level? Which one would you even skip? I know, they're all pretty good. I guess maybe skip Hope Forest? Because every other one's really good, like Mind of Matubin AFK, Chronopolis AFK, and especially Stonewall Hill AFK. Those things will go for bank when Chapter 5 comes out. If you make that all the way to like level 490. Like 10% Stonewall Hill AFK is probably like 1 gold each. The potion, if not more. Probably even more than that. Like 1 single potion might go for a gold or something. Something absurd. Alright, maybe not that high. But definitely something absurdly high. Like the people who really want to min-max the max. Though they won't be sleeping that much, but they will still need it for the occasional time when they do need rest. As at some point they have to sleep. And when they do, they will need that potion. I don't know, for the most part, even when trading comes out, most people will not be using 10% potions. As the average 10% potion is going to be like triple the cost of a 7%. Like, think of the disparity between a 5% and a 6% right now in the shop. That's basically the disparity that a 7% and a 10% are going to have compared to each other, most likely. As far as, like, a percent of difference. Which I think is, like, about 5 times right now. But there's a good chance a average 10% pot is going to be 5 times whatever the price of a 7% is. Not just because the supplies cost more, but because the demand would be, you know, of all the min-max players would be high. But I don't think most people will be using over 7% for most things. And 5% will obviously be like the default for everything. Just because they're basically free. What's my favorite skill in old school RuneScape? I don't know, am I biased to say woodcutting? No, I'd probably say magic. Magic or prayer. Just because they define the game so much, as far as everything you can do with them. But magic or prayer I'd probably say is my favorite. Probably more so magic. It's basically the two skills that define old school RuneScape, as far as how unique it is. Like, old school RuneScape would not be old school RuneScape without magic or prayer. Though I do enjoy magic more. Like, pretty much the whole uniqueness of the game is completely around those two skills. Like, 80 to 90% of what makes RuneScape is based on those two skills, basically. Because nearly every core mechanic ends up utilizing them to some degree. But if I was to say a non-combat skill, it'd probably be woodcutting or rune crafting. Woodcutting because it's so chill. And rune crafting because it feeds into magic and finishes the full loop. I'm also one of those weird people that actually enjoy rune crafting. As like my favorite actual skilling activity. And I don't mean like the mini-game for rune crafting, I mean like actual normal rune crafting. The minigame's not bad, though. They did make mining AFK for free to play as well. In old school RuneScape. You could do, it's only for low level range though. But, you can do Bearer Knight. It also gives you the best in slot free to play weapon. For some things. But the best in slot crush weapon at least. The Bearer Knight mace from free to play. But it's actually not horrible to do all the way to like 61 mining. And then getting a dragon pickaxe and going to members is way better. It's actually not that bad all the way to 61. You start doing it, I think, at like level 14. But it says AFK's motherload mine. Oh yeah, shooting stars are in free-to-play too, that's true. The only problem with it is they are nerfed in free-to-play. You can do shooting stars in free-to-play, but they're nerfed heavily compared to pay-to-play. I think their XP rate is like half or something. Plus you can't use dragon or crystal pickaxe, which nerfs them even more. So they're like double nerfed. Not only can you not use a higher pickaxe than rune, but you also just get like half as much XP. Yeah, that was one thing when I came back to Old School RuneScape in 2023 that I was kind of confused about, because I saw a random rock in the middle of nowhere. And I started mining it, and then I got some stardust. It's like, wait, what is this? I remember that when I made the hardcore for in the first week or two. I found a random shooting star, and I was like, what is this for in concept? Because I had no clue what it is. They didn't have that back in my day. But yeah, I did them a lot in members when they were like ultra buffed. There was about a month where they made them so broken that it was literally crashing servers. Because a good shooting star would get announced for a world, and about 500 to 1,000 people would all go to that world within seconds and basically crash the server. It was actually affecting PVM so much that they had to completely rework the rework. These were just so broken. Yeah, technically Addy Pick is best if you're going to tick manipulate them. I don't think anyone's doing shooting stars while tick manipulating, though. Unless you're like speedrunning collection log or something. Like 99% of people are not going to tick manipulate a shooting star. Unless your only goal is to speedrun getting the collection log done for it. I think the only mining thing I bothered tick manipulating was iron in free-to-play, granite in members, sandstone in members, and I'm pretty sure that was it. Oh, and that rune crafting material, that new one that they added to the mire area, whatever that thing is called, dark mire. But yeah, I think that's the only mining activities I ever bothered tick manipulating. Everything else is just too sweaty to bother with. But those were actually kind of important to do it on. Sandstone because sand is awful. Granite because it's just good XP. The rune crafting thing because it's good rune crafting XP. And what was the other one I mentioned? Don't remember. Or whatever the fourth one was because something. But everything else is AFK mining for. I did most of my 99 grind off of shooting stars because it was that peak time when they were really broken. I think I did like 90 to 99 almost entirely off of shooting star. Because I utilized it while they made the buff. And then stopped doing it as soon as they nerfed it, but I was already 99 by then. Yeah, sandstone and granite are pretty chill. Because you don't have to tick manipulate them normally. Well, granite you do, but there's some strategies for sandstone where you can just do the adjacent rock. Same as Granite, actually, if you do the one near the raid, whatever that raid is called, Tombs of a Masket. There's like a nice area near Tombs of a Masket where you can do it. Where you click on a rock and don't ever need like a mortar or pestle or anything like that. You just use the nearby rocks as your tick manipulation. It's like ever so slightly slower, but so chill because you don't have to click a billion things. But aside from dropping stuff from your inventory, you never need to touch anything in your inventory. But yeah, for the most part, I didn't really use too much tick manipulation when maxing my hardcore. I did some here and there if they're like absurdly worth doing. But generally, I'd rather AFK something like 2-3 times as long than to bother manually tick manipulating it. Kind of like what we're doing right now with Redwoods. Like, it could be tick manipulating teaks to try to get the pet. But then we'd be clicking like every 1.2 seconds. Compared to once every 5 minutes. One of those is better than the other. One click every 1.2 seconds or one click every 5 minutes? The teaks are so much XP, especially if you do the ones on the island as well. I forgot how to do that strategy because I never really bothered with them. But I believe it's like 200 something thousand woodcutting XP compared to how much I'm getting on redwoods right now, which varies anywhere from like 60k to 100k depending on how much attention I'm paying. But it's over 2 times the XP rate. But it's over like 100 times the clicks. The click to XP rate ratio doesn't match up. But it is more than double the XP per hour. I feel like most people who tick manipulate in that game burn out. Like, unless you're like a ultra min-max person. Most people don't bother with it for too long. Yes, hello, Buggas! Welcome, welcome. So far, I haven't really seen any proper methods for tick manipulation in Brighter Shores yet. And I kind of hope they don't ever come. Your burnout level is 99. I know, it's kind of funny. When I maxed my hardcore, it only made me more motivated to play. Though I've kind of been stuck in a 3-month-long pet grind at the moment for woodcutting pet. But after that, since we're doing Brighter Shores so hard, I'll probably be shifting over to another AFK activity. Maybe go get the fishing pet or something. So we have infinite food for the rest of the time. The only problem with that is I'd likely want to do anglerfish. But to do anglerfish, I would have to do about half an hour or an hour of manual temporos every single day. Like, I played like the fishing minigame for about an hour a day to maintain being able to fish for like 10 hours AFK every day. That's the only problem with doing anglerfish. The upside is they're the best food in the entire game and overheal you. The downside is you gotta play a minigame for about every 1 hour. You want to do the activity for about 10 hours, roughly. So you can't just completely AFK it like other things in the game. Because for woodcutting, to get the boost for woodcutting, you can do an AFK activity to lead into an AFK activity. Kind of like if you made an AFK pot in Brighter Shores and then use that for a different AFK activity. But for fishing, you have to do an active activity in order to get your AFK activity material. It doesn't quite work how it does in Brighter Shores. It's not every AFK activity materials from an AFK activity. Some of them are on active activities. And when I talk about spirit flakes, yeah. Because you basically have to have spirit flakes for doing anglerfish. There's a lot of fish that's not required, like corambons and such. But if you're doing anglerfish, they're basically required due to how slow they are. And the spirit flakes make it so you get a chance of getting double. Which is pretty much required for them. Technically they're not required, but if you're going to be bothering with anglerfish, they're pretty much required. They're like pseudo required. Though if I did do the entire pet grind on anglerfish, I think on average you bank like 50 to 100,000 anglerfish, which is kind of insane. That would last for so much PVM. Because I think I only have a few thousand banked right now. But going for pet would give like 50 to 100,000. Somewhere within that ballpark. I kind of want to know now. Oh, we already did the fox whistle yesterday. Let me see. Oh yeah, by the way, this is our chance for beaver. Every time we get a log, this is the thing that we're 3 months dry on. Oh, so these are the two things. Remember the fox whistle I got yesterday? This is the pet that you can make it into. That's what we got from there. You'd also make it into the pheasant, though I already had that one from our earlier grind. But yeah, this is the fox that we end up getting. I just need the pet to be able to transmog it. We also already had this from earlier. But this is the one that we're going for right now. This one. Every time we get a log, we have that % chance to get a pet. Technically it's about 70,000 because you get a little bit higher based on your woodcutting level. I have a 1 in 70,000 every time I get a log there. And we're about 3 times over drop rate. Alright, the thing I want to go check those here and I want to see how many anglerfish it is. Because this might be our next grind in that game. Yeah, you could easily get over 100,000 anglerfish if you go dry. One drop rate's like 75,000. That's not counting the extra ones you get from Blessing or the flakes. Because you don't get an extra pet roll for them. You get extra fish, but you don't get extra pet rolls. Yeah, we'd have easily over 100,000. Or if we go as dry as we did on Beaver, we'll have 250,000. If not more. If it goes as dry as Beaver on them. I would love to see this game have something like that, though, skilling pets. Because I actually do like going for them. Going dry on them is awful, though. But going for them is still fun. Because Old School RuneScape has that for pretty much every gathering skill. Which I think literally every gathering skill has a pet. I don't think there's a single one without one. These the ones I just showed were the woodcutting and fishing ones. Like if you got a pet for doing like woodcutter or fisherman kind of equivalents. But I believe every single one has one now that I'm looking at it. Because mining does, fishing does. Fire making if you count that does, woodcutting does, farming does. Yeah, I never realized that. Yeah, every gathering skill in Old School RuneScape has a pet. Alright, technically our chef thing is ready, so let me go do those. I'm not sure why I just don't click max. I do that every time. I always click 1111 instead of clicking 11 and max. It saves 1 click, but I always do it out of paranoia that I have like an empty spot or something in our inventory. Oh, so Shore Central has been on a lot recently here. Or maybe it always has been, I just never noticed because I'd never come to Hopeport. It's also because he's only training cooking in Alchemy right now. Well, I'm also training cooking in Alchemy. So that's probably the main thing that's doing it. Because we're both training the exact same 2 skills over the last, like, week. Or in our case, the last couple days. I know he's been working on it a couple weeks now, though. That's probably why we're seeing him so much more. Because we're literally grinding the same 2 skills right now. He's mostly doing cooking and some alchemy. While I'm doing mostly all alchemy into some cooking. Check what our bounty board is. I normally like doing it in this order because we're already closer to this cell in case there's no good options there. So I'm probably abandoning this one. I only took it in case we have no better option. That one's likely an abandon. Yep. I see. We got a problem. I actually gotta run these. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, we gotta figure this out real quick. Brain, do something. I think I do have to get rid of this Cohen one. And add that. Alright, what on earth are we doing here? We have Sentry, Sentry, and Sentry. I might just have to make a Sentry run. Also, unfortunately, no bacon sandwich. But, what on earth is this run? I'm literally gonna have to do a Sentry only run. I don't think I've ever done this before. A triple turn in on Sentry for, like, a full inventory. Let me just double check. There's enough inventory space, right? 9, 6, and 5, 11, 20. Yeah, that's enough. Let's buy all the fish for now, though. So I don't have to come back for it later. Alright, what do we need? I need 9, grilled bass. This is bass, right? Yeah. Alright, 9 grilled bass. 6... No. 8. 8 manta rays. And then, what is just one of the other one? Am I missing one? I think it's only one. Of the cod. Alright, I believe that is everything for fish. But that's not everything for my current objective. That's just all the fish. Can I see the holiday hats? Oh yeah, we have quite a few. Here's our holiday hat stack. Yeah, we're at like... our highest one is what, 74? Yeah, I think our highest one ended up being 74 blues. Alright, let me go, since we already have this, let me go make the 1 potato. I'll buy everything else separately. Yeah, Santa's likely the most popular one. Alright, so what do I need after this? Because this isn't everything I need for my order. I need... What is that number? 11? No, 13. Ooh, that's bad. Oh yeah, I'm just gonna grab the scrap merchant one and then grab the other one after. I mean, not the scrap merchant, I mean the sentry one. So I'll grab 5-5 now and then do the 8-8 later. because there's not enough inventory space to be able to do both. So what do I need for this run? I need the 9 bass, check. I need 6 of the rays, check. I'll drop 2. And I drop this, okay. So I get the 5 leeks. I drop 2 of these and 1 of these in my pile. And I do the other ones in the next run then. Wait, which one needs 1? Oh, it's Southfall. I was gonna say, I could probably turn it in now. No, I can't. Not that one, I can't. Same as Vincible. It's too far in the Northfall area. It's definitely gonna have to be a next run category. Alright, so we're just gonna do a 5-5 here. Just buy the rest later. Alright, now we just need 5 leeks, and should be good to go. Yeah, it's our first ever triple turn into Century. We've done a lot of doubles before, but never a triple. And it's always worth going there. It is so much XP. Especially if you can get multiple. Normally you would just go and do a scrap merchant along the way or something similar. But a triple century is such good value. Like, I think that might almost just be a cooking level. Not quite. But it is a lot of XP. Now we'll go back to our alchemy grind. As I said earlier, we should hit about 115 cooking by the time we hit 200 alchemy. Just from doing the hourly tasks. Well, technically I do it every like 2 or 3 hours, but we check it every hour and just get a really good run going. Like right now. Alright, let's do a head count. Is this everything we need? 9 grilled bash, check. 6 dim fried rice. Or rings, I mean. Wings, whatever you want to call these. The manta rays, check. And then, of course, the 5 pies we just made. Perfect. My next run's going to be really weird, though. Because I think I have to do, what? Vincible, then North Wall, then Scrap Merchant, then Little Lucy. Actually, Little Lucy, then Scrap Merchant, probably. Really awkward turn-in. We're going to need, like, 3 5% pots. 1 for this, 1 for the next set, and then 1 for the Scrap Merchant into Little Lucy. You finally completed Lost and Found? Nice! Huge congrats. Hey, my accounts are getting there. They're about halfway there. Or, you know, my other 2 alts. Actually, we had to do that at the beginning of stream because I accidentally crashed last night. Or not crashed like the, you know, computer, but crashes in asleep. So I wasn't able to go do the normal grind I normally do for them. And we had to grind a whole knowledge point on one of the alts this morning on stream. At the beginning of the stream. But, yeah, they're only 2 days away, I believe. Until they're halfway done. Like, they'll have 2 out of the 4 skills done, basically. And I did the longer 2 first, so they're technically more than halfway done. Yeah, it's a nice quest to finally have done. It's so good. I definitely advise everyone getting it done before special attacks come into the game. Just so if there's a really good meta special attack weapon, or if you just want to try them all, it's really accessible. Otherwise, you might have to pay an arm and a leg to get them from other people. Yeah, that's the main reward, of course, from Lost and Found, aside from the XP reward. It's the ability to craft 4-star weapons and armor. Mostly weapons, because armor making is really annoying in the current state of the game. It is possible, it's just really, really clunky. Oh, I forgot, I needed to go buy the stuff. Whoops. Well, I may need to buy more stuff anyway, so I guess it works out. No! I should have bought them! No! How am I supposed to do this now? Okay, at least I got all the fish. We're gonna have to make a double trip again. I should have bought in them already. No. Yeah, let me buy 6-6 and 8-8, I guess. Alright, oh, let's see. 8. 8. Alright, let me just run these and then I'll come back and run the other one, I guess. So what do I need for this if I go do this? I need Scrap Merchant and a little Lucy. Which means... Oh no! They're both the pies! Wait, what? Oh, that's funny. I can't even do that. They're both for the same area. Oh, that's funny. I didn't even realize that. They both go to the same turn-in area. So I actually have to do them both right now. Does my inventory fit with all of them? It should. 14... Yeah, we do. Okay. I'm just gonna make them all right now then and just do a double run. So we don't have to come back in here. We can go back to Alchemy. Hello, 13 faces! Welcome, welcome. What does it unlock? Doing Lost and Found makes it so you can make 4-star equipment at obelisks. So 4-star weapons that are eventually gonna have special attacks on them. 4-star armor, 4-star shields. It allows you to combine 1 3-star from every class into a 4-star item. You also get a bunch of XP, but that's the main reward, is the 4-star combination. You're working on Lost and Found now, doing smithing and KPing Awful Bone Right? Yeah, I did that a lot. I even did the AFK activity as well for Bone Right. Because you have to unlock it anyways. Or, you know, because of the knowledge points into them and everything. Alright, now we just gotta make 6 and 6 and we're out of here. Oh, so why does it feel like we did this for like half an hour? This is probably the longest chef run we've done, though. We did do like 8 turn-ins, so I guess it makes sense. You're doing divination? Nice. Yeah, that's one thing that's really good about Bone Right. Its AFKs are actually really good. Out of any production skill, it has the least amount of dead AFKs. And what I mean by that is there's only 1 AFK that requires a material. 3 out of, like... actually, technically, one other one does as well. But before the price hike, the cement does make money. So I believe it has like 5 different AFKs. 3 of them require no material. 1 of them requires cement, but you make profit from it if you sell it back. And the only one that you lose money on if you buy it outright is the bone-related one that you get from Gatherer. But it's way better than what you have options for mining and stonemason. Mining, literally all of them you lose money on. Or sorry, I mean smithing, Smithing, you lose money on all of them. And stonemason only has 1 good one out of 3? I guess it's technically 3 based on how it's organized. There's like 3 different ones, roughly. I think there's a lot more than that. It's hard to calculate for this one. But it does have 1 that's still good. Whereas smithing has 0 that are good. Whereas bone right, they're almost all good. There's the only really big upside of bone right. That and dunking are really quick. Dunking and its AFK activities are really, really good. Everything else with bone right's way slower. Alright, what are we doing now? I think I'm gonna do a little Lucy and the other one first and then turn in the other ones. Which I could technically do Invincible and just do Northwall separately. Well, I'm doing that. Oh no, is it worth teleporting back or just doing it? You know what, I'm just gonna do a big sweep. I don't think we're gonna make it in time. So I'm gonna do a big sweep starting at Scrap Merchant and just running around. Because we should be able to do, Scrap Merchant, Little Lucy, Invincible. The problem is getting to Northwall in time, which I'm pretty sure we don't. And then we just teleport out of Northwall. Alright, what do I need for this one? What's Scrap Merchant? Alright, give him the pie and we're out of here. Alright, start up the timer. Go, go, go! Oh, I gave him the wrong item already. No! That's not the one I wanted to click on! Oh, we're definitely not making it. As long as we can do the triple, it's fine, though. There's no way we make it to Northwall in time. Even if we're tick perfect, I'm pretty sure it's not going to be possible. It's too far away from Invincible. Even though it's close to it, it's... With everything else we have to do prior, it's just too far. Oh, I forgot to double check what this even needs. This is also the pie. I forgot, because this was the pie side. We mentioned that earlier. Oh, if nothing else, at least we get a cooking level from all this. It might have taken like 20-something minutes, but we do get a cooking level. No, it didn't take that entire time because some of that was still doing alchemy. But it did take like a solid like 20-something minutes, like low 20-something. Is Detective good for making money? For the most part, no. Detective really needs a buff in two ways. One is it doesn't have any synergy outside its chapter. There's only 3 skills that are like that. Fishing, cooking, and detective all have no effect outside their chapter. But the other issue is it doesn't really make that much money. At my next investigation at 267, I think I'm only making 1 gold an hour, roughly. Compared to a leather worker at the same level making like 3.5 gold an hour. Like 3.5. But yeah, 1 gold an hour is pretty low. The XP rate for it's great though. But its payout is pretty bad. I really hope they look into reworking Detective, as it's one of those 3 skills that really need restructuring a bit. Detective, Fisher, and Cooker. Or Chef, I mean. Oh, the problem with Fisher is it's out of chapter synergy. The reason I mentioned all 3 of those is they have no out of chapter synergy at all. No way did I get re-aggroed. What? The guy who was attacking me de-aggroed and went for the other guy. I got gypped. I perfectly aggro skipped one, but then the other one was like, nope, I want you instead. Oh, that's unfortunate. Alright, we're out of here. Final turn in. No thanks. What do you mean, no thanks? Oh, I went to South, didn't I? It's Southwall, not Northwall. No! That's funny. Oh, whoops. That's really funny. As like I said, that's definitely the right item. I thought it said Northwall. Alright, now we're done. There we go. Cooking level. Back to Alchemy. Oh no! All my leaks are useless now. We're never gonna get another leak objective now. Rip the leaks. They get to stay stuck in my bank until trading comes out. Oh, back to Alchemy we go. Our goal for today is 131 for the next tier of potion. Not next tier of potion, but the next one that we can like mass like crazy. There will be a few other things we can do along the way. Best when the next really good one comes around. I have my other potion's still going. Come on, let me drink it. Come on. It's literally about to expire. Just let me drink it. You're wasting XP. There we go. Yeah, when is the next potion we can make? I can make the 116. I have 69 of these banked. I would have banked a lot more, but they're in the middle of absolute nowhere. So it's kind of hard to bank them. And the reason we even bank that many is one, I bank just to test how bad the banking is. Another one we banked because we needed a sickle upgrade. And then we banked one more when we were done with the grind. And the reason it was 23 at a time was because we had a potion in our inventory. And that reminds me, I should probably go buy some more potions soon, as in the bottles. Because every single day this week, we're going to be making over 1,000 potions, which means I will actually over-encumber and not have enough. How many do we have right now? We still have a lot. We still have 724. I'll wait a little bit then. Because we'll eventually run out of potions. Or not potions, we'll run out of vials, I mean. Every day this week, we'll run out of vials. As every day this week we need to make over 1,000 potion. And the cap is 999. Not sure why they made it only 999 though. Which went up to at least 9,999. Because it's actually possible to finish 999 in a single session. It takes a little while. But if you make the better potions, you can do that in under 5 hours. If you make the quicker potion. Which is not a particularly high amount of time. Like, it's not a low amount of time, but 5 hours isn't, like, absurdly high. I wonder if that's almost like an anti-botting measure in some sense. I'm pretty sure it's not that hard to get a bot to eventually get some more. Have it like every hour, buy 100 of them. Or 200 if it's doing the quicker pot. You're consumed using leatherworker for money will backfire and you'll need the hides for armor maker. Yeah, I banked most of my pre-200. Because worst comes to worst, I figured we'd be able to knowledge while doing combat or do the post-200. So I banked a lot pre-200, but post-200 I've been selling a lot more. Though I do really need to start banking a bit more, though. But yeah, I do want to start banking most of my leather, even before it gets nerfed. Rather than selling it. The only reason I've still been selling it is we do still need money for stuff. Like, most recently I sold it to afford the 200 alchemy grind. But yeah, going forward, I do plan to bank most of our leather. Because the leather's going to be more important than the money. Especially if we plan to 500 all next chapter. Which I am leaning towards doing. Not necessarily to race for ranks, but just because every single skill is probably going to be useful. Armor maker we already know is going to be a top 5. Probably less so than your weapon making skill, but still really useful. The combat, I'm just going to be doing 500 combat in every chapter going forward. Because we're going to be doing 500 Mind Fighter, 500, basically 500 every member area. We'll do 500, we'll do 200 Guard, then 200 Scout after the combat rework. Then 500 Mind Fighter, then 500 Chronopolis. And after Chronopolis, we'll be ready to go for 500 Shield Breaker. But I want to have 200 Armor Maker first, so I could be putting the XP into Armor Maker. Why are we going to get 200 Guard? Because the Obelisk system buffs the following chapter. It's only going to be a small buff. But for one, I need base 200 anyways. But it makes sense to do it from top to bottom. And the only reason I'm not doing 500 Guard and Scout, other than that it would take forever, is they're the free-to-play areas, so they're going to be a lot more concentrated with people doing them. There's Mind Fighter and above is not going to be as concentrated. Because it's paywalled. I would also encourage us to eventually do the 500 all mines and Matubin grind. As at some point I'm doing 500 mining and smithing. So if I ever really feel like it, we could also do 500 Bone Right Stonemason. No time soon. But that would mean we'd have 3 out of 5 for this chapter. But most free-to-play skills, I plan to keep it around 200. The only exception, I guess, are cooking bounties here and there. Alchemy, because it's absurdly good. And gather a little bit higher, but just because I need the plus 80 cryopots. Yeah, even if you're not going Iron Man mode, though, it's still worth saving the hides. Because whenever Chapter 5 comes out, they're going to be worth more than you can even sell them for now. Even if they get reduced in price, they're still going to be worth more than they are now. Like, if you're selling a hide for 4 gold now, or for 4 silver, it's going to be worth for, like, 10 silver later, when Chapter 5 gets released. So even if you want them for money, it's still better to bank them, if you're enabling trading. Because even if they get reduced in price for how much you can sell them to a shop, they're not going to get reduced in price for how much they're worth when Chapter 5 gets released. But I'm probably just going to be using them all myself, though. So about how many more hours of alchemy do we have to go do? I feel like we're getting less XP today for some reason. Because what did we start at today? 104. Which means we got 9 levels and a little over 3 hours. But the first half an hour we weren't doing it, so never mind, we're on rate. I forgot, the first half an hour we haven't actually been doing alchemy. So never mind, yeah, we're doing pretty good today then. Because the first half an hour was on the all account. And doing the dailies for this account and a few other errands in game. But yeah, so we've only been doing alchemy for like a little under 3 hours then. And in that time we've gained 9 levels, so yeah, we're easily gaining over 3 an hour then. As we go a little bit higher, we'll be going a little bit lower though. Because I'm still going to be doing some of these fears even up to this point right here. Because I only have like 88 of these, that's not going to last that long. These later on, we're going to be getting like 2.5 levels an hour. So about how many hours is that then? Let's say it averages out to about 3 per. I guess we're going to be getting some better potions that are going to be higher than that. Oh, I misclicked. No! It's probably when you don't set up the whole queue. There we go. Maybe I'll go double check then. What is that? 131. The difference is 18. So yeah, it should take 7 hours then. 6-7 hours. Which means it will take slightly longer than yesterday then. But not by much. By like half an hour. Yeah, I think that's mostly from doing more cooking. But we don't have to do it for a while since we have a clean bounty board now. So I won't be distracted with that again until like 3 hours from now. Should only happen like, what, 2 more times? Where we have to do like a really hefty cooking run. Because the one we just did was a bit of an outlier. We should only have to do that 1 more time to that degree. The rest of the check should only take a few minutes rather than like 20 minutes. Are we going Iron Man? No, we will be enabling trading. There's still a lot of stuff we'll do Iron Man like though. But we're going to be doing a bit of an in-between, almost like Bronze Man mode or something. But we will have trading enabled. And we will abuse it for some things. But for the most part, we're still going to be playing like 70% of things like fully Iron Man-like. We'll just have easier access to gold and a few other resources whenever we need it. We're also using it as dryness protection. In case whenever they add raids, we go really dry on 1 or 2 of the drops. Just so we can sell out all the other drops just to buy it outright. But initially, whenever like a new raid or something comes out, we're going to try to earn everything ourselves. But if it has like 10 drops and we're going dry on like 2 or 3 of them, we're just going to buy the 2 or 3 we're going dry on. Yeah, we're going to be doing like a bit of an in-between. But we will still be playing mostly Iron Man-like. But there will be a few things we definitely will abuse if it's abusable enough. Like a couple activities we'll probably have a runner for. Being able to have easier access to some material. Just like small stuff like that. It just basically makes the game slightly less grindy. I do plan to eventually do a harder Iron Man mode if they ever add one though. But I would want them to officially add a harder mode. Like hardcore mode or something similar. But if they ever do something like that while also adding another character slot for, I will. But initially we'll be playing with 3 accounts having trading active. Because the game was originally supposed to release with trading, so it will give us the true game experience of what Andrew Gower wants everyone to have. Because the game was originally not supposed to release with Iron Man mode. But instead it released with everyone being Iron Man. Instead of no one being Iron Man, everyone was Iron Man. But that wasn't originally what he was going to do. It was just a byproduct of him not having trading ready for release. Because this game was designed around trading being activated always, by default. Though I'm curious what percent of the total game is going to go one way or another. Based on our poll, it seems like it's going to be pretty even. Like, the amount of people who will enable trading and not enable trading is going to be about the same. Trading is going to be really weak initially, though. It's because the amount of player base to trade with is relatively small. Also because multi-boxing is banned. If it wasn't, I think I actually would have an alt that I would always use for muling. Basically do it as like a permanent runner. So you wouldn't have to pay someone for it. Hopefully they'll just add a feature where you don't even need to bother with it though. We were mentioning earlier like a potion in Potion Making Part 2. Where if you drank it for its duration, it would auto-bank any material you would gather. It would be so useful. The other one would be if there was some kind of way where you can use Storage Rift anywheres. But either of those two would make it so you would never need a runner. Or for the most part, you wouldn't need a runner. They also mentioned you'd be able to sell from anywheres eventually from the Quartermaster spell. Maybe it's like a quest reward or something. which would also be huge, because then you wouldn't need it while doing combat, as long as the enemy doesn't have any kind of alchemy drop or something. But that would fix the need of ever needing a runner. Is if you could sell directly to Quartermaster, which they did confirm is eventually happening. If you could store drift anywhere, which they did not confirm is happening, but would be cool. Or if there was a potion that you can consume that made it so you auto-bank anything you gather. That wouldn't fix it for combat, though, but it would fix it for every gathering skill. If you could build a one-use storage rift node. That would be a funny consumable. Like a storage rift token. I wonder if you would make it. Who knows? Maybe builder. That would be an interesting consumable. But it effectively would do the same thing with the potion proposes. Like if you had a 3 to 15 minute potion that auto-stored everything while gathering. But if you had like a storage rift token where you could break it and it would activate a storage rift. That'd be interesting. I'm sure they would balance that, though. It feels a lot harder to balance than a new potion set. I wouldn't mind a storage rift token, though. I'm just not sure what skill you would put it in. I feel like Builder would make the most sense, but I highly doubt they're adding it with Builder. About to gain knowledge level. I should probably wait till the next level. The reason I mainly keep holding these, or not holding them, is whenever we're getting close to getting a level, it's better to hold so you get the extra XP in there. It's not a lot, but if I use a knowledge point now, we get it as if it's a 113. But if we use it when we're 114, we're getting XP based on it for 114. It's not that big of a difference, but it does add up over time. It's one nice thing that you can do with the 200% meter change. Also, gosh, no update today? They did 2 updates in a row, and now we didn't get one. Oh, no. I can't wait till the next really big update. There's so many, like, behemoth ones around the corner, though. Trading likely be the next one. Even though publicly they've been saying a lot more about combat recently, it's a lot more likely the trading one is going to be next, as far as, like, absurdly big updates. Like checklists on like the 10 things they want to get done before release. Mostly because it's the only thing from the roadmap that they mentioned. Last time they've ever given any public roadmap, the only thing that hasn't been done from it is trading. 200% XP bar, they did that. Transmog system and holiday event, they did that. Queuable action, they did that. That's the most recent really big thing. But the only thing that was mentioned there that wasn't added yet is trading. Player-to-player trading. It's one of the whole reasons we're doing the alchemy grind. And then the carpentry grind and the woodcutting. Or more so woodcutting into carpentry. But, it's because these are the last two skills that are really buyable. Technically cooking is, but it's buyable in a different way. These are the last two buyable skills that we haven't finished. Which is why we're working on them. Alchemy we'll have done on Sunday, and hopefully carpentry will be done by sometime before the end of the month. Because I'm doing it alongside woodcutting. I'm not doing all in one and then all in the other. I'm doing them side by side and putting all the knowledge into carpentry. And ore bone rate. And ore woodcutting occasionally. If we're close to a XP threshold. Or if we're on a plant that isn't good. Like if we're on a bad tree, I'll probably be knowledging it a bit more. Or if we're on a good tree, I'd be knowledging carpentry a bit more. Is Old School RuneScape rioting about something? Are they? Oh no, I haven't been keeping up with anything Old School RuneScape has done in the last 3 months. I don't know, what did they do? What do they do now? I wouldn't be surprised though. I wouldn't be surprised if they have monthly riots these days. They've been making a lot of questionable decisions. Whoever last bought them out. Their questionable decision meter has been definitely increasing. You don't want to know it's bad? I actually do want to know what happened. I'm curious. Should I go join the riot? I'm logged in right now. I can go join the riot. What world is the riot happening in? We'd go show it on screen. What world is the riot in? Oh no, I don't have a max keep on me. Wait. Let me go start heading to the riot. I can easily go find where it is. Then I can figure out what the riot's about. We'll go to the riot, not knowing what the riot's even about. They are pulling a $60 a month tier membership. And ads for lower tier subs. Oh gosh. Oh yeah, I see why they're doing a riot. Okay, I'll go join them. I'll go fletched in the riot. Wait. Let me go head over there. Wait. What's my pin? Gosh, I haven't played in so long, I almost forgot what my RuneScape pin is from my bank. Because when I'm doing woodcutting, I don't actually need to access my bank. Let's see. Let me go get my feathers. Where are my feathers at? Feathers. Alright, let me go riot with them. We'll go riot Fletch. Let's see. Where's my max cape? I need to get to Falador. Let's see. Max cape. There we go. Alright, let me go riot. Let me go show the riot real quick. Let's see. Let me go get our next inventory going, though. For Brighter Shores. Alright, where's the riot at? Let's see. How do I get to Falador from here? Alright, what world are they riding on? I assume it's the max capacity world. That would explain why it's max capacity. Alright, where's my Falador telly? There it is. Up. I thought this person was riding because they have a cannon out. They're just trying to get medium clues. That's funny. Alright, let me go set up our Brighter Shores and then we'll go look at the riot real quick. Let's see. Let me go get this going. Drink our potion. Alright, let's see what the damage is. Alright, let me move this over. Yeah, here we have a guy who's doing cannon medium clues in a max cape. Here we are doing riot fletching. Let's see. Let me go find the world though. I assume it's world number 2. He's at max capacity. I assume the riot is here. We'll find out if we see 100, 200 people here. Found them! Found the riot! That's a lot of cannons. That's a lot of cannons. Oh yeah, I found the riot. That's a lot of people. There's so many people, it's deloading people. Got a lot of flowers over there too. That's a lot of people rioting right now. That's a lot of people rioting. They're like almost overflow out of Falador. There's so many people rioting. Unfortunately, there's not a mechanic like in Brighter Shores where you can see how many people are near you. But I assure you, there's like about 500 to 600 people here. You just can't see them because of the overflow. Because it keeps despawning them because there's so many people. Oops, I forgot to go drop these. Oh no. Oh no! Wait, I'm messing up Brighter Shores now. Let me just drop them over here. We'll come back. We'll be back for you. I'll remember that you're there. But yeah, that's a lot of rioting. Gotta, no XP waste, gotta fletch during the riot. Let's see. Let me grab these. I'm not gonna be staying there the whole time. I just want to see the riot real quick. They're also saying a bunch of things. I want to see what they're saying. Because I haven't read a single word yet of the riot. Yeah, that's a lot of riot going on. Let's see, let's go bring up the chat. What is the riot chat saying? Da-da-da, da-da-da, da-da-da. Ra is here. Rioting. Let's see. Or are they rioting, though? Give me more rioting, chat. My trident is to blame. It was someone in a controversy for something else in the past. Someone asking for a banner so we could join a Congo line of people following someone. I can't tell where they are because there's too many people here. Someone saying a expletive to sailing. And then someone else saying sailing stinks. Someone else doing the Bible ad again. Someone saying rip. Oh, did someone die? Are they gonna kill everyone here and my hardcore's gonna get smited? Someone's saying corporate greed, which is true, very true. That's why I said that's the main thing that's gonna make Brighter Shores pop off, is the corporate greed of current old school RuneScape. That's like the main thing that would eventually make Brighter Shores get attention to itself again. Because old school RuneScape will eventually corporate greed itself to death, like RuneScape 3 did. Yeah, that's a lot of riot. Anyways, I am going to go back to XP efficiency and teleport back to the other place, though, probably. But yeah, that's a lot of riot going on. They'd be very angry. Population density here is so high. Anyways, I'm done with the riot now. Alright, let me go get this guy back to his thing. Get him back to his trees. So we can focus on Brighter Shores. Alright, anyways. Yeah, that's the riot that's going on. Very rioty. Alright, we'll go back to my home world. Back to the max total world so there's no bots. There are sometimes bots on this world. It's very unlikely though. You have to have like a nearly maxed account. Yeah, that's the current riot. But supposedly they're rioting, what, a $30 membership fee? That is insane. Yeah, I see why they're rioting. As much as I would love to riot with them, it's too much XP waste to riot, so I must go back to my AFK tree. So we can focus on Brighter Shores. Though I do support the riots. We were there for a small duration of time. I'm trying to bank the thing, it's not letting me. Because my map is in the way. I'm trying to bank my max keep and it's not letting me. There we go. Yeah, I know, you're in the red. I'm getting to you. I'm getting to you. I know, Brighter Shores. 1 second. I'm trying. I'm trying. Gosh, that thing is so lenient. Even after all that, that's still counted. Alright, there we go. We should be back to normal Brighter Shores now. But yeah, that's the old school RuneScape riot that's currently going on. Protesting $30 membership fee. Which is kind of insane. Especially when Brighter Shores is only $6 a month. And you can lock in too, to only have to pay that. Because I did mention during the Q&A that they will have grandfathering of the price. So even if they increase over $6, as long as you lock in at $6, it'll stay $6. There's something that Old School RuneScape actually rolled back the other year, or the other month, or several months ago, at some point last year. I buy it 1 year at a time, so I wasn't part of that. Plus I made the hardcore 2 years ago, so it couldn't even opt into the lower price. But they finally undid their grandfathering of the lower price. So some people were locked in at like $6 or $7, got bumped up to $14 a month. Like doubling the price. But now the people who are rioting because they're adding like a $30 membership or something. Now's the time to poach all the angry Ars players? No, now's not quite the time. The game's not developed enough. RuneScape needs to stop making so many big mistakes and wait like 1 or 2 more years before they make all those mistakes. Wait at least 1 more year before they fully take over with corporate greed. These Brighter Shores is not developed enough to take all the players yet. Unless they really like skilling. Though I am in that category though. I do very like skilling. But there's nothing to do in Brighter Shores other than skilling right now. So anyone who likes PVM or PvP have nothing. PvP's not coming for a couple months. And PVM's not coming till like half a year at the earliest. Like the game's gonna be launching with 0 bosses in the game most likely. As well as 0 raids. As well as 0 group content. It's not coming until after 1.0. But yeah, where is the thing that they said that they were going to be doing $30 membership? Does anyone know where that was posted? Did they make like a website post on it or something? Like where is it that they're doing like a 30-month a tier thing? Or that they end up mentioning it? Is it like literally an in-game poll? Because I kind of want to see that. If it's literally an in-game poll. That's quite an ambitious poll to see how big of a single-digit number they could get. Oh, it's on the RuneScape update page? Okay. So it's not an in-game poll, technically. You found a screenshot on the Reddit? Oh yeah, let me go check the Reddit, I guess, then. That might be quicker. Let's see, how much is the Reddit on fire? I'm not going to show it on screen, though, but let me go peek at it real quick. Let's see, how much is the Reddit on fire? Here are all the price offers they want to consider. Okay. Someone made a whole list. One of them looks cheaper. It looks like you'll be able to subscribe only to Old School RuneScape for cheaper. So that one's not bad. It's $11 a month instead of $14. This other one is the same thing, but for the other way around. This other one is something else I can't quite see. I don't know, all these look cheaper than they are now, though. Where's the yearly one, though? Because that's the one that I need going down in price. Because that's the only one I buy. I need to go renew it soon, but who knows? Maybe I won't be. Because there is one grind I need to go do in the hardcore that I still haven't finished. I haven't finished the Castle Wars grind. He only has 600 tickets. You need 800 for the collection log. And you need like 4,000 something if you want to buy one of everything in the shop. That grind takes like months upon months. I could keep it free to play a little bit and just do the Castle Wars grind. If they're gonna price hike like crazy. Before they lose all their player base and have to bring it back down. Cancel subs everywhere? Well, I was never subscribed. But I might not renew my yearly membership. It depends what price it is by the time I need it. Because I still have to do a 1-month Castle Wars grind to finish collection log. Or a 1-year Castle Wars grind if I want to go and buy everything from the shop. So I can go almost a year, like the rest of this year, without renewing membership. And just AFK Castle War tickets. Because that's one dream of mine when I was a kid. Was to wear the full Castle Wars armor, the final set. They cost an absurd amount of tickets, though. While the collection log only requires 800, you need about 5,000 tickets to buy the full set of armor. If you want to wear the whole thing at once. Very few people in the whole game has it. Also, I believe 0 hardcores have it. Because it takes almost a year of AFK Castle Wars. But you can do it in free-to-play, so you don't need membership to actually get it. Currently, unless they change that too. But, yeah, if they're going to price hike everything, I might do that. Because you're going to be playing Brighter Shores the whole time anyways. So might as well just not even have to pay for RuneScape for a little while. while still getting progress on the hardcore. Because the rate that you get them in free-to-play is currently the same rate you get them in membership. That's also a 19-minute AFK activity, which is really nice. It's actually more AFK than Redwoods. It requires a little bit more input here and there. They're in like 5 of the minutes. But for the rest of the duration, it's more AFK. You have to play for about 1 or 2 minutes, though, to capture one flag. Because basically Castle War is like a capture the flag game. But after you capture the one flag, you can AFK for 19 minutes straight. Whereas Redwoods right now is only 5-minute AFK, but it's infinitely loopable. $11 tier with pop-up ads? Yeah, no. Let me see. Oops, that's not it. Where's the Reddit? Let me go bring it back up. So what are the other ones? Yeah, $33 a month subscription option! Is that the one everyone was rioting on? Wait, I gotta read this. Wait, what is this? What are my eyes looking at right now? Is this why everyone's rioting? A $33 a month subscription. What am I even looking at? That better offer you like 10 accounts with membership. If that is the case, I would do that, actually. If they had a year option for that. But, which would make it cheaper than that. But that thing better offer you like 20 accounts of membership or something. What am I doing here? Nothing. I'm trying to buy supplies. Oh yeah, I need to go check the cooking bounty too. I'm gonna do that, actually. Actually, you know what? Let me do the more AFK stews. No, I'm actually still gonna do sandwich. That's way too low XP. Let me go do the bacon, Gotta remember to use the XP pop before I do the other thing, though. Because we're about to over-encumber. Alright, let me go read what everyone's, doing right now. So what on earth is this $33 a month membership that they're offering? Let's see, let me go bring it up on screen, too. Let me go get the link. Let me get the link for this. Can I even get the link for this? Can I just copy image link? Copy image. No, image address. Copy image address. Copy image link. Paste. Okay, let me go read this. Because I haven't looked at this yet. Alright, what is this? This is what all the rioting that we just saw earlier is about. What is this? Okay. Old School RuneScape and RuneScape 3 specialized member worlds. 8 member characters. Okay, that's not bad. 8 membered characters? $6.99 or $6.99 per additional member character per month. Character name reservations. Oh, that's not good. Are they paywalling names now? Brighter Shores has, but Brighter Shores did say if you expire the membership, you still get to keep it. So even if your membership expires in Brighter Shores, you still get to keep your name that you reserved. Whereas I assume this means you have to keep it up the entire time. Enhanced player support. That's a funny joke. And then pause membership option. Oh! Okay, why are people... Okay, why are they all up in arms about this? That's actually pretty good. But if you can't buy it 1 year at a time, that's pretty bad. I want to know what the price for this for 1 year is. Unless you have to buy it every month, in which case that's horrible, yeah. But 8 character memberships is actually pretty huge. Because right now, to buy 8 character membership costs like $140 a month. And this is 4 times cheaper than that. This is worth it if you're planning to play multiple accounts at once, particularly 8 of them. Time to start our 8 Hardcore Iron Man series. But, oh no, that's still kind of crazy expensive, but if you're utilizing it, it's kind of okay value. It depends how the membership pausing works for that. Because that screenshot doesn't really explain how membership pausing works. Because if you could play for 1 day, then pause it for like multiple days when you're not playing or something, that's kind of huge. Because then you're basically playing $1 per day that you're actually utilizing. So if you're only playing some days, but not every day, that's actually cheaper than a normal membership. It depends how membership pausing works, though. But if paying that $33 gives you 8 accounts that can all individually have 30 days of membership, that's basically the botting membership then. They basically made a membership option for botters. But it really comes down to how on earth does the pausing work. Does it work on all 8 of your accounts at once? Do they all have like an individual thing? Does one going tick up all of them? Like, how does that work? They need to explain that better. But otherwise, that's actually cheaper than it is now. Unless you're playing every single day, in which case it's more expensive. But if you're like selectively playing, it's cheaper than now. There's a lot of caveats to that on how on earth does it work. And if that's actually worth it or not. But no, that's not as big of a deal as I thought it was. It really comes down to they really got to explain better how on earth that works. Because if you're playing 3 or more accounts, that's worth it. Membership cost-wise. Also, if you are playing only a few days out of a month, it is absurdly worth it. Because 1 month of membership might be like 6 months of membership almost. If you're playing like very selectively. But honestly, I would try that, though. If they were to release something like that, I would try it for a little bit. Not for forever, though, because it's way too expensive. Because one thing I've never actually done in RuneScape before is start a fresh member account. In my 24 years of playing old school RuneScape, or RuneScape in general, I've never actually started an account as a member. I always did free-to-play before making one into a member. But I would definitely try quite a few things. All of them would probably start as a hardcore, and we'd go until we die. Until one mighty hardcore goes to the end. That's even somehow better than the hardcore I'm on right now. And keep our current hardcore as our safe hardcore, and the other hardcore as the one that survived. Basically start like 7 hardcore accounts. See which one gets the furthest. Have them all doing almost the exact same grinds. And see which one becomes the mighty one that survives everything. That'd be a fun series to do. Not sure how I would record it or when I would have the time to do it, though. But playing on 7 hardcores and see which one makes it further than my current hardcore. Doing only risky things only. The only problem is, almost all of them will die within the first month. If you play all of them hard, or, you know, like really high risk. There's some really risky things you have to do within the first month of a hardcore. After they make it past the first month, most of them would live. Like, if 3 of them were still alive after 1 month, they would probably keep living. But the most dangerous part of a hardcore is normally the first month, when you have none of the things that keep you alive well. Like, after the first month, it basically lives forever. Because there's so many safe ways to not die. Wait, did the $11 one really say it has pop-up ads? Wait, I didn't see that. That's kind of funny. There's no way that's a thing. So whatever happened to old school RuneScape being a cheap MMO? Kind of like how Brighter Shores is at only $6 a month right now. Because that was like one of the biggest appeals of RuneScape back in the day. Is it was cheaper. Well, for one, you could run on literally anything, even a school computer. But the other appeal of it was just how cheap it was. Like as low as $5.50 at one point. And only recently have they gotten like really greedy in that regard. Raising it to 14 and soon to be like 11 with ads, or 30 a month, or 33 a month, whatever it is. But that's what happens when you keep having a company that's keep getting bought out by greedier companies. That's one thing that's going to be nice about Brighter Shores. I truly believe Andrew Gower will never sell the game again. Like, him selling Jagex is like the worst mistake he's ever made ever in his entire life and will ever make ever. I don't think he's going to do it again. You generally don't repeat a mistake like that twice. That's like one in a lifetime mistake. And he has the money now from selling Jagex to basically have infinite money. Not literally, but realistically for one person. Yeah, where's the ad one? I'm still trying to find it. Wait, there's a mobile-only access? Why would anyone do that? I guess we're only a owner. Let's see. Shorter AFK timer, one membership character. Ads included! An $11 a month that has ads included. That's so funny. Wait, why is the extra additional thing more money than the thing? What I don't understand about the ads included one is it says $11 a month. But also, you can add a character for $12.49. Why can't you add another one for $11 a month? I'm so confused by that. If the membership is going to cost $11 a month, why does adding an additional character cost $12.49 a month? That makes literally 0 sense. Why wouldn't you just use like a different card or a different payment method and also have the other one at $11 a month? That makes like negative amount of sense. But yeah, ads included. That's funny. That's really hilarious. Yeah, I don't understand what those are. But yeah, everyone on Reddit is... Oh gosh, there's like a billion posts about it. Yep, cancel subscription, cancel sub, cancel sub. Someone making a Squeal Fortune mock-up. Oh, they are on fire right now. I just scrolled down a little bit beyond that post. They are on, like, fire on fire. I'm surprised there's not an overflow world with a riot. There probably is. But yeah, that's not just riot. That's, like, riot so hard that there's, like, a second or third overflow world of rioting, probably. Ads included? They list it almost as if it's a feature, I know, right? Yeah, that's kind of crazy. I'm not going to sure what I'm going to do when the membership expires. Honestly, since we're doing so hard on Brighter Shores, I'm honestly considering not even renewing it then. If they're not doing some kind of sale for the winter sale, I'm not going to bother. If they don't do a 1-year sale again. Because that's the only thing I've been buying recently. My hardcore has been running literally off of 1-year special deals. And I haven't been giving it membership off of anything other than the 1-year special deals they do around the holidays. But they haven't done it in like the last year, year and a half. Because they've been planning to greed the thing they've been doing right now, planning up. But if they don't do one for the Winter Summit this, I think, in the next month, I'm not even going to bother renewing. Unless they have a winter deal for it. But if they don't, I'm just going to go do Castle Wars and get my childhood dream of getting the golden armor. The armor I keep referring to, I think pretty sure some of you guys know about it. But for any of you that don't, there is a armor in Old School RuneScape that almost no one has. Like, almost no one. Because it is such a pointless grind to do. But you can do it in free-to-play. They actually added it to free-to-play a little while back, like 5 years ago or so. But basically, let me go find it. It's this armor over here. Castle Wars ticket. Let's see. Castle Wars ticket. Is this armor over here? Where's the shop that uses this? How hard is it to get to there? There it is. Is this armor right here? 1 second. I'm trying to AFK active activity. It's not working over too well. There we go. But, yeah, if you want to get the full gold decorative armor, it requires 4,400. I have 600 currently. You need 800 for the collection log, so at minimum I need to go get 200 more. But if you want the full gold decorative armor, I'm pretty sure 0 hardcores have it, and probably less than 20 people have it in the whole game because of how big of a grind it is. Maybe slightly more than that, but it's very few. But it's this over here. It's as good as only adamant armor, but it is like the flexiest flex you could ever flex. If you're in full gold Castle Wars. Like, it's almost the equivalent of wearing full 3rd age these days. But it takes forever. I think the most you can do is AFK for about 7 or 8 an hour. So, what is 7,700, or what is this number divided by? Minus 600 and divide it by 7. Let me go see real quick. What is that number? That's how long we'd have to AFK in free-to-play. Roughly. So, minus 600, so 6,800. 6,800 divided by 7. Let me see. Divided by 7. It would take me about 543 more hours of AFKing old school RuneScape and free-to-play. That's not too bad, actually. Wait, we can get that done in a couple months. I would just AFKing while doing Brighter Shores. It's like 19-minute AFK. You do have to spend a few minutes getting a flag, though. But then after that, it's completely AFK. For 19 minutes straight. But I might do that when the membership expires, then. Though I'm pretty sure they're gonna have to backpedal really absurdly hard, though. Otherwise, they're gonna be making negative money. Because I'm not gonna be the only one who's gonna cancel. There's probably plenty others. But given that we've been doing Brighter Shores so much lately, we have even more of a reason to cancel. We almost were going to, even if they didn't price hike. Yeah, it's pretty funny, though. That just gave us another reason to. Yeah, it's probably gonna be my game plan then when it expires. Just AFK and free to play until we get full golden. And then wearing that with like a piece of hardcore equipment, it's gonna be so clean. Full gold Castle Wars and a hardcore with it. Though it is free to get on a hardcore though. Alright, let's see. But yeah, I'm not gonna renew my membership then. That's gonna be the game plan. We're gonna spend like 3 months just AFK in Castle Wars while doing Brighter Shores. It should be about as AFK as it normally is right now. The only thing that's kind of annoying is capturing the flag, but I think you can capture the flag in about 20 clicks. And there will be some downtime at Brighter Shores like right now where I could be clicking for the flag or something. We'll figure it out once our membership expires in like a month. Yeah, it's kind of crazy, though. They're trying to kill their entire player-based speedrun. Round 2. They're trying to do Squeal Fortune and Evolution of Combat, but again, they're gonna need to make old school RuneScape again. Where's the backup of the backup? Time for old school RuneScape. No wonder why they're trying to crack down on private servers. Because there's going to be a billion of them soon. Trying to recreate the original RuneScape before they destroyed it twice over. Luckily, Brighter Shores doesn't need to worry about that. That's one reason I have a lot of confidence in Brighter Shores. Because Andrew Gower's never going to make that mistake again. Especially with the current state of RuneScape because of it. He learned his lesson the first time. Because no amount of money could ever really repay Just him running the MMO. Because that's what he really wanted. The only reason he ever sold his stake in RuneScape or, you know, Jagex was because he didn't want the responsibility of it. But now he has, like, all the control, but also all the money. So he can still kind of give some of that control over to other people if he ever needs to. But now he's just kind of doing it all himself again. But if he ever needs to split up the responsibility, he'll likely be able to in the future. As he has the money to lean back on now. But it'll be interesting to see how it pans out. Let's see. Oh, hello. You're back from IRL, dinner, having pizza and wings? Nice. Yeah, someone from the household actually brought back pizza the other day. It was pretty nice. One last night I need to cook anything. But yeah, the old school RuneScape situation is kind of crazy, though. I still can't stop thinking about that. That's actually insane. They're gonna try to charge me $33 a month to click on a tree. I think the last time I bought membership, I got a whole year's of membership for like 70-something dollars. Because I've only been buying it when they do the special deal thingies. Which comes out to, what, like $8 a month? Somewhere around there. And now they're trying to charge you like $33 to click on a tree. It's over $1 a day. I just realized I didn't check the cooking contract this hour yet, have I? I don't think I have. That's the only problem with having their auto reset on the timer. Is I actually have no clue if I have or have not taken it this hour. I think I did. I have no clue. If you skip an hour, it's not that big a deal though. Obviously we're here for the Alchemy XP, not the cooking XP. Just the cooking location is just so close already. Oh, so we're almost halfway to our goal for the day. Started at 104, we're trying to get to 131. Hey, that reminds me, when's our next potion? Oh yeah, one more level, we're almost there. Oh, we might actually get there after the set, if I use the knowledge. Ooh, we should go do that. If we use our knowledge point, I believe we have enough to go to our next potion. I only have enough to make 69 of it, nice. But, yeah, I only have 69, because we banked 3 inventories at 23, because we had a potion in our inventory. So I'll make 69 7%, which we'll use for the forestry grind. Not forestry, wrong game. I mean the Hope Forest woodcutting and carpentry grind. Mostly on carpentry, of course. Actually, probably exclusively on carpentry. I'll use the 6% for woodcutting and the 7% for carpentry. I think that'll be a nice in-between. Oh, that one guy just made all his plus 80 pots. Nice. Yeah, we need 277 alchemy before we can. As well as 246 gatherer. As well as a max sickle, because I need that for one of the ingredients. Because I'm probably just grabbing all the thistle. But then again, I will have a lot of clover from the other grind. It's actually one nice thing that about post 200 is it actually goes pretty cleanly into everything we need. Leeks go to cooking. Like every single thing here I need. Leeks go to cooking. Clovers go to our plus 80 cryopot. Ramhorn, I guess we don't really need as much, but we can still grab a few for eventual bone right. And then thistle is the main event of why we'd even do post 200. Is we combine the red clover with the thistle to make plus 80 cryos. But I might just skip the Ramhorn and just do 24 levels of clover. And then match that with thistle. And just make a bunch of potions without needing to buy anything from the shop. Or from players, because trading should be out by then. I don't need it yet though, because I want to wait till bossing's a little bit closer. It's way overkill to do in the current state of the game. It also sets us up nicely if we ever need bone right material. Because tier 5 bones are not that much further from there. They're really, really, really good one. We can't use this for a while though. I'm pretty sure that's like level 270 bone right or something. Not quite there. Yeah, it does remind me, I'm kind of hungry. That's the only problem. I need to stop eating food before we stream. Because whenever I eat food, I get hungry because my body realizes food exists. And then it craves more food. I need to stop eating anything before we stream for like a 10, 12, 11, 12 hours straight. Because every time I do, I get hungry even quicker. You would think you would get hungry less. But I get hungry more. Because honestly, I'm already hungry for like dinner. Because I had lunch. So now my body expects food. Probably grab something to go nibble on though. Ah, we're gonna be a little bit short. That's unfortunate. Alright, we'll do one more set and then that will get us to the level we need to be able to go run our 69.7% then. And then we only have one more potion that can offset XP. Otherwise, we're stuck with fears for the rest of the time. As we want to bite the bullet and try for one of the other ones. The only thing we could realistically do that on without burning... Let me actually double check. Let's say hypothetically we didn't care if we burned every last cent we have. Which one would be the potion we'd make? Because this 7% is costing 9, I already know is kind of pricey. I'm not experienced, I need the other one. I'm gonna check something. Yeah, it would be the 7% Hope Forest. By simply buying them. They cost 8 silver more each. But the XP rate is not high enough to justify the cost. I don't know, is it? It's not burning that much. Oh wait, that's counting selling though. Yeah, it's burning like a gold an hour. Yeah, that's even more than Stonewall Hill. Which makes sense because they're more expensive than Stonewall Hill. Of course they'd be more. Yeah, it's not worth it. Not worth. Yeah, that means today's grind will actually be slightly slower than yesterday then. Because I'm not going to be able to just spam this pot to go and rush to there. I have a few, but not that many. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. It is actually going to be slightly slower than yesterday's grind. Well, we do have a few pots like here and there, like the Hope Forest ones, which would be pretty nice in that range. And these, which will help a little bit. It's far less than the amount I had to be able to spam yesterday, where we were able to go from like here to here, basically. But these are too expensive to go from here to there. So we're going to have to use the really slow fear ones. It's not ideal. It does mean it'll take like an extra hour or so compared to yesterday. That's fine though. That means we probably have to go for another 6-7 hours? Let's see. How many levels do we need? We're about to gain 1. And then we need 15. Yeah, it's probably close to 6 hours then. It's hard to tell because it's hard to calculate for the areas where we are getting better XP. Regardless, we should still be able to get it done today. I'll be back in 1 minute. Alright, grabbed quick snack. Also, we made it back in time too, nice. No time waste. Yeah, I'm a little munchy right now. Oh, let me go use our XP as well. There we go. We make the good ones now. Is this day 2 of potion only? Yep. It's gonna take until Sunday. So another 3 days to go. And then we don't need to make another potion again for a while. Eventually we'll. We're just trying to power grind through it. It should be good for a long while after Sunday. Aside from the AFK pots and a few other things here and there. As far as actively doing them, we won't need to do it for quite a while. You're looking forward to the 12-hour Carpenter stream next week? Oh gosh. I'm not sure if we're going to be hitting a 12-hour one directly yet. Because we kind of need 200 woodcutting first, and 200 woodcutting still like another week away from that. Well, I'm doing woodcutting with carpentry for the most part. We will hit 200 woodcutting before we hit 200 carpentry. Which is around the time when we'd have to do it. So it's like closer to 2 weeks from now. That would have to go like super crazy on carpentry. We'll still be doing it starting next week, but we're not going to be doing it for like 12 hours straight. Because we'll be kind of alternating between woodcutting and carp. Still be a lot of both though. So I need to get more snack food in the house. I have like so little in the house right now that I could just grab and eat. That also isn't messy. What snacks do I have left? Pretty much just chips. From when someone in the house bought like 3 months worth. We still have some left from that. And, the little muffin, little bite things. Which is what I'm nibbling on right now. Wait, I'm trying to think of snacks in that regard. I normally just go to the corner Walmart, and it's one of those smaller ones that have like such a worse selection. I sound large? What are we these days? I think we're at 205. I've definitely gained weight during Brighter Shores, though. They're probably like 210 now. In American pounds, whatever that converts to in Europe. So we're definitely like slightly overweight. I've still been exercising every morning, though. Like almost every single time before we stream, we go for a walk. I don't do like super vigorous exercising though, like lifting weights or anything like that. Probably should. I'm more into like cardio related things though. Yeah, for 6 foot, 210's not too bad. I guess like slightly overweight, but not like exceedingly so. I like food too much. That's the problem. Then too much processed food out there. Like, all easy food is way too processed in America. Probably across the entire world, but particularly in America. Did I have pancakes with blueberry earlier today, though? Because we had some spare blueberries and need something for it, so that's normally my go-to. I tried putting them in the salad the other day. It does not work. I tried strawberries the other day, and it did work. But definitely do not put blueberries in a salad. It tastes so off. So instead, I just used the rest of them on pancakes. You put chicken nuggets in your salad? Interesting. One thing I love putting in it, which I'm pretty sure is like so bad for you but it tastes so good, is the imitation crab. Absolutely love imitation crab in salad. That with cucumber and ranch is like my go-to salad a lot of times. Imitation crab, salad, or you know, salad with imitation crab, ranch, cucumber. And maybe like one other thing just to experiment around with it. I still haven't found like the perfect one other thing. At least for my taste. Oh, linebacker, that does sound pretty good. Ooh. I need to start like pre-making my own snacks for longer streams. So I don't have to eat processed junk like this. But the processed junk tastes so good though. Alright, there we go. No more chewing. Good chicken and rice gyro platter with white sauce for lunch. Oh, that sounds so good. Oh, I want that. I haven't had a gyro in so long. Actually, last time I had it was when I was in Toronto, Canada. Back in like, gosh, 13 years ago. It's actually been 13 years since I've had a gyro. They're so good though. The last time I had it was so amazing. It was like a place that almost only did that. Not like a food truck, but it looked like a place that was originally a food truck, but then got their own place. Because it was pretty small and kind of set up like one. But it was an actual building, not like a food truck. But they had like the best gyro I think I've ever had. Don't remember what the place was called. It was definitely family owned, so it had like one of those kind of names. That was like harder to remember. But, yeah, it was really, really good. Honestly, a lot of really good food in Toronto. I can't think of a single meal I've had there that was not good. I haven't been back in that area since then. It was like 17 or 18 at the time. Yeah, it's the last time I've even had a gyro. I'm not sure of any places near me that do a good one. That's why I've just never gotten one since then. Gosh, I did the same thing yesterday. Accidentally almost bite a thistle plant. Actually, I'm kind of happy with that. Yesterday, we only made one misclick. When it came to buying the wrong thing. I just realized. How did I not notice this earlier? Zerite Jewel. Isn't that the highest tier gem in Old School RuneScape? How have I never noticed that till just now? Because I'm pretty sure the highest tier is Zerite Jewelry. I just always know them by their names because they're generally not called Zerite Jewelry. They're normally called whatever the actual thing is called. Like an amulet of torture or an amulet of anguish or something similar. But I just noticed that now. Not sure how I've never noticed that. We've had them added for like 2 months now, if not longer. But yeah, it's best in slot jewelry in Old School RuneScape. Which is generally it's never called that, so I kind of forgot about that. Also, speaking of good food, there's one place I still haven't been back to. I tried it like right before the pandemic and have never been back since. The Melting Pot. That place was so good. I got really into it right before the pandemic. Then pandemic happened, and I haven't been there since. In like 5 years now. A little over 5 years. With inflation, I wouldn't be surprised if they like doubled the price. Yeah, honestly, I haven't pretty much been to a restaurant since the pandemic. For the most part. Both because of money, but also because of, I don't know, I just haven't really been to. Fast food and restaurants in general have just gotten so expensive over the years. Especially fast food as far as a ratio of its price. That's the problem with a lot of food, though, is you basically have to go through middlemen to get food. Unless you're growing, like, literally your own crops or something. Like, all food is just middleman. Even if you buy from a grocery store, the grocery store itself is still a middleman. And even if you're getting them shipped to your house, it's still a middleman because you're going through some kind of service that's upcharging you. It's something America doesn't have a lot of, if any at all. It's like direct farm to house kind of shipping. There's always some kind of middleman making extra money from it. Either as a restaurant, or as a grocery store, or as a service. Now your big challenge is fighting the food coma? Oh gosh. I haven't overate in a while. I think the last time I overate was Thanksgiving. I did pretty good at not overeating during Christmas and New Year's. Well, I didn't really do much for New Year's, but for Christmas I didn't overeat. It was like the last big holiday. We'll see what happens for Easter. I can think of anything else between then and then. I guess the only thing I could see me doing is maybe eating slightly too much chocolate when I buy all the discount chocolate after Valentine's Day. There's a few items like those chocolate-covered cherries that I do tend to get around that time. Where after Valentine's Day, they tend to sell them a bit cheaper because they're trying to clear the shelves. The Harold and Kumar White Castle Challenge? What is that? Do you have to chug like 100 White Castle burgers? That's something that's actually not near me, a White Castle. When I moved away after college from New Jersey, they actually built a White Castle like right before I left there. And I think that was the first time I've ever eaten at a White Castle. So it was like, what, 23? 4? 2? 1? I forget what age that actually is. It's around like 21 or 22. Time was around there. I think it was like 22-ish. That was actually the first time I ever even ate at a White Castle. It wasn't bad. I feel like the value back in the day would have been a lot better, though. Because the pricing is pretty pricey for how small the burgers are. But if those things were like really, really cheap, it'd be kind of worth it. Like, I like the gimmick that they have, it's just the price doesn't match their gimmick. Like the price almost like, I wouldn't say a normal burger, but like the price to burger ratio that they have just doesn't match. Like the burger size is fine, it's just the price tag on it isn't. They order 30 sliders, 5 fries, and 4 large cherry cokes. Oh gosh, I could never eat all that. I think I would cap out at like 15 of the sliders. If I could even do that many. It's about like 4 to 5 of the sliders is like one burger basically. Like one like quote unquote normal burger. It's like 4 to 5 sliders. Oh. Wait. Yeah, there we go. Alright, now we can do the other potion. And I can put these away. Deposit these. Alright, it's time to start up the, we actually haven't made any of these yet, have we? Oh wait, we could have done that for a level now. But yeah, it's this material and the other one. Where's the other one? It's stock leaf plus sage. Let's go make them. And this makes the 7% Hope Forest potion, which we'll be using for knowledge points when we do the carpentry grind. Every single one of these is going to be double dipped into a double carpentry knowledge point while doing carpentry. So these are exclusively only for the double dipping of knowledge points while doing carpentry during our 200 carpentry grind. And we'll do the 6% on our same thing but for woodcutting. I saved the 7% for the slower one. It's not that big of a difference, obviously 1%, but you know, it adds up. Especially when you're double dipping the knowledge. Like, you know, 200% bar. Like, do it around 195 and then double dipping it. Also, our cooking contract is almost ready. I'm not sure if I should go grab it now. The only problem is I don't have XP to go gain while we're there. It's not that big a deal, though. Because the board resets in about a minute and a half, 2 minutes, somewhere around there. Let's go there now and just wait at the board. Just in case we haven't taken it for this hour. It's only gonna be like 1 minute. Good water break. Now we'll go process these. Only problem is I don't have any inventory to go grab food to go process here. I guess I could have dropped them all and then did it. Do you think you could do the... Oh, I already took this one. That's fine, though. Do you think you could do the Forgotten Things boss with only 27 scout? Yes. As long as your weapon is like half decent. If you have like a 3 or 4 star weapon, you should be able to. 2 star might be a little bit sketchier. But also, I guess, depends on what your heal pod is. But, yeah, it is possible. It'd be really annoying, too. We did have 30 with a 4 star weapon. But you could do it at lower with less. Because we still had like half our heal pots by the end. Of course, we would get one of these when I don't actually pre-make them. Unfortunate. It's the only one worth taking here, too. Everything else is not worth it. That we're out here. Oh, that was a pretty anticlimactic bounty board. Didn't really get much out of it. At least both of these are on the correct path together. Yep, there's our timer saying the message board thing. We already got it, though. Anyways, let's go make these. We should also get the first time bonus on this first one here. The XP rate for these should also be pretty good. Like, actually really, really solid. There it is. But yeah, these are the ones we're going to be using a ton for our next grind. Well, not a ton, we only have 69 of them. But, our carpentry level will appreciate these. It saves anywhere from like half an hour to an hour on carpentry. This doesn't sound like a lot, but, you know, it helps. Or, you know, the effect of the 2% compared to using a 5%. Helps even more if you count the full 7%, but of course you can only count the difference of it. Yeah, it saves anywhere from half an hour to an hour of carpentry. When we do the Hope Forest 200 grind. It's not huge, but we need the XP rate right now anyways, and we already farmed these earlier. I don't think it's worth buying them, though. They're 9 silver each if we want them. I'm not sure the extra 2% is worth 9 silver. But these first 69 will be worth it since we have them banked. Oh, so tomorrow will be the first day during this grind that we only make 1 potion type. It might actually be the only day that we only make 1 potion type. Because even though we need to make 1.5 billion Stonewall Hills, after we get done with part of the grind, we'd be able to go make a different one. So yeah, I guess day 3 and 4 would both be days where we make only 1 potion type. The only big issue is I'm not sure what we're doing about day 5. Because Sunday, even if we go for 11.5 hours, we might be slightly short. Tomorrow and the following day, they're both going to be fine, making only 1 potion. But the other day won't be because it's still making the same one potion that was at the lower level range. So our XP rate's going to be really abysmal. For the first day, it'll be the same as pretty much when we do the one tomorrow. Like, the next 2 days grind are going to take basically the same amount of time. The problem is, after that, we're still making the weaker potion at what it would otherwise be a higher range. Because we're missing the one thing we need to not do that. Which is the material for the 185 potion. And they cost like 20 each to make. 20 silver. Which is very pricey if we were to buy it just from the shop. I will be buying some just to use to knowledge into alchemy. But there's no way we make it all the way. Though once we get to 197, we do get a better potion. The problem is getting to that 197 from 185. Because that's what our Sunday's goal basically is. Well, technically to 200. But that's the bulk of the problem, though, is getting from 185 to 197. To some degree, I'm almost considered knowledging it. The problem with that is even if we did merchant, that's only a level and a half an hour. Oh, wait, is that enough? Oh, no. Is day 5 of the alchemy grind doing merchant? Wait. I didn't even think about that. Is that the play? I can't tell if that's the play or not. Because that might be the play. The downside is we get a lot less Stonewall Hill potions. We still have like 1,000 something though. Like a low 1,000, like 1,200, 1,100. But yeah, if I at 185 make like 44, 66, however many 10% hope ports, and then do merchant from 185, or technically 186 because we gained easily a level or two from there. But if we use from 186 to 197, using just knowledge through merchant, if we did only merchant on Sunday, that would get us 197, so we could then go finish out 200. That might be the angle, because the cost otherwise and or time otherwise is so high. Because we either have to do a super dead XP zone, or waste a lot of money. But yeah, that might be the play. The only downside of that is that means I would have to do merchant for about 11 hours straight. Technically slightly less. Technically like 9 or 10 hours. I don't know, we'll figure that out on the final day. But that would be a little bit weird for our final day of alchemy being all merchant, pretty much. It'd be like an 80-90% merchant stream to finish out 200 alchemy. But I think at that level range, it's actually legitimately quicker to do it that way. Maybe not quicker is the right word, but overall more efficient doing it that way than it is to grind a 158 potion at 187 for like 10 levels. It's way easier just to knowledge it with 10% XP pots. I don't know, we'll see. Alchemy's so much more chill though. Plus we get more Stonewall Hill potions, which is still really nice. Because if I do the merchant route, we get over 1,000 less Stonewall Hill potions that we won't have for chapter 5. And I'd rather have the higher amount of potions, I think. Even if it takes a few extra hours. We would also burn a few extra gold as well. But I think it's worth it just to stick with the Stone Mall. We'll see. It's just going to be really slow at the final grind. I'm definitely going to have to do some off-stream between Saturday and Sunday. Like several hours off-stream. Like 3 to 5 just to make up for it. So it's a little bit more even. Because otherwise the amount of grind we'd have to do on Sundays way out of whack compared to the other 4 days. Whereas the other 4 days are pretty equal as about how much time it would take. But hey, I'll have the Steam Deck by then, so hey, maybe. It should actually be arriving soon. Because it was supposed to arrive... Actually, let me go check. I have the tracking number. It's supposed to arrive today in like the next few hours. Right in time for the Switch 2 announcement. That's actually kind of ironic, though. Because one of the reasons I wasn't gonna get it is because of Switch 2. And the Switch 2 literally gets announced the exact day that's coming in. I find that kind of funny. But I'll still be using both. Run the Nintendo game on the Switch 2. Run our indie games and or Brighter Shores and or anything else on the Steam Deck. If something has a mobile version, run that on that. Boom. And it doesn't occupy any computer space then. Got like a whole array running. I'll probably do it after the stream. Even if it gets here during the stream, I'm probably going to open it after. Because I'm pretty sure there's a bunch of setup and everything else you have to do with it. That's going to take like a good hour probably. As well as I actually forget the password to my Steam account. So if they don't have one of those things that I need to scan, I need to go try like 20 different passwords until one works. Because it definitely wouldn't have autofill since it's a different device. I will need to change my password for my Steam account. Because I've never needed to log into it in like 10 years or something. So I actually have no clue what the password is. I actually have legitimately not the slightest clue what my password is on Steam. I know several guesses that it could be, but I have no clue which one would be correct. There's only like a few minutes setup, really? That's good to know. I still have to get used to using it though, regardless. I'm pretty sure it's pretty intuitive. Yeah, the password issue would make it take longer. I would eventually figure it out. And worst comes to worst, I could just reset the password. But then I have to go change my thing on every single device I have that's running Steam. Which there are a few. Most notably the computer and the laptop. I said that as if there's others. It's only those two. And I guess technically the Steam Deck, obviously. Yeah, where did that tracking number go? Let me go see if I can go find it real quick. Where's my tracking number? Let me click refresh on this. It still says about the same time frame. It says it could arrive anytime from now until like 8 p.m. It hasn't said it's been delivered yet, so it's still not here. Yeah, it said it could have been here like hours ago or in the next few hours. It doesn't know. Definitely not hours ago because it's not here yet. Not sure how accurate that time frame is, but supposedly it's out for delivery. It's been saying that since this morning, so I believe it once here. Like, it said that before I even started the stream. And it still says that now. It's a really long delivery cycle. It's been out for delivery for over 5 hours now. Like almost 6 hours. Hey, I haven't checked the leaderboard this stream. Apparently we're still... Oh, hey, we did it! I was saying this earlier. This grind will probably get us to top 1,000 Hopeport. And we did it! Our number is not as low anymore. We finally hit triple-digit number. Not a particularly big milestone, but hey. Progress. Obviously, we're not trying for any particular number. We were mentioning earlier that 200 alchemy grind would probably get us above 1,000. We're not even halfway done, or we're about exactly halfway done, and yeah, we're already there. Well, halfway done compared to 0. Not halfway done as far as how much we put in this week. Because the halfway point would be, like, slightly past the midway point of next stream would be halfway. Because I'm gonna have to do a little bit of off-stream once we get to the Stonewall Hill potion. Because that one's gonna take longer. Quite a bit longer. I'm still not sure how I feel about that. Doing like an extra 1,000 something Stonewall Hills over doing the other strategy we're mentioning with Merchant. It really comes down to how much do we value a Stonewall Hill 7% potion. Because we're already burning 6.5 each. So at bare minimum, we're paying 6.5 each for them. We're also paying for the time of not doing a better method. Which is about an extra 4 or 5 hours. Which means we're paying like an extra 10 gold on top of that if you count that as like 2 gold an hour. Let's just say hypothetically. If we compare it to like the best we can make from Leatherworker. So we're paying 10 gold plus whatever we get. So let's hypothetically say we get 2,000. How much are we paying for 2,000? 2,000 times 6.5 plus 10 is what we're paying basically. And then we'll break it down to what that is per. Alright, so that's 23 gold we're paying for 2,000. Wait, I looked at that wrong. Wait, what? Oh, I times it by 10 instead of adding 10. Wait, so 26. The number I said is still correct. What I did in the calculator was wrong, though. But, yeah, 26 gold. So we divide that by 2,000. I would be paying 13 silver each. Is that worth it? I'm effectively paying 13 silver per 7% Stonewall Hill potion. I'd probably say yes. There's no way they don't go for 20 silver. There is 0 chance they don't go for at least 20. Plus we could just use them ourselves. I guess that's worth it. But yeah, that's effectively what we're paying if you count for all the lost time of making them, compared to doing a better method. Like counting their cost plus the time of having to do extra of them. They're effectively paying 13 silver each. That's not bad. You just have to keep in mind, what would the actual base price of them be? Because they're going to be at least like, what, 3.5, 4? Especially after price hike. Like, they're not going to be cheap already. And it's already taken from that value. But it does mean we're paying almost like 9 silver for 2%. Whereas in the case of the green potion earlier, we would have been paying close to 7 for 2%. You subtract the price of the actual potion from the thing, the 5% potion. And we were turning that one down. That's what we're making right now, but we're just doing the ones we have banked. So we're turning down this for 7 silver, but we're accepting the other one for 9 silver, basically. Sound logic. But no, 2% in Stonewall Hill is a lot more effective than 2% in Hope Farce, though. The impact of 2% in Stonewall Hill with Armor Maker and or Builder is a lot more relevant than 2% on a Carpenter. Not that 2% on Carpenter is bad. Just a 2% on Armor Maker and or Builder is probably better. There's also an easy alternative to a 10% for this one. aka trading other players. Whereas it's not too realistic for Stonewall Hill, as you make it at level 490 and 470, which most people will not have. Just going out on a limb and saying not too many people will have 470 and 490 alchemy. Obviously there'll be a few dozen, maybe even like 100 by then. But they're only gonna have so many potions, it's not like they have infinite of them. Gotta go hit up Kale. How close is he on his alchemy grind? Kale, you parting with those 8 and 10% pots? He's getting there. He already went to bed for tonight though. But you'll need to hit him up. Whatever he wants for them is probably out of my budget though. Also, we gotta say goodbye to our good XP rate soon. I can only do one more set of these, and then we have to go back to the lane potion. Unless we want to start burning money again. Start the money burner. Instead of the money printer, we gotta start the money burner. Gotta start the money fire. I'm not sure if we should money fire or not. It would be very costly if we money fire all the way. Maybe we do some math on it and see how bad the money fire is. Assuming I even have enough gold for it, but I could always do some leather work off stream. We could do some math on this next cycle. See if it's worth starting the money fire. Let's see. Grab that. Grab these. Alright, let me go double check something. So, how much do we burn on the money fire? Alright, obviously we're not doing that one. But, alright, we're at 9.1 burned, 9.17 at an XP rate of that. But we have to do that till 131. So 116 to 131. Let me go see the money fire real quick. Expand. We're technically not 116, I forgot. To be whatever my level is. What's my level right now? Let's say 119. Should be around there. So we're gonna do it from 119. 119. This number. And the other number. Alright, so let's just say 6.6 then. Or sorry, 1.6. So we need to get 1.6 million into the money fire. That's XP. We divide that by the XP rate of the money fire. And then we'll figure out the cost then. Alright, let's see. What am I buying here again? Oh wait, nothing. What am I doing? Whoops. Why'd I come here? I forgot, I already have it banked. I forgot, this is one of the banked ones. Money fire? Oh, I just mean that we're going to be burning a bunch of currency if we do it. Or gold stack. No actual money fire, though. Just this burning over gold. Trying to train a skill. Alright, let me see. Math. What number were we talking about again? 1.6 million. Okay. What's the XP rate? The XP rate is... divide that number into that. Alright, take the number we had before and divide it by this other number. Divided by 2,85768. We get 5.6, basically. Alright, so with our 5.6, That's why we have to multiply the amount by. So this number times 110, which we can already figure out is a gold piece. So 1 gold. Okay. So it would burn, not counting knowledge, 5.6 gold. Counting knowledge, just say 5 gold. Is that worth it? For about 507% Hope Forest Potion. Is it worth... actually, let me go devise something else. Hypothetically, because of the knowledge and everything. What's 500 divided by... Actually, it would still be the other thing, right? It would be 1 gold. We already know what it is. 1 gold each. Or not 1 gold each, I mean... Never mind, let me do math. Let me try mathing correctly. Wait. Well, first things first. Let me go use this real quick. Figure this out in a second. I gotta do some math. Because we already know the cost each. That's not what we're trying to figure out. But yeah, it would cost about 5 gold. At a rate of pretty much 1 gold an hour. Yeah, what other math do I have to do? I think we already know everything. There's no other math to do. It really comes down to, do we want to spend 1 gold an hour for 5 hours? In order to save about 1 hour. But also giving us 507% for chapter 2. Someone made a Google sheet to calculate everything? Oh, did they? Yeah, I've always been doing it manually. I probably should use the tool for it. Yeah, everything I've kind of just been doing manually. We still got to the correct answer, it just probably took slightly longer. Yeah, it's 1 gold per hour, and we have to do it for 5 hours. Roughly. It depends how much knowledge ends up giving us. It really comes down to, is that worth it for 500-ish 7% pots for chapter 2? Like, that's the real question. That's something that math can't really do. I guess I could kind of solve if you do, like, every single possible variable of everything combined with your money making and everything. But do we feel like spending 5 gold to do 1 less hour of alchemy? And to have about 507% spots for chapter 2, which we can then immediately use on woodcutting and carpentry. Honestly, the answer is almost yes. It kind of feels like a yes. I might just do it. The one other downside of that is we get a lot less fear potions. There's another thing to factor too. We are cutting into fear production. Let me double check how much banked fear I have. Wait, that's another big factor. How much fear potion have I banked? I think it's enough for 200 Forager. As long as it's enough for that, it doesn't matter too much. Because at 209 alchemy eventually, or technically 218 or 219 when I finally actually go make them. And when we do our site post 200 gatherer. Actually, no, even before then. I forgot, it's a 194 material. Perfect. But, we're going to be making 12-minute fear potions. And those 12-minute fear potions are going to be better than our 9-minute anyways. So I only really need the 9-minute ones to go do the 200 Forager grind for the monument pieces. I actually don't need them for anything beyond that. If there's anything we need in Chapter 5 for fear, I'll be doing 12-minute fears. Maybe even 15-minute fears. If we already have the combat grind and everything done. Oh, no, we wouldn't. No, yes, we would. The combat rework's coming first. So I really only need the 9-minute fears for 200 Forager, and that's it. Or anything else I want to do before the combat rework, but I'm pretty sure that's the only thing that we need them for. I'm trying to think of anything else we'd need it for. Nothing comes to mind. Is there any woodcutting you do in a dangerous area? I don't think so. Fishing you definitely don't. Cooking you kind of do, but mostly don't. If they were wieldable by then, I guess we could use them. The problem is with cooking, it's not worth minusing 1 slot for a fear potion. I'm set like so out of sync right now. I'm not sure why these are so out of whack. I need to go get them synced up. Yeah, I do need to check some of the calculators and stuff for this game. I actually haven't used any of them. The only tool I've ever used that someone has made was the merchant tool once, just because people on stream wanted me to try it out. But so far, I haven't really used any third-party tools for this game. We've just been doing everything manually, if we have to math something or something. Aside from checking the wiki, of course. But beyond that, we've just been manually doing everything, as far as checking it. But yeah, I think we actually are going to make them. I think it's worth it. It doesn't take that hard. It's not that hard to recuperate about 5 gold. And in the long term, it makes Chapter 2 quicker. Not by much. But it just makes Hope Forest grind just ever so slightly quicker. Because that's our next grind anyway, so why not? Burn some money now to save some time later and now. Because in total, we probably save about 2 to 3 hours from doing this. At the cost of 5 gold. We can already make more than 2 gold an hour. So it seems worth it. If our money-making method was worse, then it probably wouldn't be. But with how much Leatherworker currently makes, it's worth it. Okay, dude, last thing I want to go check to see if it's worth it, though, is as long as we have enough fear potions today that we can finish 200 Forager. What's hello, Kush? Welcome, welcome. And to figure that out, I'm not sure, because I'm not sure how many monument pieces we realistically have to do. I also not sure the exact XP rate for them. Let's say 2.5 an hour. How many minutes of or hours of fear do I need? Alright, let's say 1 hour. 3 hours. So we're at 4. I don't know, do we count each of these as 3? Let's say 4 for this one. We're at 8. Let's say 4 for each of these now. We're at 12. We're at 16. We're at 20. We're at 20... Is there not another one there? Alright, let's say 20-ish. Okay, we should easily have that bank then. But yeah, I think we can do the 7% pivot. Just so we can save time on our 200 woodcutting carpentry grind. We wouldn't be able to chug them, but we'd be able to use them a lot less sparingly than before. Like, we basically use it for every knowledge point rather than every double knowledge point. Better save them all for carpentry. Save every last one for carpentry. And knowledge, of course. I don't know, figure out something for them. But yeah, I think we are pivoting to 7%. The XP rate's like, what, 25% better? They save us time in next chapter. They save us time now. And it only costs 5 gold. Which sounds like a lot, but overall isn't that bad. You finally got over level 1000? Nice, huge congrats. But yeah, I think that's our verdict. Let me just double check how much fear minutes I have. We got times... Oh, where's my calculator? I gotta take 9 times, the number. 9 times, and then we double check how many we have. But it should be way more than enough for Forager grind. And everything pre-209 fear pots. Alright, let me go check. Moment of truth. Moment of truth. What am I looking for? I'm looking for fear. We gotta take 383 and times it by 9. Which equals 3,447 minutes divided by 60. It is 57.45 hours of immunity. Yeah, I think that's fine. Because the only thing I'm going to have to do is the 200 forager grind. And there's no way monument pieces up to 200 are going to take that many. Even if we use it for cooking, I'm pretty sure we'll have enough to do it for cooking and for that if we want to. But yeah, we're good. Alright. So, next order of business then. Let me go grab these from here. Then we start 11 these. Let me grab my dock leaf. Let me grab my sage. And let's go buy 8 and 8 and start 11ing. Oh, these are going to hurt though. These are like 4.5 each. This is going to be painful. Shield your eyes if you don't like money burning. We're going to have to do this a lot though. They're both up around 4.5 each. For like 9 total. Slightly over 9 per potion. But it does seem like it's worth it. No, so goodbye, say goodbye to the gold stack, though, by the way. Goodbye, gold stack. Thank you. You served us well. But this should be our most expensive potion all the way to 200. Besides from the few 185s we make. Because I need this 10% boost for alchemy. This will be our most expensive one we make up till then. But we get to immediately use on our next grind. I think that's the main thing that kind of convinced me, though. Because it might hurt now, but it saves us about an hour today. And down the line, it saves us at least an hour or two in Chapter 2. When we do 200 woodcutting carpentry. What's kind of crazy is there's an even more expensive version of these two plants. This is the cheaper one. No, the other one makes a 10% pot. Which, how much are the other two? Let me see. What's the damage on the better one? Which we're nowhere near, but hypothetically. See, it doesn't look too bad anymore, does it? 9 silver per potion doesn't look too bad anymore. Compared to the alternative. These are the two alternatives later down the line. 9 silver not looking too bad. It's still crazy, though. And 8% is 4 times more? And a 10% is 5 times more than what we're spending right now for the 7%. And that's before the price hike. Which is probably the crazier thing. That's before the shop prices increase. And that's why we're doing Alchemy now. Gosh, now I kind of wish I would have done the 500 Alchemy grind before the price hike. 200 is barely going to leave a dent. Also, I just realized something. We're gonna have to spend a day, maybe Tuesday. There's no way we get it done on Monday. Unless I really AFK hard with the Steam Deck or something. But, we need 37 knowledge in Alchemy. I have 9. We gotta put 28 levels into it. That's a lot. When the average gives like 3 point something. That's like 10 hours of doing anything to go give you that much knowledge. Because once I hit 200 Alchemy, I want to start running to 200 Alchemy AFK. To 218 is our passive. Oh yeah, how's the passive poll going? So, on the passive poll, we have 48 votes. What is your main focus for your passive activities in Brighter Shores is the poll for today. Currently, combat / using Wolf Potions is the lowest at 8%. The other two, oddly enough, are actually evened out. Weapon production skills, which is what I currently do, is at 17%. Alchemy and non-weapon slow skills is at 17%. And the one that's currently winning, which is actually kind of surprising that this one's winning, but I guess it makes sense. It's whatever currently is being leveled. I guess maybe I worded it a little bit differently, but I'm pretty sure most people understand what that means. Basically, whatever you're actively training on a given day, you're also passively training in a sense. So if you're currently trying to reach like X level in a skill, when you go and log out for the day, you would be doing the passive activity for it. And then when you log back in, you would still be doing that activity. But, you know, actively instead of passively. But yeah, that's at 58%. I'm actually kind of surprised. I knew it would be high, but I didn't think it would be the highest by that much. By over half. Because I don't do that at all these days. I did pre-200. But post-200, I haven't actually done that at all. Like training the skill we're actively training. Or, you know, passiving the skill we're actively training. For example, when I go and do the Alchemy passive, or, you know, after we're done doing 200 Alchemy manually, we're going to be doing the Alchemy passive. But I'm not actually going to be doing Alchemy after that. Like, not for a long while. So in that case, we'd be doing something completely different from our main goal. Or, you know, from our main active. Because our main active is going to be woodcutting carpentry, but I'm not doing the passive on them. I'd be doing it on Alchemy the whole time. Yeah, it's interesting. Very interesting. Also, I think this is the most expensive thing I've ever done in this game, by the way. This is 1 gold per hour. I can't think of any skilling activity I've done that's ever been more than this. Because none come to mind. Yeah, this is a burn rate of 1 gold per hour for about 5 hours. But after a bunch of calculations, it's actually worth it. As long as we offset it with like 3 hours of leatherworker. Which is convenient, because that's about how much I have to do to go get 210. Which is actually exceedingly convenient. If I get 210 leatherworker, that basically offsets this. Plus we get 2 leatherworker levels. That does imply I sell them all rather than bank them, though. That or do merchant for double that amount of time. Yep, time to do the off-stream 6-hour merchant grind. Which, honestly, maybe I do actually, now that I'm thinking about it. You know why? Because to be able to start AFK merchant, I need 227. Then we can come back for... Oh, wow, that's actually kind of meta. Wait. I might have to do that. The problem is I gotta find 5 hours of free time. Not sure where I'm getting that from. But if I can somehow find 5 hours within the next 2 days, I could do merchant for 5 hours off stream and start doing the passive. And then once we have 200 alchemy, start doing that passive. It's still not going to get me all the way though, because the whole reason for that is to try, unless I do it all tonight, but there's no way I have 5 hours free tonight. Nor would I want to do 5 hours of merchant straight in a row, even if I did. But, it's still really nice. But you'd have to do that passive for 6 levels in order to get to the better XP rate after. And I will consider it. Well, at least poke at it, if nothing else. If you see merchant level randomly go up. Oh yeah, 121, we can start running our Mind Fighter potion. I don't have that many to go run, though. That's something I didn't actually put into my calculation. We got about like 80-something Mind Fighter potions to go run. I do need to go buy the material for like 20 or 30 of them, though. Otherwise, we have about 85 banked. I was missing 1 to 2 materials slightly. I think we're only missing about 30. They're pretty pricey, though. They're like 7 each. The total potion is like 15 each. It's not worth making, but we bank some while doing Mind Fighter to 100. There's one pretty good thing that came from doing Mind Fighter to 100. It wasn't a lot of material, but it'll still help us make about 85 of them. But we need 121 before we can. Oh, where am I going? No! No, I'm here. Let me double check. I know the 2 material we need. 95 and 62. So yeah, we need to buy 33 of them later. And I can make 95 of that 1 potion. It's for 6% Mind Fighter potion. It's not great, but the XP rate is. This is even better than what we're doing now, although I'm going to have to prioritize these more, though. Because these are cheaper. Like, a lot cheaper. These are like half price. Even though they're already so expensive. The other one's just exorbitantly expensive. To such a degree, you definitely would not want to touch them. These are expensive, but still within the range of not being awful. The other ones are expensive and awful. This is expensive, but worth it. The other one's expensive, but not worth it. It's like double the price, almost. This is what the numbers we're looking at here. It's 6 more each. Technically 6.5. But it's only a 6% pot instead of a 7%. Look how much cheaper the following one is, too. It goes from 15.7 to 1.5. And I pretty much have all this banked as well. Just have to buy a couple of these. And these things cost less than 1 silver each. Kind of crazy. These we do have to get stuck making like 1,000 something of, though. We're going to be making at least 1,007 of them because that's how many I have banked of the jelly thing. The gelatinous slime. But yeah, these we do actually have to make a lot of, though. Oh, I'm clicking on it as if we'll do anything. Wait. Give me that, thank you. Alright, drop all. Pick up more. Alright, as soon as we hit that 120, one more level after that, we can go try the other potion. And by try, I mean use everything we have banked and then stop doing them because they're way too expensive. But it's worth using what we have banked at least. Because those are cheap. Because when you have to buy them outright is really bad. Oh, still got EXP pot. Oi. Though I am really curious when raids and stuff come out, how much post 200 do you think they would actually force you to have? Because I feel like the answer is not much. I'll have to wait and see. Because that's going to be hard to get a group for. If there's some things in the raids that require like 400, 500 level. I feel like a lot of it would be around the 200 range. Especially if it makes raids a bit more level range based. Like the first raid ever might be like base 100s and you'd be pretty much good to go. You might even make one as low as base 50. Because that one was one big issue with dungeoneering. From what little bit I remember from it. Is that you basically needed 99 all to partake in it properly. Which in this game is about the equivalence of 200 all. But I feel like it's going to tone that back a little bit. Oh, you know one other thing I didn't put in my calculation, which actually makes this even more worth it? If we were to buy 500 5% pots for Hope Forest, I think they're like 2 silver each. Which means you could take 1 gold off of our final gold cost. So this really only cost us 4 gold instead of 5. That's even more worth it. Because one of those 5 gold we were going to spend regardless on a 5% potion. See, that's even more worth it. That means we only spent 4 gold total. To save us about 3 hours or so. Between the grind now and the grind in chapter 2. Between the two of them, it saves about 3 hours, roughly, give or take. I have no clue what the guesstimation is. We're just guesstimating that hard, but it should be about 3. Well, we know how much time it saves for Alchemy. I'm not sure how much time it saves for Carpentry Woodcutter. As knowledge is a little bit weird to calculate out for. But in total, it should be like 3-4 hours of saving at the cost of 4 gold. Because one of that 5 gold from earlier is something we already would have had to have spent regardless. On the potion themselves for the 5% from the shop. Which I didn't account for. It's not like they hand you them for free. They're pretty cheap. And almost free, but they're not completely free. And that not completely free number is actually 1 gold in savings. Or, you know, that we wouldn't have had to have spent if we do it this way. So yeah, it's 4 gold to save 4 hours, basically. That's worth it. 1 gold an hour. Because realistically, that's what 5% pots do. 5% pots are actually even worse than that. Well, some of them are. Because let's say an XP pot costs 2 silver. And you use them for an hour. That is, 60 silver. Or, you know, if you were just chugging them the whole time. That's 60 silver for 5% progress. To effectively save 1 hour from that, you would have to do that for 20 hours. So, the 60 silver cost times 20. That's 1.2 gold. So, using a 5% pot saves you an hour every 1.2 gold in that scenario. Which is basically if you used a Chapter 1 or Chapter 2 5% pot, basically. Because they're both around that price range. But it's basically around 1.2 gold in that situation for 1 hour of saving. What we're doing now by doing these, if you break down absolutely everything, is about 1 gold per hour saved. So these are actually pretty worth. If you account for how much less time we have to do alchemy, and account for how much less time we have to do woodcutting and carpentry. Which actually means it's better than doing a 5%. Even though we're burning a lot more money. But it's only burning money now to save time later. But it actually burns less money than using a 5% pot. If you break it down completely, which is kind of crazy. It's not that much less. But it is actually burning less than a 5% pot. But it's mostly because of how much alchemy XP it's giving. Not because the 7% is that much better than the 5%. Because most of that value is coming from the less alchemy time, not from the 2% extra for next chapter. Well, it is helpful. It's not the main thing making most of that time. What's hello, Yusef? Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. Oh, this next set, we might actually get 121. Then we can get the really good XP from the mining potion for like 1 level. And then come back to these. Literally just 1 level. It's not going to last that long. Hey, 1 level's better than nothing. Oh, yeah, that reminds me. Tonight's going to be the first time ever that we get to use the 7% pot. It'll be our first 7% pot ever used, and it's going to be off stream. We'll do it again in the morning, though. Or tomorrow afternoon stream. But, yeah, we'll be able to 7% boost the current venture. Because as of about a week ago, XP pots work on ventures now. It's one of the other reasons we're doing this as well. There's a lot of reasons. Mostly the price hike that's coming with trading. But in the long list of reasons we're doing this, one of them is because of the patch last week. The XP pots now work on ventures. And any extra percent you get on those is actually pretty strong. Because passive potions don't work on them, only active potions do. Oh, perfect timing. Our chef thing's about to be ready. So as soon as we finish this, we'll go check our message board. And then we can turn in the bacon sandwich as well. It's all the way at Norfall, though, which is kind of annoying. I think it's still worth walking there for 7k XP. It's quicker than doing a whole thing of sandwiches. Like, it's a walk, but it's still quicker than making 12 bacon sandwich. And more XP than making 12 bacon sandwich. It's less money than making 12 bacon sandwich, though, but we don't really care about that. It's pretty marginal. I forgot for a second what I was even buying. Brain froze for a second. That should be good to go. But still kind of crazy. Even as we're burning our money, we're still at like 24 gold. Why do we have infinite gold? Why does my money refuse to go down? We'll see it a lot when we do the Stonewall Hill grind, I guess. That's where we lose a lot of our money. Because we haven't really hit the true wall yet. You think it's worth it to keep opening a chest in the kitchen? There's a lot of chests around that you can get free value on. One thing that's kind of interesting, which I haven't tried yet, which I think I might do some when we go do the 500 watch person grind, is looting the chest while you do detective. You go near a lot of chests there, and it's currently the only way to get bricks and tiles before chapter 5, which makes it the most valuable chapter to go and check chests in. Because of the trading value that they'll have pre-Chapter 5. Because the speculation on it will be crazy, as far as what some people will pay for it. So, technically that would be the best place to do it. Is opening chests while doing detective. And then selling all the bricks when trading comes out. And or before Chapter 5 comes out. Why are these all so bad? Yeah, I'm just gonna give this to the quartermaster, I guess. Because I don't have enough bacon sandwich to do the other guy, unless I want to do both of them right now. I don't know, do we just do both of them right now? I must do both. You know what? We're gonna do another set of bacon, why not? I'm gonna go do another set. Have I seen the new membership prices? Yeah, we also went to the riot earlier. Yeah, I saw. I have no clue what they think they're doing. They're trying to kill an entire game, Speedrunner Edition. They're trying to kill it quicker than Evolution of Combat and Squeal of Fortune. But yeah, that's like 2012, 2013 levels of just trying to destroy a game. It's almost like they have life insurance on the game dying or something. Yeah, it's been sold to a new company like over 10 times now. Since Andrew Gower sold it, it has been a double-digit number of times, I believe, that has transferred hands as far as who owns it. It's kind of crazy. Like, every few years is under new ownership. Somehow it feels like they get greedier every time. Which is rather impressive. Okay, I only need one of these. I just realized. We have to make more of these? Oh, no, no, two. I need two of these. I need 13. Alright, there we go. Let's go turn these in real quick. Hey, Chino's here. Doing his hourly cooking run. Still trying to get 200. He left the forest to come do some cooking. So I'm going to do North Tower first and just tell you back. Alright, this time it is definitely North Tower. I accidentally went to North Tower earlier, thinking it was South Tower. Or more so vice versa. I thought my task was to go to North Tower, but it's really South Tower. That is indeed the correct one this time. Oh no, I misclicked! No! I clicked on the ladder, but clicking on ladder doesn't make you climb up the ladder, it makes you do nothing. No! That's funny. It's almost like the EXP drop was based on our location and had to follow us all the way through to teleport. The camera moves weirdly whenever you do that. Game's trying to like catch up and everything. A few weird things happen when you try doing an action through a teleport. Game gets very confused on your location for a second. Alright, let's see. Need some of these. Keep burning the money. Keep the money fire burning bright. Burning about a golden hour. It is worth it, though. I did many calculations. It is definitely worth. It doesn't feel worth, but it is worth. To burn 1 golden hour now to save time later. Time to do guard? Nice. Yeah, if you're gonna go for all combats, it's best to start with guard. That's one thing we learned with the combat rework. That getting 200 guard or 500 guard first is the meta, depending on what your goal is. If you plan to go really combat heavy, you should be going for 200 or 500 guard, depending on what time commitment you're looking for. Oh, you mean for me? Oh, no. We're not doing it till combat rework. That is the first combat we are doing after combat rework, though. On day 1, I'll be messing a lot with Chronopolis, but after that, we're doing the 200 guard grind and the 200 scout grind. Then what will likely be the 200 or the 500 Minds of Matubin grind, and then the 500 watch person grind. I'm saying as if that would take any amount of short time, but that is like a month or 2. Could be like a combat locked account for like 2 months. But we'll have the new system to go use. We'll have special attacks. We'll have the new skill tree, whatever that does. And of course, we'll still have access to all the skills we already have. Like everything we have from Alchemy and be able to produce weapons and stuff like that. And also trading might be out by then. That we don't know for sure. But trading would likely be out by then. So we'd also have access to other people's armor and weapons. If anyone wants to donate their spares to the fund. That's another thing too. If anyone ever wants to lend me an item, I could just trade it back to you later. If there's ever anyone that has like a spare high item, could maybe like rent it for you from some amount of money. Or just give you like some potions or another thing in return for a bit. I know that used to be a feature back in the day. In old school RuneScape, or not old school RuneScape, but original RuneScape 3 when they went with like all the anti-bot trading. They actually let you lend items. It led to a weird economy where basically it was like a fully lending economy where everyone was like renting out their equipment. If anyone ever has like a high level thing that we need at a given range, and you don't mind lending it to me, That'd be very helpful. He's always be good about giving it back. You could just give some amount of currency for having lent it. Not sure what the rate for stuff like that would be, but... Because there's a lot of things we're not going to need for that long. Like, we might need it for like 10, 20 level ranges and then never need it again. I wonder if I'll ever actually add a feature for that in the game. Like a lending feature. It's both really good and really bad. Like, what it tries to do is really good. What it does to the economy is really bad. If you actually had a proper feature for it. Because it basically leads to a renting economy. Where all the best gear in the game is simply rented out to lower level players. And then lower level players get to wear all this cool best in slot. But they're always in debt because they keep renting out all the best items in the game. It led to a really weird economy back in like 2008 to 2011. As a lot of people were in like render's debt. Where they basically like always broke even but got to wear like the best in slot in the game. But were barely able to keep up with the rate of renting out all the equipment. So they're basically perpetually poor forever. Like modern economies these days. Where you own nothing and have to rent everything. No permanent ownership. Just a billion rental fees. And subscription fees and other fees and fees on top of fees. But that's basically what RuneScape was from 2008 to 2011. There's a lot of gear in Brighter Shores you don't need for that long. The only exception being 500 equipment. But aside from 500 equipment, any number that is like 450 or lower, you only need for like 10, 20, 30 levels. Until you would upgrade it to something better. Like you would need it for like a day and then never need it again. So being able to like rent them from other people and stuff like that is actually really useful. Because the lifespan of an average item is measured in hours. Rather than days or months or years. But the only exception being 500 stuff. It's one of the reasons why having something like smithing is so good, or whatever your weapon making skill is. Because all those short-term items that you need, you can simply just make yourself. Yeah, that's the whole point of these skills, basically. Is to make all the short-term items you need as you level up your combat. Because the only real gear in Brighter Shores, especially once they add weapon and armor proficiency with the new combat rework, 500 gear is the only gear that exists. Because by about level 300, 350, you can start wearing 500 with weapon and or armor proficiency. And at that point, you are just good to go. You just wear best in slot. There's no enchantments or anything else yet, but they did mention that they're going to be adding stuff like that. Like modifications to gear and stuff. But currently there isn't. So the second you get 500 gear, you're basically just in best in slot. Is 500 harder in this game than a 99 in RuneScape? I would say yes, for the most part. It depends how you're going about training it in old school RuneScape. But I would say, generally speaking, yes. 500 is more comparable to 200 mil in old school RuneScape. Though in that case, a 500 in this game is quicker. But it's more comparable to a 200 mil than it is a 99. Though every skill in this game is quicker to get to 500 than it is to get any 200 mil. But the only exception being cooking. Cooking takes like 200 hours. Like 250-ish, 210. Not in this game, but in old school RuneScape. Because it's almost like 1,000,000 XP an hour. Yeah, you do gain passive XP in this game. Even if you don't play at all in a day of Brighter Shores, you still get like 2 levels. You can just check in like once every 24 hours. So even if you're doing literally nothing, you're still getting 2 levels an hour. I mean 2 levels a day, I mean. Do I like the Brighter Shores or the hardcore amount more? I would say the hardcore one is more impressive. But I've been enjoying Brighter Shores. This one's a lot less progressed comparatively compared to the other account though. But it's also had a lot less time. Our max hardcore has probably about 7 times more hours than this thing. And we're currently at like 900 hours. For this account. But the other one has about 5 times more, I think, or 6 times more? Somewhere around there. A lot of that's AFK time, but still. There's no really impressive achievement you can do in Brighter Shores at the moment, though. Like you can in, like, old school RuneScape or similar. Like, nothing in Brighter Shores is currently, like, quote-unquote hard, other than maybe Merchant. Like, the first person that got 500 merchants is actually kind of impressive. But beyond that, there's no real achievement other than, like, spend 1 billion time to get something done. It's more so a time investment than a difficulty one. But I would say Sana High, probably getting first place merchant, is probably the most impressive achievement anyone has in Brighter Shores, if I was to pick one. It's because it's the most skill-based profession in the game. Obviously, they still had a lot of time to put into it. They probably put like 16, 20 hours a day. But I would say that's probably the most impressive achievement in the game right now. Even if he's not credited for such. I can't think of anything harder that's currently in Brighter Shores as far as like a difficulty thing. You're grinding out Lost and Found? Nice, good luck. Did my Steam Deck arrive yet? No. It's supposed to be in the next few hours or so, but hasn't yet. Let me go check the thing. Does it still say out for delivery? Let's see. Yep, still out for delivery. Says it should be here in the next hour or two, but it's been saying that all day. That'd be around that time. It's actually completely dark out as well by this point. So hopefully they knock on the door or something. Someone's gonna steal it in the dark. There's no way to really know if a package is valuable though. Yeah, this game definitely needs more quests. It definitely seems like they're gonna be adding a lot more in the future. They hired like a full-time animator who's gonna be helping with that. Oh wait, sorry, it's level 122. I thought this was 121. We need one more level. And then we could do some of the 122 mining pots. Also, 10 levels to go! We're almost there! 10 more levels this stream. We're getting there. Alright, start the money fire again. There goes our money. There goes more of our money. What's kind of weird is my money stack keeps not going down. I don't understand how we're spending all this money and my money just keeps not moving down. That's the main thing that I'm confused by. We're burning 1 gold per hour and it doesn't even feel like we are. But we are. I assure you this is burning 1 gold an hour. But our money keeps like staying where it is. Like this whole grind we've lost like 2 gold total so far. In all the alchemy we've done. But supposedly this should be 1 hour burn, or 1 gold burn per hour. Doesn't feel like it yet, though. But yeah, Lost and Found is quite the grind. It's actually the hardest quest in the game to do at the moment. My 2 alt accounts are only halfway done at this point. They should be done by the 1st or 2nd week of February. How many viewers are there right now? I think 8? Keeps jumping up and down. The way that this program updates it is really weird. But I mentioned earlier when we had like 100, 200, 300 people watching that we'd still be streaming this even if we had like a single digit number of viewers. And here we are. I find it really funny that the devs basically said the same thing. Where even if there's like 1 person playing, they'd still be developing the game. But I mentioned something like that the first few weeks of the game. Even if we went down to like single digit viewership, we would still keep going. You recruited 1 friend to watch, thank you. Yeah, the biggest issue is just the total player base number. Like, I personally don't mind it, though. Because we also mentioned if it ever dips down below 1,000, we'd still be around. But this number right here... Let's see, where is it? How do you check it on this end? Can you even check it on this end? I'm not sure how you check it. There it is, yeah. Because this number is... I wouldn't say that's like a low. But, you know, if you're going to make content on a game... It's not particularly profitable at the moment. That's for sure. I don't know, we're playing this game for fun, though. Yeah, from a profit perspective, that is a decently small player base. Which is why a lot of content creators have completely stopped. Like all the people who like content farmed the game at first, and then they all left. Everyone who's still around now, like, they're gonna be for the, like, the long haul. He said, change your laugh? Oh no. How do I do that? How do you change the laugh? I feel like my laugh is very divisive. Some people love it and some people hate it. The laugh is unique, thank you. Your main grind is going to be leveling up Bone Right and Stonemason. The others are nearly at level requirement. Nice. Oh, you got all the harder ones done first then. Nice. Because 59 Mindfighter and 58 Smithing are actually longer too. The 38 Bone Right and 44 Stonemason are actually the easy part. Well, easier part. Not necessarily because they're easier to train, but because the level requirement is way lower. Alright, one more full set after these, and I believe we should be able to go do the other potion then. The other potion should only last for one level for how many I've banked. But hey, one quicker level is better than none. Yeah, did we ever check the cooking contract last time? Oh yeah, we did. That's when we turned in the bacon sandwich, I remember. It's all coming back to me. I just realized, I was guesstimating we'd get about 115 cooking by the end of this grind, which actually could be a little bit less. He's at current rate, yeah, actually looking like about a 112. It's not too big a deal, though. But the closer to 120, the better. He's 120 to 130, we could do pretty much just off of 8th case stew. Everything beyond that, we'd have to go back to contracts, though. Wait. But I wonder if anyone in this game is actually going to go for level 500 all. Do you guys think anyone ever would? I don't think anyone will. Just because the amount of time it takes is, like, someone will. But the first person who ever 500 alls at any point ever in the history of this game is absolutely insane. As even at 20 hours a day, I'm not sure if it's possible. Unless he only adds one new chapter per year. If he adds 2 chapters or more per year, it is almost physically impossible to do. If he adds like 3 per year or more. Because for all intents and purposes, 200 is max level. Obviously it keeps going higher. But it is so absurdly unrealistic, the 500 all, like, ever in the history of this game. Unless they only had 1 per year, in which case it actually is realistic to do, which is still an insane amount of hours. But at 2 or 3 chapters per year, particularly 3 or more, there's, like, 0 chance you could even do it. Actually, if they do 4 chapters in a year, it's actually physically impossible. At 2, you would have, like, maybe a spare month or 2 to catch up on all these skills. At 3, you'd basically be at, like, barely break even. If you, like, mega grinded it. And at 4, it would be physically impossible. There would not be enough time in a year. Or 21 episodes, the calculation is it would take 14.5. Did someone already calculate it? That's kind of funny. We don't know how many skills will be in each chapter. I assume they calculated out for 4 skills. But we also don't know how much slower some skills would be. Like, we don't know if Builder's really quick or really slow. Probably really slow. We know about how much long Delver would take and how long Shield Breaker would take. And technically how long or how slow Armor Maker would take. But we actually have no clue what the XP rate for Builder would be. Like, as far as how many hours to max it would be. The Samuel Slater's only going to be 4 each episode? Interesting. Oh, that's sad. So we're only going to have 2 chapters ever that have 5. Oh, yeah. Oh, no, we didn't yet. I was going to say, we hit the new potion. No, we didn't. Not quite yet. After this batch, we will. Wait, that would mean there's going to be 5 skills per chapter then. Because regardless where they remove the icon or not, there's still going to be, combat is still a skill. Like, even if they remove this icon, this icon, this icon, and this icon, it's still a skill in the chapter. With how it effectively functions. I started doing 3 skills per chapter and then 1 combat. Which is how quite a few of them are. Like Hope Forest, Chronopolis, Stonewall Hill. They're all 3 skills with the combat in them. Well, it still goes all the way to 500 though. 40 goes to your main level and then 460 goes to Obelisk. But you're still effectively gaining 500 levels. Like, the way you gain XP before and after is still exactly the same. In that sense. Like, it'll be quicker. We're talking, like, merchant level rate, probably. Maybe even slightly higher. But the actual process in the XP curve is likely pretty much the same, if not identical to what it is now. You would just be getting more of it per hour. Because the number of kills per hour would increase. It really just comes down to, are they going to reduce the XP rate or not? Because otherwise, it's just a pure buff. And it's something else they might need to consider too with the knowledge rate. Because it might be more knowledge than merchant per hour. If they don't tone it down. Though I'd honestly be perfectly fine with that. But that does mean doing 500 all combat would be the most efficient thing to do. 500 Merchant Rush would still be good though. But if every combat skill in the entire game gave better knowledge per hour than Merchant, every combat skill just became a lot more viable. Does 500 mining make you money? No, kind of. It doesn't directly make you money, unless you're doing minecart, I guess. But, the ores eventually get made into product, which then get made into money. They're also likely to be some of the more expensive things when trading comes out. High-level gear through smithing, stonemason, bonerate. Especially special attack weapons. Because that's something that combat can't do particularly well. Getting a very specific weapon as a 4-star. That's something that crafting works a lot better for. You can do it with combat only, but it's a lot harder to. Compared to crafting. So if there's like an absurdly good spec weapon that you need at a given level range, it is always way better to craft for it than to combat for it. Well, not necessarily level range, but, you know, more so enemy type. Oh, no, I don't plan to drop anything when doing mining. So, well, welcome back, Virtuality. Welcome, welcome. Not even Carbonice. As much as it pains me to bank it every time, like, it pains me even more to drop it. So even Carbonice, I will bank every single one. It's one of the reasons I actually stopped with the mining grind. Is I'm hoping they buff Carbonice banking. Because Carbonice banking is insufferable. Even if you do it the most efficient way possible. It's like 10% worse than doing iron ore. Even at max efficiency banking. Even if you do it tick perfectly, tile perfectly. It's 10% worse than iron. Both from a money perspective and a time perspective. I mean, a money and a mining XP perspective. They're both about 10% worse. Despite it being a higher tier ore. The only thing I didn't check is smithing. I believe it is slightly more smithing XP per hour. But you have to use gas, which is annoying. Whereas iron doesn't need gas. Like, I think it was slightly around 10% better smithing XP per hour, but 10% worse mining and money per hour. But that extra smithing XP comes at the cost of using gas leeches and everything. Do you think the old school RuneScape situation is serious? I'm not sure. I haven't really seen the full picture of it. I went to the Riot for a couple minutes, and we read a couple posts very briefly. But, just corporations being greedy. Nothing new. RuneScape has quite the track record with it. It's been like the biggest thing plaguing RuneScape for like 12 years now. Pretty much since Andrew Gower left. Like pretty much the second Andrew Gower left. It's been plaguing the game for like 12, 13 years though. Corporate greed. Oh yeah, that gave me the biggest laugh. When one of the perks was better customer support. I think that was the funniest thing we saw in any of the posts. Is that the most expensive option has better customer support. That's probably the funniest joke. They're a little early to April 1st. Because their customer support is notoriously, like, non-existent. Not that they don't have any, it's just awful. He's got 212 Alchemist? Nice. Well, at that level range, it's actually really good to go do the passive if you haven't been. It's really, really good potion. The 200 passive you can make. The +4 boost potion, this one. Saving these for the level ranges where you can use them post 200 is so absurdly strong. It's one of the strongest, if not the strongest, passive potion in the game. Or even just potion period in the game. It is absurdly, absurdly good. It costs about 37.2 silver each to make one. So you burn that much per hour. But they are really, really, really good. Like when player trading comes out, this is bare minimum like 100 silver each. Which is like 3 times their cost currently. You're making healing pods because they were the cheapest? How'd you plan to do the fears after we do that? After we get to 200, my post 200 plan for any that I do is going to be this passive all the way to 219 because it's so good. Then at 219 start doing the 209 fears because I don't want to do that AFK pot. And the only reason I'm doing these is if you get the dandelions, they're not too bad. If you train Gatherer that way, and skip having to do the other grinds for Gatherer, like the bone grind, because dandelions are way quicker to bank. This actually isn't that bad of a pot to make if you gather your own dandelions. That does require 194 Gatherer though. We did do that, but if I do post 200 for it, that's my plan for it. Because we're gonna need to get like over 1,000 dandelions anyways for Gatherer. Because you gotta do dandelions from 200 till 208. Technically, I've already did it from like 197 to 200. No, actually, I did the last 3 levels on those. But I would do 200 to 208 off of just dandelion, and then use them for the fear pots at 819 alchemy. Even though you can make them at 209, I don't want to take anything away from the really good potion. I'm not sure if that's enough to get me to 238 though. I don't believe it is. That's the only problem with that. The plan I just mentioned does not get me from 219 to 238. Even if we do that, we don't have enough bank to get all the way to 238. Yeah, we did a lot of chapter 3. And we're still not even 200 all there yet. Even after everything we did. Bone right I can knowledge whenever though, it's not that big a deal. I'm not too worried about it. And obviously Mind Fighter we're waiting until the combat rework. Yeah, the post 200 XP things are really crazy. It's one of the reasons why the +4 is so good. It's like over a 10% XP buff whenever you use them in a correct zone. Like, you know, to be able to do a higher potion. Oh yeah, but speaking of which, let me go bank these real quick. There we go. 7% pots. Alright, anyways. Let's go make the better mining potion. So we need 11 of these. Let's go get our first time bonus. Oh, that's funny. You get this exactly at 100 Mind Fighter. We're at 100 Mind Fighter. You can kill them whenever, though. It's not a hard requirement to have 100 Mind Fighter. It's just the enemy that drops is a level 100. But obviously, you can kill it whenever you're capable of killing it. You do combat for money and then invest all of it into alchemy. Rank 91, you're trying to see if you can make it to the top 50s. Nice. You're saying you're ranked 91 for alchemy? Really? Interesting. I thought a lot more people would have really high alchemy. Yeah, I'm 359 at what I'm at right now. That's interesting. I guess a lot of people skip the alchemy grind. I'm actually kind of surprised. In all fairness, I did for the longest time as well. I would have expected that to be way higher. I guess a lot of people are in my camp and just kind of skipped it for a bit. Because I'm actually really surprised that with this level, only 122, we're actually rank 359. Which means that only means about 100, 150 people went for 200, roughly. I'd expect that to be way higher. Because 200 alchemy is so good. I guess a lot of people kind of want to get all the other things first, like Forager, Gatherer, Mind Fighter, you know, all the other components that make it a little bit easier to do. You don't need them, though, as long as you have the money to burn. Like we are right now. But technically we're offsetting with Mind Fighter skill. That's what we're technically doing right now, but you know, normally we'd be burning the money. First time bonus, nice. Oh yeah, I forgot, these are circles. But yeah, these 6% pots, they're not the greatest, but you know, 1%'s 1%. We'll still find use for them. These would be good while doing mining. And 7% are definitely for knowledging things like smithing and stuff like that. Even bone right finishing it to 200. But these 6% wouldn't be too bad while doing mining. Use them almost like a 5%, but it's 1% better. We don't have a lot of them, but you know, 1%'s 1%. Better than nothing. These things are really expensive, though. If you buy all the supplies for these are like 15 silver each. They're absurdly expensive. I will be buying a few just for the other component that I'm missing. I meant to kill for them earlier, but I never did any beyond 100, so I didn't. I only got to exactly 100 and stopped, and I didn't get enough in time. It's not gonna be that bad. I don't think I'd have to buy like 30, 34, so. They're like 7.5 silver each, so a little pricey, but I just want to use everything we have banked. That's one of the whole reasons I also wanted to do alchemy. I want to clean my alchemy bank, or, you know, my secondary ingredients. I want to try to fully clear it out, so we have as few things in there as possible. Oh yeah, I've been doing the same thing. We've been doing Old School RuneScape the entire time while doing Brighter Shores. We were at the rally as well. Or the, what was it called earlier? The riot, I mean. The riot for the new pricing system. But yeah, we've been AFKing trying to get the woodcutting pet. We are currently at almost 72 million and still don't have the pet. We are about 3 times over drop rate. I've been doing it for over 1,000 hours over the last 3 months in the background. Still no pet. Someday we'll get it. I only have a month of membership left too, and I'm probably not renewing unless they do like a huge discount thing. But for not, I'm probably not renewing and just doing Castle Wars for like months. Unless they remove Castle Wars from free to play or something. I'll get my childhood dream of finally having the full golden armor. It is such a trivial goal to go for, but I don't know, it was one of the things I always wanted to do in Old School RuneScape. And now that we can justify not getting membership, it might be the time in about a month. Because we're calculating out earlier, it should only take about 3 months. If we do it for like 10 hours a day while doing Brighter Shores, roughly. Like, it'll take a lot of time, but it's actually not that much. It's about as much as our woodcutting grind for this pet. It's just that grind again, but for Castle Wars. Oh wait, why am I coming here? Actually, while I'm here, I'm gonna go buy the other ingredient. I need skills. This isn't all of them, but it'll allow me to buy the rest of them later. Ooh, 8.2 each. Ow, ow, money, ow, 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 the money, ow. That's painful. But, yeah, we do need to even them out. Alright, let's see where we're at. Alright, deposit all. How many short am I? We're at 62 and... Okay, I just need 11 more, that's fine. We'll get them later. That's kind of funny, that's exactly how many I need for the thingy. Oh, that's kind of cool. That's the exact number. Also, go RuneScape requires a lot of clicking. If you're doing bossing, I guess. There's a lot of things that require almost no clicking, though. Like, the thing we're doing right now requires 1 click every 5 minutes. And Castle Wars, when we do it, will require a lot of clicks for about 2 minutes. But then after that, you can AFK for about 18 minutes straight. Literally clicking nothing in 18 minutes. So it requires a little bit of a click investment to not have to click for 18 minutes. Can you repeat the 18M XP for Brighter Shores? No, that's for Old School RuneScape, not for Brighter Shores. Let's talk about Old School RuneScape. Because you'd be saying Old School RuneScape requires a lot of clicking. But no, there's nothing that AFK in Brighter Shores. The highest you have is 2 to 3 minute raid den AFK. Is currently the highest you have in Brighter Shores. Like active AFK. Is going into the center of a raid den and coming back in 2 to 3 minutes later. And then they're all dead. But no, that's the best Brighter Shores has right now. What do we use the Fear Potions for? Mostly going to be using it for Forager. Monument pieces require them. Well, they don't require them, but it definitely is a lot easier. But yeah, the Fear Potions are mostly for that. And eventually for Chapter 5, you need it a lot for Delver. Because there's probably going to be at least 1 or 2 resources that are really good for Builder and or Armor Maker that you get from Delver that are in a combat zone. But no, the only grind that we haven't done that we need it for is Monument Pieces for Forager. There's anything else we really need it for? I guess technically during cooking, if they ever make them equipable, there's a couple annoying alleyways where you have to go through combat when doing the chef skill. But fishing has none. I say all combat has none because you're already doing combat. But fishing has none, alchemy has none. Gather somewhat has it, but not really. I guess somewhat. It depends what you're trying to gather. But most of them don't. Woodcutting doesn't. Carpentry doesn't at all. Bonewright, blacksmith, stonemason doesn't. Mining doesn't. Detective somewhat does. At least at the higher level range. When it starts putting you in dangerous areas. Leatherworker doesn't. Merchant doesn't unless you're going down zombie road, but you barely ever do that after you have the shortcut. So yeah, the only skills you really need it for is Forager, somewhat Gatherer, and somewhat Chef. And the only other skill you'd maybe need it for is Delver in Chapter 5. There's not too many situations where you need Fear Pots. They are helpful when you do, but they're very rare that you ever need them. What's the next episode? We know a handful of things about it. We're getting 4 new skills. A combat called Shield Breaker. Some kind of building skill that we know almost nothing about. Armor Maker, which we know almost everything about other than what on earth the material required for it going to be other than leather. And then Delver, which is basically just Forager or Gatherer, but for Chapter 5. Yes, Armor Maker will make all 3 faction gears. So you don't have to level 3 different things like you do in Chapter 3. You do it all with one skill. The material you're going to need is going to be different. But the actual skill, you only have to train one to train all three. And one of them might be the easiest to train with compared to the other two. We don't know which one that will be, though. If I had to guess, it's probably going to be Cryonite armor. But we don't currently know. But one of the three is probably going to be the best for XP rate. Or, you know, as far as cost and accessibility to the material. And is very, very, very likely to be smithing. Or, you know, Cryonite gear, I mean. It could be Hammer Mage as well. It's almost guaranteed not going to be Bone Right. But we'll have to find out. Yeah, there's a good chance they're going to use all the Episode 3 resources. This hasn't been confirmed, but it is very, 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 very exceedingly likely. It's why I've been keeping all my bones and all my, what's it called? All my, bars. Because in case they are both, or either used for Armor Maker, we'll already have them done. Yeah, it's not confirmed, but it's very likely. It's why we have over 10,000 bars banked. Actually, I think almost over 20,000 bars. It's all for Armor Maker. Also have over like 15,000 bones banked. Once again, all for Armor Maker or for weapon upgrades. Assuming they even can be used for it. Otherwise, we'll just use weapon upgrades for them. So either way, we get to use them even if they're not used for Armor Maker. That would be a lot more convenient if they were. The only thing I don't have spear of is stone. I don't have any stonemason spears. Or, you know, like stones. Those are my stones for making armor. That's one thing that's actually going to be a little annoying. Is the complete lack of spear stones. Because my bank is almost empty other than a few death stone here and there. Because it wasn't worth making anything out of them. Actually, I think I have more death stone than every other stone combined in my bank right now for stones. That's because a lot of them I saved rather than used. So what's that one guy doing? It looked like he was just walking back and forth for a second there. The runner man. There's a lot of 200 alchemy keeps in here. All the alchemy crowd. Yeah, we're almost there. Looks like what, 3-4 hours left? We are eventually going to have to move back to slower potion, though. This is our last XP burst before we have to go back to the bad XP. Though we'll be making the 116s instead of the 104 fears like we were originally going to do. We burn more money this way, but it's worth it in the long run. We did all the math earlier. It is definitely worth it. We do burn 1 gold an hour, though, as we're doing it. But it saves more time than it burns. What grind are we doing after alchemy? Wood cutting and carpentry. We're going to have a ton of 7% pots, and we're just going to chug them all doing that. Well, not literally chugging them, but, you know. All the alchemy potions that we're making today, as soon as we finish these. All the 7% Hope Forest. We're going to use every last one of them, pretty much, trying to get 200 woodcutter and carpentry. To speed up the grind. What skill makes the most money? Merchant into leatherworker. Getting the merchant discount for a good hide. And then doing that hide with leatherworker. Doesn't start to make really good money until like level 150 plus though. I think around 120 plus you start making 1 gold an hour. By around like level 190-ish, you start making like 2 gold an hour. And it just keeps going up from there. Like right now we're making about 2 gold at this level range. Doing a level 196 hide. And the hide after this at 210 is over 2 gold an hour. Though I would need to get my merchant level up. As merchant in chapter 4 is almost like a gathering skill. Not in the sense that you're actually gathering anything, but in what it effectively does to your other level. It's effectively gathering. Alright, how many more of these do I need? Let me go grab 11 right now. What about woodcutting carpentry? You normally want to save all that. Hey, Peticio. Hey, it's finally over level 4,000. Oh, he probably has been for a while. What am I doing? Not teeth. No, not teeth. Scale. 11 of them. Ow. But no, woodcutting carpentry, you generally want to save almost everything you get from that. So it doesn't really make any money at all. You can sell it to the shop, but you're burning a lot of money selling. It's better XP per hour, but you're losing money in the long run. Why save for bone right upgrade? There's a lot of bone right equipment that you can make out of it. It's also going to be really expensive when trading comes out. Because after the price hike, it's going to be even less viable to buy stuff from it. And almost everyone's selling it rather than banking it. Because it's really inefficient to bank it. But it also means it's going to be really pricey after the price hike. Like, it's going to be about 10% more than whatever the shop is after price hike. Combat's a pretty good moneymaker. It's not stronger than Merchant Leatherworker until trading comes out. But it does have the most money you can make from AFK, though, if you use Wealth Potion on it. Or just, there's only a certain level range where you can get away with that, though. Like, you can't do it the entire time. But yeah, combat's good and pretty well-rounded. As it's good money now, and it's good money when trading comes out. It's the only skill that's basically both. Like, Alchemy is bad money right now, but good money when trading comes out. And Merchant Leatherworker is great money now, but not as good when trading comes out. Maybe. Around Chapter 5 it will be, but initially it won't be. Like, the second trading comes out, it's not as good money, like Leatherworker. Like, selling hides you're not going to be able to do. Right before Chapter 5 you will be able to, though. But, I don't know. Combat's kind of a nice mix. The problem is combat, you need to get to, like, 200 before it really starts making money. Otherwise, you're basically at, like, break-even if you're using potions and everything. Does anyone use Wealth Potions? Yes, they're actually really, really, really strong. But you have to have a really high combat for it to be worth it. Like 350 plus. Not sure the exact threshold where it's worth it, though. But like, somewhere's around there. Can you use that 264? I'm not sure. What the rate comes out to. Because basically you can start using them whenever buying them from the shop is more money than how much you would make per hour. So basically take how much you make per hour, times that by 2.5. And if that number is bigger than whatever he sells the 250% wealth potion for, then it's worth it. I'm not aware of what level range that is, though. All I know is my combat range is not high enough. 238. But I'm not sure what level is high enough. Not sure if the wiki has the rate, does it? Not sure if it does. Let me check. If I go type in... Oh, no, it doesn't matter. I guess guard. Doesn't matter which one I do. Does it say the gold per hour? Weapon strength, knowledge... No. It has a lot of info, but none of these say gold per hour. It has the XP per hour. Has the album XP. Has the XP. It has like every number you would ever need, but the gold per hour, or even the gold drop. Maybe if you click on it, it says it. Okay, good. Clicking on it does say. Oh, wait. It doesn't say it on this page, but clicking on them do. Oh, but some of them don't have a page, though. Oh, no. Oh, no, that's just the image. Oh, no. It's not showing the right number. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Yeah, you can't check the wiki for it. Yeah, I'm not sure where it would be. The wiki doesn't have the info on it currently. Which is why I don't know. All I know is 235 is not high enough. But I'm not sure what number it is. I'm pretty sure 235 is not. I haven't actually tested it, because I didn't do the most recent one, I don't think. Up rank skill. Because the most recent two I don't think I've done. Like this slug. I don't think I've done it yet. Well, I didn't. Definitely, because I don't have the thing for it. So I haven't actually tried it. Let's see. What am I doing here? Oh yeah, using the last little bit we have. If I can find it. Oh, we're getting a nice clean bank though. We're almost there. Oh yeah, we finally gotta go to the slower potions now. It's not that much slower though. We can also go figure out about how many more we need to go do. Based on the fact we gotta do about 6 levels. And then the rest would just get knowledge down. So we can just calculate out for what's 124 to 130. And that's roughly about how much it would cost. So what numbers did I just say? XP. Where's the thingy thing? Expand. Oh, wrong number range. Expand these. 124 to 130. So from this number to that number is, what is that? 8.4. Let's do some math real quick. 84000. And divide that by the XP per hour of this. And whatever this is actually our gold amount that we'd burn because it's 1 gold per hour, which is kind of convenient. Where'd it go? Where is it? There it is. Alright, what number is that right there? That is, not wanting to move correctly. 285 point that number. Okay, divide that by that number, 285,768. It would take 3 hours. So yeah, we only have to burn 3 more gold, roughly. That's not too bad. Alright, let's go burn. Time to go burn 3 more gold. Go, go, go. And along the way, we should get about 200 more of these, which means we'll have about 376 to go use for next chapter. Which has to last us all the way to 200 woodcutting and 200 carpentry. Hey, what am I doing here? Oh yeah, we're buying sage and dock leaf. We gotta burn about 3 more gold to do so. It also means we know about how much more longer this grind will take. Roughly 3 hours. Not counting the little bit of tangents we do to go to the cooking thing. For that little bit of chef XP. Speaking of which, I haven't done that yet this hour. Probably will after this set. After we finish what we're prepping right now in the next set. But yeah, not counting anything distraction we do for chef, it should be about 3 hours then. On the dot. That's not too bad. It'd be way slower if we did the fears, that's for sure. Oh, so that's why I don't buy max. Because we actually do have one inventory not being occupied right now. Should probably go put them back in my inventory just so I don't forget. It's not going to matter after this inventory, but I might as well do it now just to see our total. Just so we know by the end of the grind our exact number. Because our calculation only roughly accounted for knowledge. Because I actually under-accounted for it. I only accounted for 5 knowledge points. Or we're going to be getting in that duration 9 knowledge points. Like slightly over 9. But I only calculated for 5. So we have like one whole extra level that technically we don't actually have to do. So technically it's about 2.5 hours then, slightly more. But if you count the chef runs, it's still like 3 hours. Alright, I'm looking for the XP pot, thank you. I would like all of them. I wish there was a withdraw all. There we go. You can deposit all, but you can't withdraw all. I'm not sure why. Gosh, that thing's already having a panic attack. I just started. Let me get in cycle. After this one, we should be in cycle. Oh yeah, I really like this little mini game that it has. I was actually considering doing that too for one of these days. When we do this grind. To also do the alchemy grind and old school RuneScape and have them both side to side. So we can like double the alchemy minigame. Old school RuneScape technically does have something like this. It's Mastering Mixology. They had it a few months ago. It was their last like really major update. Not counting leagues. As far as like content. Yeah, I was considering doing it side by side one of these streams. I was considering it doing on the Stonewall Hill potion. Or maybe even tomorrow, because I'm literally only doing one potion all of tomorrow. And I'm already gonna have them all banked. So maybe tomorrow I'll do it. Because I wanted to do it on one of the days. Because I already finished the minigame, but I still need to go get a bunch of spare potions from it. Because it actually has a unique ingredient that is unique only to that minigame that you can't get through any other piece of content. Even though I've gotten everything from the minigame, I haven't stocked up on that ingredient. And that's the day we're going to have to go crazy on the mining potion. Tomorrow we're making the 131 mining potion and only the 131 mining potion. I guess technically both of these we'll be able to get the one-time bonus on, but I have like 20 to go make for them, if even that. We're basically going all in on only making the 131 all the way to 158. The only thing I should probably double check is the Stonewall Hill 6%. I gotta double check that. I'm pretty sure it's not worth doing. Let me double check though, just in case. It kind of is actually. Ooh, never mind. It somewhat is. But also, I probably won't make it, oddly enough. Because I think I might just stick with the mining potion. Oh no, I have so much of the mining potion banked. I guess I could always scrap them to other people later. All the spare slime. That's a hard choice. We have to burn 5 silver each instead of 500 bronze. Which is 4.5 silver more. The problem is the XP rate increase is enticing. Also, it's still usable for Chapter 5. Yeah, the XP rate's kind of crazy, though. We're talking... Yeah, I think we have to. We've been doing that for a lot of the potions just because the XP rate gets way too much better. But yeah, I actually have to switch to Stonewall Hill at 149. It's too much XP to leave on the table. Carnopolis we're definitely skipping, though. Other than whatever I have for first time bonus banked. But I do have to start doing the 149 tomorrow before we get to the 158. So I gotta do this from 131 to 149. So I still gotta do 18 levels straight with just that potion, though. Pretty much. Because at most we're making like 20 of these and 20 of these. And the rest has to be only this potion all the way till 149. For 18 levels, effectively. The other two will maybe cover 1 level. So for 17 levels, effectively. We gotta go all the way there. With just that one. So yeah, maybe that other... Okay, yeah, so the Stonewall Day will be the day we do it then. I guess that'd be the Saturday then. We'll do the mix-up. Because that's the day we have to Stonewall Hill from 158 to 185, doing absolutely nothing but Stonewall Hill. It's not only where we lose the most amount of money, but there's also literally nothing in between. As I can't do the heal pot without Forager. I can't do this heal pot without Post 200 Minefighter. I can't do this one without Forager. And then this one is also Forager, but we will be buying some of them. But even then we have to do like the really, really annoying final section. Which I still haven't really figured out what we're doing for that. We must be spamming even more Stonewall Hill. Still haven't figured that out. I was considering doing Merchant. Just for how much diminishing return we'd have from Stonewall Hill by that area. But that's the main day we gotta figure out is the final day. Because I have no clue what the plan is. I just remembered. I gotta go check the chef. We haven't done it yet this hour. Let's just see how the tracking number is. I think it's at the final number of what it said. Hopefully it gets here today. Let's see. Does the tracking number say it was delivered to Steam Deck? No. It's been out for delivery since this morning. They said the latest it would get here is 7:30. And it's 6 minutes from 7:30. They're late. But yeah, supposedly it's not here yet. But I would definitely know. They'd probably knock at the door or something. Plus the tracking number would say it's been delivered. Alright, one more for the set. And then I gotta go remember to go check Chef. Before I forget a second time. I still find it insane how little we burned so far. We started at like 25 gold. We're at like 22.8. Though we haven't hit the big burn point yet. 158 to 200 is where we burn it all. Well, technically 158 to 197. Oh, Shore Central's still over here. I highly doubt he's been here all day, but maybe he has. Every time I've come here, he's been here, so... yeah, he probably has been. He's really AFK right now, though. Speaking of which, I think I'm going to bathroom break after we queue up this next one. I'll be back in 1 minute. He has AFK sim. Yeah, he is very hard AFK. He hasn't moved a single time since we got in here. I'll be joining him. I'll be back in 1 minute or two. We're back. Anyways, let's see. You check bounty board. What reason became here? Hey, some free sandwiches to Melv. I can still take this one. I still haven't done the first time bonus for this yet. Alright, grab that. Get rid of, what, 4 sandwich? Yeah, 4. Or, sorry, 3. And let's go turn this into Melv. Did I get the package? No, I was just going to the bathroom. No package yet. No package. Oh, where am I going? Go turn into Mel first. Oh, I did not want trade. I want to use item. But nope, according to the... Let's see, I'll go refresh the tracking thing. According to the tracking thing, it should have been here 1 minute ago. They're officially late. Oh no. It'll arrive today around... earlier today till 7:30 p.m. They're 2 minutes late. They do have a question mark next to it that says, the delivery window provided is estimated and may change based on severe weather and or unforeseen circumstances. I like how they have to put that there. So someone doesn't, like, sue them, like, you're 1 minute late. I want it for free now. But they literally have a disclaimer next to it. Like, this is a rough estimate. It might not actually be around that time. You know someone tried to sue over that in the past. There's at least that one guy that tried to sue. Which is why they have the disclaimer now. I wonder if anyone won a lawsuit because of that. It definitely feels like the disclaimer there is for legal reasons. Oh yeah, that's something else too. Whenever I calculate out the XP rates whenever I do them, I don't account for any potion. So I don't account for the 5% XP bonus that we're getting. So whenever I ever calculate out for Alchemy, I'm actually never putting into account the 5% bonus. It only works for part of it anyway, so... Most of it doesn't even get it anyway, so it's kind of fine. But for what parts do get it, I don't actually account for it. It's just for XP. I know we don't have one active right now, by the way. Just because it'll be kind of weird doing it into the other thing. So we can't really pot up now, otherwise I won't be able to pot up then. We're slightly off cycle because we had to turn in for Melv. He was hungry. Gotta give him his food delivery. But hey, 107.5 cooking. We're getting there. One delivery at a time. DoorDash simulator. Except we also cook the food, as well as deliver it. Well, I can't wait to use these in the next chapter. It's actually going to be the first time we ever get to use 7% pots as well. But technically the first time will be tonight. Because at the end of the stream, we're going to get to 131 alchemy. That's the whole goal. And when we do, we'll be able to make our first batch of 7% mining pots. And the very first thing we actually get to do, which won't be shown on stream, unfortunately. But the first thing we're going to do is use it on in 5 hours and 12 minutes from now. We'll be using the first 7% on the passive. Or not passive, whatever you call this. The venture. We'll be able to use it on the venture. And I'll probably also save 1 or 2 knowledge points and put it into bone rate as well, just to double dip it. I'm not going to bother mining or doing something else like that though while I'm there. But I will do 1 or 2 knowledge points on the bone rate while claiming our thing with 7%. And that'll be our first usage of it. We'll also be able to do that midday tomorrow. But our real first usage of it, like as far as like really effectively using it, is going to be for 200 woodcutting and bone carpenter. That's what all these will be used for. And honestly, I don't mind if I use every last one of them. If we have some spares, that's fine, but I want to try to maximize how much time we save. So I'm probably going to use every last 7%. We'll see though, we'll see. Because I do plan to do some post 200 gatherer. And for that, maybe it's worth using? Probably not, though. The deadest area for gatherer is going to be the leaks. Because I don't need that many leaks. I'm not sure how we're actually going about that. Like, I need some leaks, but not that many leaks. The amount of leaks you would get from going from 208 to 224 is way more than we actually need. It's way more than anyone needs. So that's probably the deadest area. Because I need some, but not a lot. Not that many. Whereas clovers, we need like infinite of. And thistle, I need infinite of. And ramhorn, I guess, is okay, but we're probably mostly skipping it for clover. But these are the biggest issue. We would do this until like 210, and then we have like infinite leaks forever. So I'm not sure what we do about the other 14 levels. Honestly, I almost consider doing these till like 216 and then do the AFK. The problem is this AFK is pretty bad. But I can't think of any other way other than just dumping a ton of knowledge into it. Dude, that's a really dead zone for Gatherer. And it's right at the beginning. But everything after that's like amazing. All the way until like 300. You got 1, 2, 3, 4 total? Nice, No Creamy. Huge congrats. Yeah, I've been seeing you around here and there. Hope the grind's been going well. About to get 125 alchemy out of our 200. We're almost there. 3 days to go after today. You're doing mining smithing at the moment? Nice. Almost at a 20 enchant pick. Nice. Yeah, getting up to 25 is really, really good. Yeah, that's when you stop getting to 0.4% and it goes down to 0.2. Everything after that. But up to that point, you're still getting 0.4 each time. Hey, pickaxe is actually the only tool in the game I went over 25 on. I'm still considering the 50 pickaxe when trading comes out for the eventual 500 mining grind. It gains more of a benefit than any tool in the entire game by more than double. as far as the number of activities it's used for. As it works for almost every passive as well, other than gold panning. As well as nearly every active. Aside from blast mining and minecart. You have 3k iron? Oh gosh, I still have 3k iron as well. I think I'm at like 3.4k iron still in the bag. I need to go process at some point. I processed everything else, but I still got a bit of an iron stack from when we did the mining grind. I just never got around to finishing. Actually, I'm deliberately not finishing it though. I'm actually waiting until after this threshold because I can't currently mine this. So I was going to wait until 247 to go dump them. Because this is pure money burn. I don't have any way of mining this till way down the line. So if I actually want to do this passive, it's a pure loss, which is perfectly fine, but I still want to skip it a little bit with dunking the iron at around that range. Which I guess I could technically do it once I run out of material in the bank too. Because both of them are just going to be pure money burn at that point, because I don't need to do the mining AFK anymore. Actually, I can't even do it. It gets diminishing value. Yeah, smithing loses the most out of any processing skill. It is actually the most expensive processing skill to AFK in the game. There isn't a single one more expensive than it. I guess that's there is one exception. Alchemy, if you're keeping every potion, is more expensive. But aside from that, it is the most expensive AFK activity in the game. Aside from Alchemy, if you're keeping every potion. Yeah, every single one for smithing uses a resource. That's what makes it expensive. There's no free activity. Even Alchemy has free activities. It's the only one in the entire game with no free activity. There isn't a single other skill that's like that. Hey, Umbi's here. Wait, is he training Alchemy? Why is he talking to that guy? I didn't see him in any of the Alchemy rooms today. It's kind of weird because there's literally no reason you'd ever talk to him unless you're doing Alchemy. Oh yeah, he is. He just didn't get my server. He must be in the abandoned server we were in earlier. Because we're definitely in the max capacity one. This looks like 18 people. It is 15 people. I'm pretty close. Technically if you count the shopkeepers. We're up to 17. How's the alchemy grind? Hello, and pretty good. Currently burning 1 gold an hour to save some time when we do the woodcutting carpentry grind next chapter. We did the math on it, and it's worth the cost. Because originally I was just going to fear through this entire section. But it saves enough time that it's worth spending the 1 gold per hour. And this will also speed up our woodcutting carpentry grind for next chapter, which is nice. But also speeds up our grind now. Otherwise our XP rate would be like, what, 20, 30, 40, 50% lower? Whatever the difference between these two numbers is, let's say. I actually forget what it was. It was, 285 compared to, 226. So yeah, it's about 25% better, what we're doing right now. At the cost of like 1 gold an hour rather than free. But these potions we actually need for next chapter, so it kind of works out. Because we're using all these that we're making now for the 200 woodcutter carpenter, particularly carpenter. Yeah, it's pretty much zero cost. That's actually something we mentioned earlier too. Is the money we make from the 210 leatherworker pays for the entirety of every single 7% pop we make to speed up Hope Fars. So it kind of works out nicely. Like our profit margin on, like we make enough money per hour from moneymakers that it's worth spending 1 gold per hour on this. Because the amount of time saved is better than the amount of money saved. But honestly, Alchemy is just spreadsheet the skill. I feel like this skill has been like 80 to 90% spreadsheets compared to like any other skill. There's just a bunch of math to see what's more efficient based on what your needs are. There's a couple different ways you can go about it. But this skill has felt so spreadsheety compared to like any other skill up to this point. That's not a bad thing, though. It's actually rather unique. There's no other skill do you have to do that much math to figure out what on earth your best option is at any given time, relative to the cost benefit of it. It's the only skill you really have to do that for. It's like how I used to step up on there. It's a small little stepping stone. Or stepping chair. I find that funny every time it happens. Even if I don't make any mention of it. Everything else you could do on ground level, but that one's like, oh, you need a little bit more elevation. So I just realized, is there a different vial animation when you drink a 7% potion? I just now realized, not counting combat, which I didn't really pay too much attention to, and we were drinking like those other flasks for the healing pot, I've actually never drank any of the potent potions yet. And I never paid attention to the animation the few times I have, to actually see if it's a different shaped bottle. Because I know the other ones have a square bottle. The other ones have a circle bottle. And they both have an animation that corresponds to it correctly. But yeah, I'm curious if this has a triangular bottle then. Or, you know, like a vial-shaped bottle. Like, I guess technically it's a vial shape as well, but... I know vial is more like the hourglass kind of shape. Like the half hourglass. Rather than a circle. A circle vial seems like a really bad idea. That's just like asking you to spill it. That seems like a really, really bad idea. I just now realized that. Who on earth would make a circle vial? That defeats the whole purpose of what a vial is. You're just asking for a spill at that point. Oh, hello, Dougie Fresh. Sorry, I didn't say hello earlier. Finally got 200 merchant? Nice, congrats. Oh yeah, it does slow down after 200. You still get a little over a level an hour though. But yeah, every skill definitely gets slower after 200. But merchant's oddly enough one of the ones that is least affected. Because merchant XP is still insane. Like, it's more so insane how quickly it gains XP at post 200. When you compare it to, like, other post 200s, like smithing or something. Where even after 2 hours, you question if you're going to get a level or not. Because at least post 200, merchant is always at least 1 level an hour. Even in, like, the deadest of dead zones. Yeah, we're almost there. If that level finishes out, only 5 to go. Which at this point should take, like, what, 2 hours? Not even? After this set, I need to remember to go do chef run as well. I don't need to do a full run, I just need to check the bounty board. We're actually far away from needing to do a full run. Actually, we might not even need a full run for the rest of the stream. Guess we got really lucky all of a sudden. Because I should only have to check the bounty board 2 or 3 more times. There's a chance by the 3rd time I might need it. The 2nd time we won't need it unless we get really lucky. Because I stopped taking all the bad tasks. There's just so many bad tasks. Good tasks only. Small numbers are really good XP drops. Hey, we got the Unbi room. What rank is he these days? Is he on leader? Yeah, he's third. And we know for sure he's third because we have true ranking now. I wonder where his alchemy level is. Because he's probably doing post 200 right now, right? Let me go check. I want to see how much higher he got it. Because I don't think he's that much beyond 200. Yeah, he's exactly at 200 actually. That's weird. I wonder what potion he's making then. Because that means he's not doing the really good AFK potion. I guess he has plans to buy from other people. But that means... Oh, he's making Arborate. Okay, I see. He's a Guardian. Wait, he just failed one though. He AFK too hard. He just failed his potion. I've never seen that before. But he actually just failed his potion. That's funny. We got that on video in B. Actually, I saw him when he was doing skilling earlier too. He's actually he wasn't manual clicking one of the gather supplies, and he was wasting like 2 tiles every time. But he just had a potion explode. I've never actually seen that before. That's funny. I would say that's from AFKing, but generally you never AFK while doing this activity. The other one, yes. Not this one, though. It's kind of un-AFKable. That into 3Q, I guess. No wonder why he's only rank 3. Just kidding. I have seen him do some pretty inefficient things, though. Don't get me wrong, he's definitely more efficient than we are overall. But I have seen him do things that are not max efficiency. Which is kind of interesting, even at that level range. That there are still some things he does below max efficiency. Because we saw him waste about 1 second every gatherer run. When he was doing 200 gatherer. About 1 second every gatherer run. I mean like every 6 you pick up, or technically 8. What's his highest skill right now? I find it interesting that he is fishing so much higher. I assume he's doing the fishing venture or something. I feel like he's doing the fishing venture. He's definitely doing his hourly chef contracts now. As you can tell by his 203 cooking. He's probably only doing contract only. Which pretty much are cooking these days. This is from the AFK raid dens or however he did them. This is just because of money. Interesting. And Bone Right is because he's Guardian. Has he done any post 200? No, he hasn't. Interesting. He's not done any post 200 Gatherer or Woodcutter or Carpentry for his Bone Right. Which means his Bone Right level is eventually going to outscale. It's the reason why we keep doing mining and smithing rather than just smithing. Because if we just did just smithing, it would eventually get outscaled. Or our mining level would be, you know, outscaled compared to where it needs to be. But he's going to reach that point soon. Or his Bone Right level will be too high to support his processing, or, you know, his gathering component. I'm surprised. I thought he was going to go all the way away in Merchant Leatherworker. I think Peticio did that, didn't he? I thought a lot more top players would do that. Go all in on Merchant Leatherworker. But a lot of them didn't go as deep as I thought they would. Like, they still got it up, but not, like, really, really high. They just burn out on it like we do. I don't know, is everyone like that when it comes to merchant? They do it for like 3 to 6 hours and then it's like, yeah, I'm done for today. Time to do other things. Not done with the game, but you know, done with merchant for today. Because that's how I feel whenever I touch merchant. It's a great skill, but gosh, this is burning me out quick. It requires too much brain power compared to the rest of the game. But I'm surprised, a lot of the 200 people aren't really getting above like 250-ish merchant. Other than Miles, yes, who has 500. But everyone else in like that top little area, they actually have way lower merchant than I was expecting. Rat Splat's all in on the other chapter. I don't even need to check him. Mightiest. Did Mightiest get high? I don't think he did. I'll go check all of these in case. Yeah, 201 merchant. He basically hasn't touched it. I'm really surprised. Miles, yes, is the only one in like the top area that actually went all in on merchant. I'm surprised the people who are playing at like almost max efficiency aren't doing that. They've done it some, but not to as much of a degree as I thought they would. But they probably feel the same way about merchant that I do. Great skill, but burn out quickly on it. Even Chino only went for 206. Actually, we even have higher than Chino, oddly enough. But my LZS is the only person that did that in top rank. Well, not counting the hidden people. Because I know some of the hidden people were. But, yeah, my LZS got 500. There it is. And they're doing Leatherworker a lot right now. Like, if I go do a Leatherworker run, 100% chance if they're logged in, they're in there. 100% chance. Let's see, are they logged in right now? We got to go check, let's see. Are they logged in right now? They are. Should I go do a Leatherworker run? Gotta do chef run anyways. Maybe a quick Leatherworker break for the 1 level. You did it for 50 levels straight, yeah. Though pre-200 does go quite a bit quicker. That's still a lot of levels in a row, though. That was around when they announced that when they might nerf it, yeah. Well, they didn't announce that they would nerf Merchant, but Leatherworker. Though I'm not too concerned if they do nerf it at this point, though. Because it's just an excuse to bank every last hide we ever get instead of selling them. I would almost prefer if they do nerf it. Because in my brain, it would be way better to start banking all of them then. So I'm never going to sell another one again and only bank them, which is really what I should be doing with them instead of selling them. Because the second that they nerf it, I'm just banking every last one. I'm going to go from banking like 10 to 20% to banking 100%. Oh, so that's something I didn't even think about. You know how much money we're going to make from doing 200, 200, 500, 500 combat? Because that number is very big. That's something I didn't actually put into consideration from that grind. We were going to be like loaded after that grind. After 200, 200, 500, 500 for combat. After the combat rework. We're going to be loaded. Like we're talking like triple digit gold number. Probably not a platinum, but who knows? It might be, actually. But we're talking like hundreds of gold. We're talking like, considering level 50 tool amount of gold. Like multiple level 50 tools. Is it really multiple platinums? I'm not sure how much money you make from 200 to 500. Though keep in mind, I'm going to make a lot less from Chronopolis, though. Because I'm multitasking it with Detective. But Mindfighter should make a ton. But 500 Watch Person doesn't make that much. Because a lot of them are raid dens that make 0. Not all of it, but a lot of it. Although at a certain level range, it might be worthwhile not to do them. Just because of how much money we're giving up from not doing combat normally. Also because we need gear upgrades. Because I highly doubt we'll be able to buy them all in the market by then. Like, even if we could, we don't have the money for it. Unless someone, like, gives us an item to hold for a second. So we could borrow it for a little while and hand it back. Oh yeah, I was gonna go check the leatherworker place. Oh well, I assume they're there. There's no way they're not. I think they're going all the way to 500 at this point. And then they have like infinite money glitch at that point. Because they did 500 merchant, which is a couple hundred gold or so. And then they're doing 500 leatherworker. Though I think they're banking most of leatherworker though. So they're actually not making that much money from it. But they are and they aren't. But they're banking 90% plus of their leather, if not all of it. There's a really interesting level distribution. I keep forgetting, we're technically actually pretty high rank right now. Kind of. Oh, I should have actually used this already. Whoops. I should have actually used that in the other pop-up. Because not counting anonymouses, we're ranked 20, 19, 18, 17. We're 17th right now. Kind of. Was it who passed this then? Oh no, I think it's someone who just became unhidden. Like Vorpal or something. Because there was 8 hidden in top 10 earlier, and now there's only 7. I think Vorpal became unhidden. Yeah, Meadow's catching up though. Because I'm pretty sure this is Yips. I think Yips gave up a little. Because he was as high as 3rd, and now he's down to 5th or 6th. It's hard to tell. But Yips kind of gave up a bit. They're as high as 3rd, and now they're 5th or 6th. They're still absurdly high and still playing, though. But definitely a lot less. Well, a lot less compared to, like, 20 hours a day. Which is also our case. Went from, like, 16 hours a day to, like, 12 to 14-ish. Sometimes 10-ish. Because I think my average is at 10 a day right now. Yeah, we're at 142 hours, which is basically 10 hours a day. We've been slacking. Once we get the Steam Deck, that number should go up though, because I can multitask it throughout the day a bit better when we're not streaming. There's always been an issue with it because we pretty much have to play it at the computer. After the Steam Deck gets in here, hopefully today. What does the tracking number say? Nope, still not delivered yet. At this rate, I feel like it's gonna come in tomorrow. How long do they UPS deliver for? Does anyone know? Because normally it gets stuff from Amazon, but this came in through UPS because it was from Steam. Because I'm not sure how late they deliver. Because it's 8 PM right now and they still haven't brought the package here. Sometimes deliver up to 10. Okay, there's your chance then. Oh, we'll find out because we're streaming for about 2 more hours, so it works out perfectly. So no, my eyes are watering. Don't do the eyes. I need to go for 2 more hours. My eyes are starting to give up. Not in a tired sense, but in a fatigue sense. Because I'm not tired right now. But just from staring at a screen for like 8 hours straight. Most days it doesn't do that, but some days it's like, nope. Yeah, that's a little better. I have dampened them with water. Yep, next level, almost there. Only problem is since we're hitting the end of this range, the XP rate's not as good. There's no potion we could really upgrade to though. Because the only other better one we could be doing is way too expensive. This is the highest potion that doesn't burn infinite money per hour. It's still burning a gold an hour though. It's worth it. This burns way too much for how little it gives though. But then we get a good potion. A really good potion actually. Such a good potion, I actually have to contemplate if it's worth making 7% Potent Mine or 6% Stonewall Hill. The benefit of Stonewall Hill is the XP rate is so much better. We're talking like 30-40% better per hour. But it is slightly more expensive per potion, but not much. But, oh no, 7% for Mines and Matubin? Pretty solid. I think by then I would feel like switching though. Because that's after doing like 18 levels of Mines and Matubin potion. I think by then I'll be like, yeah, let's go speed it up a bit. Or sorry, not 18 hours, but 18 levels, I mean. Which is like 6-7 hours. Yeah, there we go. Wait to use the knowledge, because I want that level first. Hey, Taro's back. If he ever left, I'm not sure. I think he did for a little bit, but he's back now. Back on the grind. Right, hopefully this gets us a level here so I can immediately use the knowledge. It should? Yeah, I think it does. Looks like it. Barely. Yeah, it should be a level. Oh yeah, I never did check the bounty board this hour, did I? Should probably go do that before I forget. Oh, I hear something that sounds like a delivery truck. Oh. I didn't hear any knock at the door though. I just left it there. Just tosses that at the porch. If you even call that stub of an area a porch. There's barely enough room for one person on it. If you have 3 people on it, one person's going overboard. Oh, was that it? Wait. Delivery photo available. Postal. Okay. View photo. Is that it? Is that the right house? Oh, wait. I'll be right back. Wait. Hold up 1 second. Alright, the Steam Deck has been retrieved. Haven't opened it yet or anything though. But the package has been retrieved. That's weird, it didn't knock or anything. Only reason I even know is because I was refreshing the page for the tracking number. But I'll need to mess with that tonight then. First thing we do after the stream, not even gonna bother eating. Well, I still will eat, but do need to go set that up. Test it out on brighter shores tonight. But yeah, our efficiency is gonna go up so much. Well, not necessarily efficiency, but amount of time that we could just be randomly clicking for progress has gone up substantially. Because now I can do it anywhere rather than only at the house. So if I'm ever going for a walk or out for errands or anything else, you'll see me at 2 a.m. probably, honestly. Not sure if I'll talk back when I'm on Steam Deck though is the only problem. Not sure how easy it is to type on that. I feel like it'd be really annoying to type on a Steam Deck compared to a keyboard. But yeah, I definitely have the Brighter Shores community to thank for that. Because from all the ad revenue and everything, that pretty much covered that thing for free. The Steam Deck. Because the ad revenue alone during that time more than covered it. Alright, 3.5 levels to go. A little over an hour, probably an hour and a half. Which, how long did we go yesterday? Wasn't it like 9.5, 10 hours? Because oddly enough, it's about to be the same today, right? I'll go check. How do I check? I should probably click on the things. Oops. Yeah, we went for just under 10 hours yesterday. And yeah, it should be the exact same amount of time today. Wow, we really did the math correctly earlier. Because 3 of the days had the exact same time frame. Today, yesterday, and there's one other day, I don't remember which. I know for sure it's not the final day. But one of the other ones. I'm actually not sure which one it is now. I think it's the tomorrow as well. Yeah, yesterday, today, and tomorrow I think were all the same time frame when we did the math on them. The only two that are a little bit weirder is the last 2 days. Just because our lack of viable potions in between that we have resources for. It's the only slight struggle of not doing the 200 forager grind first. As the 5th day of this grind is a bit hindered from not having 200 forager done beforehand. Every other day, not so much. Also, I just realized I put an image of the fear potion in the title. And more than half the stream, I've just been making the 7% pots for Hope Forest. I think I did mention in the thing that we're making our first 7% pots, though. But the image in the thumbnail is the fear potion, not the 7% pot. I thought I'd make a lot more fear than we ultimately did. But after doing a bunch of math, nope. Math ended up winning. Alright, another set done. I will not forget this time. Let's go check our cooking contracts. Because we still haven't checked it for this hour, and we're like half an hour in. I've forgotten like 3-4 times in a row, though. That guy's name is Unibrow, that's funny. It's technically a quest reference in this game. At this point. That's something I haven't seen too many of. You see like a billion names referencing RuneScape. I haven't seen too many Brighter Shores names referencing Brighter Shores. In one way or another. Like NPC names or anything like that. I wonder who's gonna snipe the boss name for the first boss in the game. L number 40. That's a lot of L's. True, time to snipe some on the ult. Yeah, I'm kind of happy with all mine. We got Tacit for our main, which is the first one we secured. We got Bird for one of the cool animal ones. We tried getting Dragon, but we were late because we tried going for Tacit first. And then the other one, we had to wait for a day for it to be deleted, so we weren't able to get a good one. So I just named it Tacit Bird. We just combined the two, which oddly enough is also what our max hardcore is in old school RuneScape. So it kind of works out, I guess. Or soon to eventually be dead hardcore maxed Iron Man. Still alive for now, though. Oh wow, that's a lot of tasty sandwiches. Fine, we'll go do them. Well, one of them, not the other one. I'll do the closer one, which is the thief one. Yeah, Bird's a pretty solid one. We weren't able to get Dragon, though. If we would have went for Dragon before Tacit, we probably could have. I just wanted to secure Tacit first in case it somehow got sniped. I highly doubt it would have, though. But Tacit was more important to get than Dragon. You know, I'll 5% boost it. Gosh, that new circle is so nice. Gosh, that goes so far. You would not have been able to go anywhere near that far before. I know, it didn't drop it. There are so many weird things that cancel your drop. I wish you could queue a drop. You can queue a pickup, but you can't queue a drop. Speaking of which... Oh no, you can't because of the window. You can do it for one item. You can't for a stack. That's interesting. But yeah, you can't actually queue an item if it's multiple on the ground because it brings up this window. And this window currently cancels your queue. But if you have one item on the ground, because it's one click, you actually can queue it on the ground. I just want to go try something I haven't done before. Just go drop a bunch of singular items on the ground. We're gonna queue pick them up them all. There we go. But you can only queue them if they're only one item. You can't queue a stack. It's technically the only way you can queue movement. Is you have an item on the ground and then you queue the walk to pick up that one item. It's like the closest thing we have to queue walk. Because currently you can't queue walk. But you can queue a singular item on the ground and use that like a walk. I almost forgot. Forger is still our lowest level, not counting combat. I feel like we've actually done an okay amount of Forger. I'm actually surprised how low it is. But did Andrew Gower make another post on Twitter or X, whatever it's called? I know of his one yesterday. Did he make another one? No, not yet. Which I think he deleted them. Because I don't see them on his Twitter anymore. Or X, or whatever they're calling it. Whatever that platform is called these days. Because it looks like they got deleted. Actually, I think I still have it too, so we could actually see if it got deleted. Yeah, it did. Yeah, he deleted them. That was the one that had the post earlier. It says something went wrong because it's not there anymore. It got deleted. Aha! Yeah, he deleted the post. Both the two posts. He's made two of them. Players are only really good at telling them what they don't like. On a pre-launch, my only concern with the game was that the classes would be unbalanced compared to each other. And post-launch, my only concern is when they add bossing and raids that it kills skilling. Because right now they haven't killed skilling yet. If anything, the entire game is skilling only. It's like the exact opposite of it killed skilling. But yeah, I'm curious to see what will happen in the future in that regard. As far as things I don't want. I don't want the whole skilling being useful aspect being killed. But pre-launch, my biggest concern as far as what I didn't want from the game is the classes being unbalanced. They technically solved the balance issue by making almost every class identical. There are some differences across the classes, but they're really samey right now. So technically, balance completed. They can't be unbalanced if they're all the same. They're not exactly all the same, but they're pretty similar. Until special attacks and everything. And even then, they're probably going to be somewhat same in that regard. Where every class will do one specific special attack type, probably a little bit better. Like Crown Knight will probably be better at immobilizing with freeze. Hammer Mage probably has slightly better burst damage on some. Guardian probably has higher, better attack speed on some. Or maybe we'll be able to get like a double, triple, quad hit quicker or something. His Guardian's a lot more about attack speed kind of thing. At least with his primary weapons. Hammer Mage is burst and Crown Knight is mixed. Crown Knight's also the only one with primary weapon having a one-handed range weapon. Which is relevant because you can wield a shield with it. It's the only class where its primary element has a shield component. It is also, for its range weapon, it is also the only one where its primary element has both attack speeds. Guardian is double slow. Guardian is double quick. And Hammer Mage is double slow. Well, technically mid-speed, but slow comparatively. Whereas Crown Knight is one quick, one slow, and one-handed, which the other two don't have. They have one-handed weapons, but they don't have one-handed weapons in their color. For the range weapon. Which technically makes Crown Knight the tankiest. As it has a shield while using one hand and range. Whereas the other ones, generally speaking, only have it when doing one hand. Which is going to be interesting for PvP. Because that's a pretty distinct PvP advantage. If your main DPS range weapon also lets you wield shield. Even if it's lower DPS, you're taking less in return. Which basically forces your enemy to have to come into melee range. But it might have a different special attack that deals with that pretty well. AKA freezing them in place. And then kiting them again. I feel like Crown Knight's going to be extremely kitey. Freeze them, range them while holding shield. Freeze them again, range them while holding shield. Would be really funny. In PVM, though, his ranged weapon's actually bad. Because it's worse DPS than a two-handed ranged weapon. Yes, Guardian's range is stronger. Technically, both the other two ranges are stronger. But in a PvP sense, the shield probably outweighs the the extra DPS. But no, two-handed range is better than one-handed range. For just DPS-wise. But when the damage back and forth actually matters both ways, I'm pretty sure shield is better compared to no shield. Assuming you're using a really high tier shield. Like we're talking like 4-star shield kind of situation. But no, for normal, just killing random enemy, two hands always better. The main thing that one hand accelerates at for one hand weapon melee or range is damage mitigation. But it's only really needed if you have like any chance of dying, aka bossing and PvP. Neither of which exist at the moment, which is why everyone just runs two-hand everything. But in PvP and some bossing encounters, one hand with shield is going to be way better. Yeah, there's a lot of things about PvP we don't currently know. Like, how will the skill trees even interact? Are you going to have, like, a PvP-specific skill tree? Because that'd be kind of cool. Based on what league you have a bunch of points you can allocate. Or just based on your total level, but you get, like, a league or a PvP-specific tree that you can use. Because that lets them make it a lot... it basically means that they can balance them separately. Where the obelisks are scaled around PVM. And then they can have a separate obelisk that the PvP league can kind of rank up or whatever. That works only for PvP. That way they can do something drastically different with it and it doesn't affect the balance of the rest of the game. Nor do they have to change the main skill tree to be different to accommodate for PvP. They just can make a new one. I hope they'd end up doing it ultimately that way. Where it goes based on whatever your total level is, aka 30, 30, 40, 40, so on and so forth for every chapter. It just takes that number, and then has like a special PvP tree based on what PvP rank you're at, or PvP league, because it's separated by PvP leagues. I just do it that way. That way everyone's on the exact same playing field, but you still get like customizability. But that customizability also won't affect PVM. It'll be its own ecosystem. I'm hoping it goes like something along those lines. Because it's going to be hard to balance both simultaneously. If it uses the same tree PVM does. These things that are strong at PVM or PvP might not be in PVM or vice versa. And it could put the balance out of whack a bit. Compared to just having PvP being completely separate. Yeah, I know, machine. We're getting to you. Oh, this is gonna be the closest we get to death here. Oh no. Does it fail? Wow, that is lenient. There's no way you have that much time. That is crazy lenient. That's actually insane. I thought for sure that one would explode finally. I still haven't seen it yet. At least for us. I've seen other people explode it. But wow, that is lenient. All that beeping, we didn't get penalized at all for that one. Also, we're almost there. 2.5 levels to go. About 1 hour left. It's kind of funny. We're on track to be the exact same amount of time as yesterday. We went for 9 hours, 50 minutes. An hour and 20 minutes from now is that time frame. It sounds about right. Because we're going to check the cooking one more time. And it's going to take like an hour 5, hour and 10 to go then do the rest of the alchemy. Unless I'm miscalculating for how much knowledge we'll count for. Because we do get half a level done just off of alchemy. I mean, off of knowledge, I mean. So really, you only need 2 levels right now if you ignore knowledge completely. That sounds about right, because we're at the dead zone for how much XP this is giving. Before we need to move on to the better potion at 131. Game currently expects us to do the AFK activity. No, we refuse. Let's power grind through. Because that's one way that you can fill the dead zone if you're playing more passively. Because this level range for the next 3 levels would be a great time to do the passive. Especially if you don't have a post 200 skill yet. Or if you're AFKing on alt. Like these would be the 3 levels you'd want to do the AFK. But we are going to be powering through. Because of course we only want to do post 200 passives at this point. But that would be a perfect time because this is the dead space of the skill. They put a passive perfectly in the dead space right there. A lot of them seem like they're kind of random, but they had a lot of like preemptive thinking as to where they put everything. Some of them still don't make sense, but something like this makes like too much sense. Why it's there. Someone's wave spamming. I wonder if they're waving at us or someone else. Because I can't see their body. So I have no clue if they are or not. Doing this minigame basically turns on Entity Hider. I said, hello, Tyrion! Yeah, it is the time we used to stream Gems of War around this time. If there was one. Yeah, I've just been doing it on Mondays lately. Though we did finally get the Steam Deck, though. So we'll be able to play Gems of War on that tonight. Not on stream, but you know, when I go to the dailies. I'll try it on Steam Deck instead of on phone. Because I really hate how small the phone screen is. The Steam Deck will be a great solution to it. The Switch 2? Oh yeah, I did see the Switch 2. It's kind of funny because on the exact day that the Switch 2 is announced is when we got a Steam Deck. It just arrived like an hour ago. I was always planning on getting both though. Level 125 rare longsword is almost 1 silver cheaper compared to 124 rare longsword. That seems slightly off. That's kind of funny. There might be an error on their part switching the number. Yeah, I only saw the preview video earlier while I was muted. So I'm not sure if they were saying any kind of specs or anything about it. It seemed more like a tech demo just to show it off visually, though. So I'm pretty sure having audio off didn't ruin anything. Nothing till April 2nd? Oh gosh, we got a while then. They have heard from our friend it's slightly stronger than Steam Deck. Based on the leak intel they had. Not like a lot stronger, but it is stronger than Steam Deck. At least when overclocked. Because the metrics they did it on was based on overclock, not based on normal specs. Not sure how much that really changes things, though. Because I'm pretty sure to overclock a Switch 2, you have to, or Switch 1 at least, you have to have a hacked one. I don't think you can do it normally. But I'm still looking forward to the new Mario Kart game, though. It only took them almost 15 years, but they finally made one. Not counting the mobile version. Because they've been milking the most recent Mario Kart for forever. They've milked that longer than The Sims 3, I think. Or about as long as The Sims 3. I mean, sorry, Sims 4, I mean. Like, as much as The Sims 4 has milked it and not really Sims 5, is about how long Nintendo has milked the most recent Mario Kart. It's about the same amount of time. Like 13, 14 years. Alright, 2 levels to go. We're almost there. Actually, speaking of which, I wonder if he's messaged me further beyond that. Because I know he keeps up with, like, all the people leaking, like, everything. How accurate it is to be determined. Let me see, what was the thing mentioned earlier? Let's see. Yeah, it was from a well-known Switch data miner. But yeah, supposedly to accredited data miner, it looks like it was slightly quicker for Switch 2. But it's really marginal. It was like less than 10%. Let's see. Da-da-da-da. Yeah, whatever G Hertz is. I'm not sure what G Hertz stands for. Or what on earth that does. But it has 10% better G Hertz. I have no clue what that means, though. Whatever it is, it's so marginal it doesn't matter. To the average person. You got 500 mines total? Nice, congrats. Oh, I just realized something funny with our total levels. We're at 399, 399 in free-to-play areas. Look at that, we got a double 399. Both chapter 1 and 2 are 399, so we ruin it in about 10, 20 minutes. Probably 20 minutes. Yeah, look at that, 399, 399. Now to find that Steam password. I think I know which one it is. Based on the round of time I made the account. I think I know which one it is. It shouldn't take me more than like 3 guesses. But yeah, I haven't needed to use the password in over a decade. Because anytime I needed it, it had autofill. You're getting shocked I don't know what gigahertz is? I don't know, what does it do? I have no clue. I know what some specs do, I have no clue what that spec does though. Not that tech savvy. I also have no clue what 10% better for that would even do either. Hello Aziel, welcome, welcome. In Gems of War, do you know what mechanic is summoning AI troops when no troop on the team has that ability? Oh, the Daemon Gem. It's the final week for it, so you don't have to deal with it after a few more days. But yeah, the power gem for the season for the last 10 weeks has been the Demonic Gem. And whenever destroyed, it summons a Daemon. But it ends in a few days. Monday's or technically Sunday's the final day of it. And after Monday, you'll probably never see it again. Because it's a really dead content mechanic. It's probably one of the worst ones they've done so far. So no one's actually going to be using any troops that have the mechanic. But it stops falling from the sky after Monday. It's a process that the CPU does? Oh, okay. So basically quicker processing speed then. But yeah, then supposedly it has a 10%, the Switch 2 supposedly has a 10% quicker processing speed than the Steam Deck then. According to a referable data miner. How accurate that is, who knows. But as the leak I've been given earlier. Which Steam Deck are they comparing it to? I have no clue. In the post, it just mentions Steam Deck. It did not mention specific model of Steam Deck. I assume they did it against the worst model. Because the Switch one is also probably the worst model. In the sense that, you know, they're both around the same price range. About $400. Have I heard what price it is? No. I don't think the data miners can figure that out. Because it's not part of the product itself. Who knows? Nintendo might not even know. They probably know a ballpark number. But no, I haven't heard what the price will be. I would assume around 400. I don't see why it wouldn't be more than that. That'd be a pretty hard sell. If they make it more than that. Especially since the Steam Deck's already 350. And the Switch is only 300. But they can't go much higher than 400. Like 400 is like the highest they could go. Otherwise they're pricing themselves out in the market. Yeah, I don't think they're going to do multiple models. I think it's too confusing for parents buying it for kids to do multiple models, so they're just going to do one model initially. And just keep upselling people as they release like 5 more models over the next 10 years. But no, I think they're just going to release with one model. Like their most inferior model, and then add upgrades over time. Because I don't think they're going to release a second model before Christmas. Just so it's really easy to understand what everyone should buy. The only one that exists. That definitely sounds like a Nintendo thing to do. And then by next holiday season, they'll have a new model. And then the next holiday after that, a new model. Yeah, let me not forget to go check the cooking bounty. Oh, we don't have... Oh, we do have a bacon sandwich. Okay, perfect. I might have to walk all the way over to Little Lucy. That's a pretty far walk. It's a far enough walk where I actually have to teleport to get back. Oh, so we should change the color of our armor sometime soon. We've been rolling with black for so long lately. I was not sure what color to do, because I hate how the plate body looks on this one. I might just go switch out the plate body just so we can cosmetically look different. I just gotta remember whenever I do the AFK raid dens to switch it back. But honestly, we're probably tanky enough at the AFK raid dens that I can wear a 1-star armor and still tank it. Instead of using the better one. So maybe it's finally time to change it. Only problem is we have to spend like 50, 60, 70 silver to go do so. I might go do it though. I already got to teleport when we go turn this in. So might as well go teleport to go get a new plate body. I think we're finally going to do it and change the color. I need a palette swap. Now, how many do I need? I need 7, so I can get rid of 4. Alright, let's hope that the chapter 4 actually has a plate body ready. Because I'm just assuming that there's going to be one there. There might not be one there. One thing that's kind of funny is given how much higher a level we are now, the plate body is honestly not much of a downgrade. Because we're going to get like a 235 1-star instead of a 218 3-star. It's a downgrade, but it's a visual upgrade. Alright, let's go check if we have a cool cosmetic here. Oh, good! We can actually put this in to gather. How convenient. I mean, not gather, I mean, alchemy. Oh, Urksum's hiding their level now. That's weird. Oh, no! We got a plate body, but the wrong one. It's kind of funny. It's exactly 235, as I mentioned. But it's the wrong plate body type, though. No! Oh, we can check in 1 hour, 48 minutes. Also, one of the bug fixes the other day. Fix this timer. Apparently, it wasn't working correctly, but now it does. But no, that's unfortunate. There is a plate body there, but it's the wrong type. Oh well, we'll be able to change our color eventually. Yeah, I want to change back to the other plate body. This one's been bothering me for so long. I think it's finally time. But we gotta keep waiting because the shop didn't have one. Also, Mad Hatter wasn't kidding. He's been here like all day grinding alchemy with us. I don't think he stopped all day like us. He's been here the entire time. And he funded it the same way too. He did he did merchant, then leatherworker, sold all the leather, and then uses all other money to go and do merchant. I mean, do alchemy. Did I not say hello to Cookie? Oh, I thought Cookie said hello earlier. Hello, Cookie. Welcome, welcome. My bad. I thought they were already here earlier. Oh, welcome, Cookie. Hope all's been well. Oh, so are you the one who's been leaving the one dislike every stream? Or is that Tyrion? There's always that one guy. I noticed that on every Brighter Shores stream. There's always that one dislike. Sometimes a few, but always that one. I know some people do it jokingly, though. He pleads the fifth. Technically, YouTube does like a downvote more than no vote at all, though. Oddly enough. They like any engagement, even negative engagement. They prefer positive engagement, but they actually view a negative engagement better than no engagement at all. As long as it's not like overwhelmingly negative engagement. But mild negative engagement is better than no engagement. It's actually kind of funny. Speaking about overwhelmingly negative engagement, the Brighter Shores positives are only at 60% right now. It actually has a mixed review score for recent reviews. People have not been liking the current state of the game, apparently. The overall is still mostly positive. But the recent is actually mixed, but only 60% positive. Let's see, what's the negatives of today? Let's see what the complaints are for today. The first good one, though, is a great one. Good game, no microtransaction spam. That is one thing Andrew Gower is absurdly against. He is very anti-MTX. Also, the first negative review is really funny. Gosh, what year are we in? The first negative review, and I quote, "It's got no riz." No period, just that. Also, all lowercase. I'm surprised they even put a apostrophe for S. But, yeah. Yeah, it's 2025, isn't it? Let's see, what's the next one? The next one is it's got no point. That makes sense. There's no endgame content yet. It's like RuneScape at lower stakes is a positive one. That's a funny one. Someone saying I really want to like this game as a negative review. A few others. Alright. Where are all the negative ones? I just went down like so many. I only saw like 2 negatives. Well, technically 3. It's got no riz. The game has no point because there's no endgame content yet. And someone who wanted to like the game but didn't. Needed to start some drama to farm engagement. Yeah, yesterday's stream actually popped off a little bit just because we mentioned the drama thing. I never feed into drama though. I only put that in the title because we were going over it anyways. But no, we would never make drama videos of any kind. The only reason it was even in the title is because it was relevant for what we're going over. Because it was technically related to the patch. But no, tomorrow's title is literally just going to be Day 3 of the Alchemy grind. And then blah, blah, blah. And the day after that, Day 4! Get your Day 4! And the day after that, Day 5! Final day! Not really going to be much extra in there. Unless something happens update-wise. Oh, also, we almost got one level to go. So close yet so far. Got like 10-20 minutes. Actually, we won't end earlier than yesterday. That's actually nice. It's probably because I expected to do the fear potion way, way more than we did. Or, you know, way more of it than we actually did. But that's also what sped up yesterday, is we were starting to do more of the higher potion than we initially expected. And we did about the same ratio today and yesterday. Of slightly higher potion. Tomorrow's going to be a bit more of an outlier in that regard, though. No, I guess I'm still doing it. Oh, no, I still haven't done the verdict on that yet. But I think we are making 6% Stonewall Hills. I wasn't sure for sure, but I think we are. As good as 7% Mines of Matubin is, the EXP difference is just so much better. Even though they're 4.5 gold more each. I mean, sorry, silver, I mean, not gold. That'd be so expensive. But they're 4.5 more silver each. Plus we get even more XP pots banked for next chapter. Which is a huge plus. No, but if we want to go in our drama arc, we should wait till PvP comes out and just flame everyone. I don't think we're going particularly heavy into PvP, though. I will be trying and messing around with it. And if it has any reward space, I will go earn all the rewards from it. But the second we finish every single collection log from it, or I guess the wrong term for that, but whatever you'd call it in this game, as soon as we finish every unique from it, we're never touching it again. That's pretty much how I'm going to be for PvP. We'll try it at first. If it has any unique drops, cosmetic or otherwise, we'll go and get them. And then the second we have every single one, we're probably not touching it again for the rest of time until they add a minigame related to PvP. But the actual initial PvP system, until we have every unique from it, if there even are any, that's like our stopping point. And if there's none, then I'm not sure what our goal is. Other than just trying it some. Show the reviews? I'm not sure how you bring them up through the other page. I guess you could through the other thing. I can go show the Riz one, though. That one made me laugh. What does Riz even mean? I'm too out of the loop. I'm not hip. I know generally what it means, but I have not the slightest clue what it means. If you use it in a sentence that makes sense, I can kind of understand though. But I still have not the slightest clue. You're too old to understand, Sam. Let's see. But yeah, I gotta show this review because it's really funny. I'm only gonna show that one though. Where is it? How do you even get to reviews? Discussion. You can get here this way, I think. Because this one just encapsulates the fact that we're currently in 2025 right now. Reviews. Oh, it's not showing it the same way the other page does. How do I do it based on recent? Right now it's trying to do most helpful. Do it based on recent. Nope, not that one. There it is. It's got no Riz. All lowercase, no period. It's got no Riz. We are in the year 2025. Welcome. It's probably the most 2025 thing I've seen all year so far. We're not that deep yet, though. Yeah, we're almost there. Final level! And one more knowledge point in there. The rest we're going to have to do manually. And look at that. We're going to have a little over 400. And of course, all this is going to 200 woodcutter and carpentry. I don't even care if I drink every last one. As long as it makes 200 woodcutting and carpentry go quicker, it has done what it needed to do. We don't really need to worry about any post 200. That's for a different year's issue. We'll ignore that for as long as possible. But, yeah, it's for a later issue. But I don't actually mind if we use all this 400 something stack just to get 200. Particularly in the carpentry component. I'll still use this some for woodcutting, at least when we boost it for knowledge. I wouldn't be doing it while actively doing woodcutting, though. Did they answer about the collection log on Brighter Shores? Did they? I really hope they add one. I would say it's my favorite feature that Old School RuneScape added. And we're actually top 20 for hardcore as well for collection log. I'm curious what my official rank is once they update the leaderboard. Because currently it's only tracked by third party. But they're going to have an official leaderboard. Because right now it's basically an opt-in system like how Brighter Shores was. But once they have an official leaderboard in the next few months, it's going to be an automatic opt-in. Or, you know, everyone's going to be opted in automatically. So we'll get to see our true rank. Because all the dead hardcores will be removed. And only alive, currently active, or, you know, currently alive, still playing game hardcores will be there. So I'm curious what our actual rank is. Based on the opt-in system, we're like around 20th. But it could be lower, it could be higher. Because there's some dead accounts ahead of us. But they're dead, so they're not alive anymore. But it doesn't get updated on the third-party website. But it would get updated on the officially supported one for Old School. But yeah, I would love to see a collection log in this game. It's like my favorite thing Old School RuneScape added. As far as content that you can grind. It's basically a list of items, unique items. And if you have gotten them or not. So even if you're a main account, you still do collection log. It's kind of like playing Iron Man mode, but not playing Iron Man mode. Where you basically have to get one of every drop in the entire game to finish the collection log. I would love that feature. It would also make main mode a lot more fun in Brighter Shores. Because it's basically like Iron Man mode. Except you can just buy all your own supplies. But you still have to earn every drop. Like, you can't just buy an item from someone and get the collection log. You have to actually earn it from its source. Like, if a boss drops, like, some kind of sword at 1 in 300, to get it to count on your collection log, you have to get the drop from the boss. You can't just buy the sword. Oh, Galaxy Beard with the definition for Riz. Riz is a slang term that means style, charm, or attractiveness, especially the ability to attract a romantic or sexual partner. Interesting. Show all the reviews? No. It would take forever to read them. I read so slowly. We kind of already know what all the complaints are. And they're mostly due to no endgame content. Or the game feeling hollow because of no endgame content. Or basically any complaint that's related to the game not being finished. Because it's not... It's a true observation. That's the whole point of why it's in early access. And even after early access, it's not finished. At 1.0 is basically when the game's starting. There's still so much they have to do by then. It's not like 1.0 is the end of the game. It's pretty much when they're beginning. Because we probably don't have any boss or raid by 1.0. 1.0 launch likely still has 0 bosses in the game. Based on what they said earlier. And definitely 0 raids. But they're all coming after 1.0. Though I do find it interesting that he's once again adding PvP before a boss. He did that last time as well. Prioritizing PvP over bossing. It's a really old style MMO kind of priority. But it's kind of interesting that he's doing it again. Because I feel like PvP is dead in most games. Or most MMOs, I should say. Not most games. Particularly most MMOs. Whereas PvM is like the main thing most people do. It's kind of interesting that he's still doing it the old way. Where he's adding a full PvP system before the first boss is even in the game. Yeah, it's one of the reasons I want to focus combat more on the later chapters. For 2 reasons. I actually want to level up while killing the boss. If they do release them early on. But also, they're going to be so overfarmed because free-to-play can access them. Because anything they ever put in Chapter 1 or 2, free-to-play will get access to. Which is one interesting thing about how he scaled free-to-play this time around compared to last time around, is when content were in the free-to-play regions in his past MMO, it wasn't automatically made free-to-play content. There was a lot of content that technically took place in free-to-play areas completely, but were still member-locked. But in Brighter Shores, if they ever put anything in Chapter 1 or 2, it is automatically free-to-play. Which is an interesting way to add more content to free-to-play over time, to make sure it doesn't stay stagnant. Because that's one issue Old School RuneScape has. Old School RuneScape's free-to-play looks like it's back in 2004. Like, it literally looks like the game back in 2004 or something. Or 2005, around then. Like, there are some quality of life in a few other areas they added, but it is almost unchanged. Like, it is like 80-90% unchanged. Whereas Brighter Shores' free-to-play will always be adapting, because any content they ever put in Chapter 1 and 2 is automatically added to free-to-play. So if they had a boss in Chapter 2, that's free-to-play. If they had a quest in Chapter 1, that's free-to-play. Anything they ever do there. Imagine if they had a raid to free-to-play. That's something Old School RuneScape would never even imagine doing. Actually, has RuneScape 3 done that either? I don't think they have. Added like an actual early game raid to free-to-play, just give them a taste of what they could have if they get membership. Because that'd be the perfect place to put like a base 100 raid. And given that it is free-to-play, it'd probably only incorporate the 9 skills from the first 2 chapters. But that'd be a great place to put like the early game base 50, base 100 raid. And just use the first 9 skills. Alright, 2 more sets, and I believe that is level objective complete. I am still going to do 1 set of 22 mining potions, though, after. Actually, I think 1 set of 22 and 1 set of 11. And then we do 1 set of 22 mining potion. Also, we will finally be able to use the mining potion. I can use the first one in 3 hours and 5 minutes. It'll be off stream, but we'll finally be able to use it already. Because I've never actually used one before. Obviously, we know what it does. The 5%, but 2% better. But we've actually never once used the 7% pot yet. And that venture right there will be the first thing we use it on. And probably single or double dip it into a knowledge point into bone rate as well. Get like 1 or 2 knowledge points stacked up and put it into bone rate. If I do that at least once or twice every day, we will have bone rate maxed in like in like a month from now. A little under a month. But yeah, if I use 1 or 2 knowledge points every time I use the 7% on the mining venture twice per day, but use that 1 or 2 knowledge point when I do that on bone rate, it would take us slightly under a month to go get 200 bone rate. But we get to double dip the 7% pot. The main reason we're using it because of the venture, but then dipping it also into the bone rate XP. Because of course it does affect your knowledge. Yep, speaking of knowledge, it's the last knowledge point of the stream. We're definitely not going to be able to earn another. Also, we're still at above a 20 gold. Which is still kind of crazy that we're still that high. But we still haven't hit the biggest money wall yet, so I guess it makes sense. The mega money wall is still around the corner. Ooh, Mad Hatter's checking the recipes. Never mind, he misclicked on the book. I haven't actually done that yet. I'm surprised because it's so close. We have yet to actually misclick on the book when I meant to click on this station. Probably because I normally come in at this angle. But if you come in at this angle, it'd be really easy to misclick it. So the book takes up like a fourth of the space right there. With that hitbox. If you come from this angle, you pretty much never misclick it. It's so far away. I mean, not far, but, you know, far enough. I'm actually surprised they didn't put the scale in between or something, but I guess it makes sense because he's over there. I guess this makes sense actually why it's here. It's a lot easier to misclick though. Alright, let's see if this is enough. If not, we'll get another set of 11 then. And that'll put us at about 240. I mean 450, I mean. Actually, it'll put us exactly at 451 if we do it that way. Which I think is exactly what we're going to have to do because there's no way this gets us a level. Very doubtful that this is a level. But another 11 should. Or, you know, another 11 after he's 22. And after that, we'll do one set of 22 on the mining boost potion. Just to get a taste of what we're in for tomorrow, but also because I actually need one. Technically two, to go do our venture. One tonight and one in the afternoon tomorrow. Let's see, how much more XP do we need? We need 20,000. Wait, do we make it? Oh, wait, does this inventory make it? Wait. I think our inventory is enough. We're gonna make it. Oh, I underestimated how much XP we're getting here. We're gonna make it. This inventory is enough for level 131. And then we'll go run 22 mining pots after. Then we'll use the first one off stream and the first one pretty early on stream tomorrow. For the 2 brimstone takes. I do need to go get the knowledge for that later. That's a later issue. Is I do want to single or double dip the bone right every time I go there. Just to get a little bit extra value from the 7% pot. Because the main reason we're using it is for the venture, but we might as well get free value out of it. As long as we don't have to go out of our way too far for it. And we're ready to go on that Steam Deck, I know, right? Yeah, I'll get it operational tonight. See how it is. I'll try it for this, I'll try it for Gems of War, I'll try it for maybe some indie game. I'll try a couple things with it. Yeah, our playtime should go up by like 10 or 20% now. Like our off-stream playtime. Like this number right here is gonna go from like 144 to like 160 probably again. Hey, we're getting really close to 1,000 hours as well. 120 hours away. Alright, here it comes. There's our level. The whole goal of the stream. And then we'll go run one set of 22 after for the mining pot. We're looking for Rune Scimitar. Wrong game. Oh, so did I spell desert or dessert? I always forget how to spell it. Is desert the sandy one spelt with a E or EA? Or desert, dessert? I never know the difference between desert and desert. I always forget what it is. Alright, so 1S is, okay, so I did do it right. But yeah, 2S is the pastry. 1S is the sandy one. Okay, so I spelled it correctly. Success. I did use the correct desert. I should reply no to this. You all enjoying the game? Question mark. I think it's crazier when you see someone with like 10,000 hours in the game. And they're like, nope, horrible. I highly advise not playing it. Oh, I lied. We actually did get another knowledge point. Well, I guess I know what I'm using on Bone Right for the 7% later. That's some Bone Right XP right there instead of Alchemy. There it is. The glorious potion of tomorrow. The 7% Chronopolis. I mean, the 7% mind of the Matubin. And we got exactly 440 for next chapter, which we'll be utilizing for our woodcutting grind. Or it's got 46% if we want. But we got 447%. We should be good. What's kind of funny is we have almost like no 5%. Poor 5%. You're never going to get used. I just realized there's a different cork. This one has none. This one has a little cork, and then that has the thing, and it keeps getting more elaborate. Alright, so we're not done here yet. We got one last thing we got to go do. It is time. If I can remember what we need for this. We need 11 of these. 11 of something here. I just realized I don't need to show. I should go sell these. There's someone for the really low alchemy level. I should go do a buy sell with it later. Wait, why do I have exactly 23? That's so weird. Do I have 23 of the other thing too? Why on earth do I have 23 of those in my bank? I'm so confused. I need to go get rid of those later. That's a later issue. And then we need 11 of these. Alright, let's go do it. It is time. The main event for tomorrow. But these are so useful, every single one of these. Honestly, I almost wanted to do it the whole time. But we are going to have to pivot to Stonewall Hill. We are going to be forced to have to pivot to Stonewall Hill 6%. But I so badly want to do this all the way until Stonewall Hill 7%. I have 1,000 of these banked. I just have to go get the cockroach mandibles. I'm so tempted to. I think I am skipping 6% Stonewall Hill. I might just run some more tonight on the Steam Deck or something. Because I really want 1,000 of these. And if that doesn't give us all the XP we need, then we do Stonewall Hill 6%. But I really want to make 1,000 7% Mines Matubin. It's just such a useful potion. And we're not going to have the 8 or 10% anytime soon. Not pretty much until we do the Mine Fighter grind. And we're not doing that until a while. Plus I would still need to do the Alchemy grind too. It's not just the Mine Fighter grind. Because I would also need to go do the, you know, the small afternoon grind of 300 and... or sorry, not even 300. You know, the easy afternoon grind of 412 Alchemy. But yeah, 383 and 412. Not happening anytime soon. So these 7% is all we have until 383 Alchemy. Which is a while from now. Even if I get 500 Mind Fighter, the Alchemy component is so far away. There we go. The first one has been made. I'm pretty sure we're making 1,000 of this thing tomorrow. I don't care how inefficient it is. I want them. Already have one part of it banked. I actually did the same thing with the 5%, oddly enough. I made 1,000 5% potions. And we're going to do the same with this, because we already have them banked. I'm going to make 1,000 7%. We're doing it. At a rate of like 110 an hour. And then if that somehow doesn't get us all the way, because I think it's slightly short, we then do the stone molehills then. But only then. Only after we have 1,000 of these banked do we then pivot to the stone molehill, even if we can already make stone molehill. We do not pivot until I run out. But after I make my 1,000, I'll do the rest with stone molehill, whatever's left to get to 158. But that is my goal tomorrow. We are making 1,000 mines of Matubin 7%. Well, technically 900 something, but you know, the stack will be 1,000. That's the thing that matters. 1,000 mines of Matubin 7%. That's our goal for tomorrow. Then to get to 158, of course. But one byproduct of that will be making 1,000 mines of Matubin. And you know where most of this is going. You know, like literally anything in Mines of Matubin. You can just pick randomly and you have hit a correct target as long as you don't do combat. Like literally all of them need it. It's actually the only chapter that's like that. Or pretty much there is no wrong target. And 3 of them are really enticing. Oh, you've been using the 7% hope ports. The only problem with that, how much are they? I haven't been using 7% hope ports for the boost for our alchemy. Though in 2 days from now, we'll have access to 10%. Let me go check. How much are they? There's something we actually have access to for a while now and haven't been using. I just sworn they were expensive. Yeah, they're 7.3. I guess that's still worth it, though. It's just the time it takes to go make them at our level range makes it kind of not worth it. Because the XP that we're getting while making them is like nearly 0. Because they're so far behind where we are right now level-wise. You got to 80 together? Nice. Alright, the final potion is almost there. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, you got it from the thieves during chapter 1. Yeah, it's the only chapter that drops XP pots as a natural object. It's one of the few good things about doing 500 guard. I think you can get up to the 10% XP pots too from the highest level thief. I wish every chapter had a version like that. Chapter 1's the only chapter you can do that in. Currently. Also, how do a bunch of red things make a blue potion? We just combine 2 red things to make a blue thing. A lot of these potions don't make any sense. I guess the thermal change after going through everything. Keeps altering the color of the potion. But some still come out the right color, though. But then others get completely changed. Like this red and orange becoming blue. We also had an instance of red and blue becoming green. Which of course will logically be like purple or something. But nope, green. I almost feel like getting one level in Hope Forest now. The fact that we're 399 instead of 400 is like throwing me off so much now. Oh, so we're getting really close to Mines of Matubin being our first 1000 in a chapter. Even before Chronopolis, so it does help having a whole additional skill in the chapter itself. Alright, the final 3? Well, technically final 4. Yep, timer expired. Also got our cooking contract ready to go. Nice, nice. Get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. And now we're ready for tomorrow. But yeah, I might run a couple of these off stream. Just because of how many we're going to have to do tomorrow. Because we got to go until the stack says 1,000. And right now it says 22. Or by the end of this it will. That's not the only potion we're going to need to make tomorrow. But it is the bulk of the potion we're going to need to make tomorrow. There's 1,000 total, 7% Mines of Matubin. Alright, the final potion of the day. Mission completed. Still a few errands we gotta go run though. Like the cooking contract. And grabbing our XP pots to go to AFK smithing. As I do want to go grab a bite to eat before we... Hey, 169, nice. As I do want to go grab a bite to eat before we go test the Steam Deck later tonight. But what do I need now? I need the... I guess just 2 AFK pots for Mines of Matubin. And we'll put that on to smithing. Alright, let's go do our chef run real quick. And then off stream, I'll test the Steam Deck on making some more of those potions. Alright, I need 11 of these. 11 of these. I gotta make sure we get in a nice range where when I double dip the thing in 2 hours and 38 minutes, that we end up getting the double bone right off the bone, or off the ore on the ground, or ore on the wall. I mean, I'll probably dump the ore onto the ground because we're gonna take that venture and then we have 2 minutes to go get double point. So we gotta get to like a 195 or higher. but not 200%, just so we don't over encumber if we can help it. See what we get. Final message board. Anything good here? We get nothing. Wow, these are all horrible, horrible. I might just take this because it's like slightly less worse, but gosh, that's still horrible. Alright, let's go ahead to our 8th activity then. As I go grab dinner. And just rest the eyes for a bit. But we'll test the Steam Deck later on the potion. The newfound Steam Deck. Maybe the first thing I test with it too. I want to try that, RuneScape, Gems of War, and like at least one indie game. But anyways, guys, we'll be ending it here for now. We will be back tomorrow for the same drill, starting around noon or so, Eastern Standard Time, going for about 11-ish hours or so, 10 to 11-ish hours, and we are going to be making 1,007% Mind and Matubin potion, as well as a few others, but mostly that. But that is the game plan. And I'll let you know how the Steam Deck went. Anyways, guys, I'll catch you guys later. Hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful week, a wonderful upcoming weekend. I'll catch you guys later. Goodbye, everyone. And thanks for watching.